love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time, and if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, you know, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling?
Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club and playing with my friends, I love it. 1, 2, 3, 7! Playing with our team and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and we love
As a coach, super rewarding having girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community. I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing, we're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. Wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
Or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay? The people in your world don't always tell you there's something that's troubling them.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling?
Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
As coaches, we also need to create a supportive environment with words of encouragement.
As a sporting community, we need to ensure everyone feels invested in the culture we are building as a group and as individuals.
As a team, we always start with a random conversation question.
Like, if you could have a superpower, what would it be?
Asking isn't always easy, but it could change your life. So please ask someone today, what are you waiting for? Are you okay?
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Welcome to GYG Finals Day, Championship Sunday, and what a glorious day it is. Had a few clouds in the sky yesterday and Friday, but it is absolutely picturesque here for the final Sunday of the 2025 Junior State Cup for the Northern Conference. Joined by Mitch Walker in here, mate, and it has been sensational 2 days of touch football. Can't wait here for the third.
Yeah, good morning, James. It's very hot already. You can feel the tension with finals day, and it's going to be a fantastic day of touch football with lots of great games.
Well, it will be throughout multiple different divisions. Of course, we saw the 14 girls close off yesterday. I'll actually get a chance to showcase what they have along with the 14 boys in today. So it's great that we start to integrate the younger age groups onto this big stage as well. They get the chance to showcase their talent that they've got, that they've showed all throughout the tournament. Maybe not through the YouTube stream for the people at home, but a great chance for family, friends to show the under 14s as well.
Absolutely, mate. It's great. You know, family, carers, friends, all get the chance to watch. And this is the culmination of a number of training sessions that parents and carers have driven their children to. The children have trained very hard. So, yeah, it's going to be a fantastic day.
Of course, all focused at the moment on the Doylesa Dragons up against the Nelson Bay
Neptunes.
That's it, the alliteration. We spoke about it yesterday. Thankfully for us, at the moment, there is a slight breeze, not so much that will affect them down on the ground, more so the retrieval from the hot air in Dubbo. But first use of the football here for a round of 16 clash. So the way it works, there was 4 pools here in the 16, and it is 4 teams from each that have made it to this point to get to the round of 16 clash. And the early scoring there from Nelson Bay, and it's Layla Gambrel who gets the score underway here for Nelson Bay.
What a great start there for Nelson Bay. Just kicked off, worked down into the 7 and put on a try. And James, you'd know that in finals we do use the 3-2 scoring method. The first try is worth 3 points, and every other try thereafter is worth 2. So it's always a nice advantage getting that first try on the board.
Well, we have seen before as well, although the team chasing will have to score 2 tries to take that lead, it sort of lights the fire up underneath them to get a move on. But getting that first 3-point try and then 2 there from there on out, the ball coming away from the hands there, and early morning nervousness shown by the Doyleson Dragons.
Yeah, we will put that down to early morning nerves. That's good use of the ball, taking the space up over the halfway on 2 with fresh subs coming on.
Getting into their box and getting a move on as they take it through Chavot. Lovely hands there to reel that one in as the shooter came up defensively, and then the ball finding its way back to Chavot there from Barrett. And the ball just laid off the mark there, so it will be a turnover and Doyleson ball.
Yeah, it was good defence there. That's a nice dummy here too. Oops, I think she actually accidentally, yeah, it was a penalty there. They did knock it out, so that'll be a tap for Doylo.
So that's the way it's worked. We have quite a few teams that have been undefeated through this 16 girls division. Going into this tournament here, into finals day, it will be the strength of the points scored, followed by the points conceded, and then followed by any matchups that the teams may have had. That sort of evens up the seeding here. So we do see a team in Nelson Bay that finished second in their pool against Doyleson in Pool A that finished 4th. And a few teams making it into finals. Hornsby actually making it into the round of 16. They only won the one game 3-0 against Wallsend in Pool A, but that's enough to get them here on Championship Sunday. Cut out ball here, and a lovely piece of effort there from both sides. The ball looping up over the top at Dawson to make the touch.
It was a very good touch there from Caruana out there on the wing. And Doyleson are now looking to get to their box to get some subs on the field. That's a nice run there. They're looking for the latch here with Christian coming around and playing nice and straight.
24 points scored by Nelson Bay throughout their tournament, day 1 and day 2. But some nice play there. I thought the pass was okay, but right on the spot was the referee, just floating forward there. So a chance to really go inside the 7 and on an attacking raid in the red zone. Goes away, and now the Neptunes will work it towards their box and get on 3 or 4 fresh players to roll on outside the box into that far right corner and look for a chance to their right winger. Of course, 25-minute end-to-end stuff. Each time a team scores, they will turn the ball over and turn it around, switch ends. So at the moment, Nelson Bay attacking to the right side of your screen, looking for a cutout pass, and it has been ruled in and intercepted. Lovely defensive work there from the wing of Doyleson. It was Buckman on the end of that one.
That was a tremendous read. Got in the right position, saved the try, and got possession for her team. I'm sure the Doyleson coaching staff will be saying, girls, we must complete and try and minimise our errors.
Oh, it could have been a heavy push there, but called to play on as they work it away from that left-hand sideline. All out in front. Good work there to Watson as she quickly rolls it back, and some lovely work here from Ella Turner. We'll turn it over centre of ground, though, and make it easy pickings there to get towards the box if they so choose to make the substitutions there on that far side of the ground. But keeping it simple at the moment. They scored the early try, but just getting through their completed sets here. Nelson Bay, Dawson working well defensively to keep them away from that try line as best they can, but a couple of touches left in the set and they're already into that far corner, and they're just happy to turn it over. They've got the 3-point lead at the moment, Mitch.
Yeah, they do.
To turn it over in that corner.
I don't exactly like what Doyleson were doing, where they were very passive in defence and rolling back and just allowing Nelson Bay to drive forward and get into their 7-metre line. I think that, the coaching staff will try and sort of fix that up. But this is a better set, better start. That's a nice latch there. See if they can get a strike dump here.
Nice little quick scoop and ball coming here the way of Elise Hunter, and a lovely pass out there for Furlong. She'll roll it back here for Hunter. Hunter looking for that strike dump as you alluded to earlier, but good defence there from Indy Scully on the wing, and the penalty will come there. It was a touch pass.
But James, that was Doyleson's best set no errors, nice and direct, turn the ball over here, and they get an error from Nelson Bay, so they get the chance to try and put on a try here.
Now the pressure creeping up on them. You speak about the importance of the tournament as a whole inside the pool stage. One more try, and they might have changed the team that they played up against. They had 20 points as Maitland had 21. That would have completely shifted it, but now, on Sunday, they have the Neptunes as their opponents, and that's who they have to focus on.
Good defence there from the middles.
Good work there on Newton. Looking for that ball, the space available to her, but just cramming in and shaving the time off the clock there.
And they turn the ball over here in this corner. See if they can get a defensive stop, James. Get up and put some pressure.
Really important here from the shooters, whether it is the midline or the links coming in to make the defensive pressure. They did okay on that first touch,
very good
and that
touch.
is good.
That's another good touch. That's 3 there, James.
Really putting that defensive pressure on here early this morning. They've gone away from that subs box. They haven't made any substitutions at all in this set. Interesting. So they go towards that side, but the touch was made already there by Doyleson in Buckman. So any set that you can't get any ladies off the field, just that fatigue starts to set in.
It can.
Only a minute might be a long time here in touch football in terms of defensive pressure. So Ma, she rolls up over the halfway. Ball now coming out here for Watson, and some really nice direct play we're starting to see here from the Doyleson Dragons. The ball back on the inside here for Watson. Lovely touch from Nelson Bay and McCallum. There, it was a desperate touch. They had a player out there on the outside.
They did, but it was a really good read. She came in and shot the play down, so well done.
Now that offensive raid sacked a bit of energy out of them as they go down that left-hand corridor. But again, they're happy just to roll the 2 subs on, so a pretty fit side here, Nelson Bay.
I think there might be a penalty here, James.
Just a bit of a heavy push there at the end of that one.
It was an accident. It was a bit of a tangle up there, so...
So still early stages in this one. One try, that is 3 points for Nelson Bay. They go on the attack once more, looking to go through Barrett. Barrett getting the pass away.
Good touch there from the winger.
Was touched after the pass was made, so no penalty called. And now Chavot, McLean. Back with Chavot.
Oh,
perhaps
bad luck.
had to go for that cutout pass. The space out there on the left-hand side, but just couldn't get it to come off.
I think it was the right play though, James, going against the grain. Both players went with the sweeper, so I'm sure that they will persist with that one.
I've seen it here from Doyleson, their defensive pressure, but really working hard, individual shooting up out the line. That's touch number 4, Mitch, and they're not even a halfway. This is a really good carry here.
I think we might have 7 on the field here.
Yeah, so good eye, good pickup.
It's going to be a penalty there, so there's a lot happening at once, and they've got to make sure that everyone's communicating.
But put it down to that defensive pressure as well.
Absolutely.
Not only they get to their box, but now just a bit of miscommunication between the players on the sideline and the players on the field. Ball out to the left-hand side. Speed to burn here for the Neptunes as they, with the offensive pressure, have the right there to run back towards their subs box and make their interchanges. 4 fresh legs, a couple of sets of back-to-back attack where they didn't go down that left-hand channel. Now the ball interchanging here between Chavot and Smith. Smith rolls it back. Chavot, but not cleanly.
No, it wasn't.
Not cleanly.
You're right, James. There was a little bobble there with the play the ball. They just need to try and fix that up. Everyone talks about the 1%ers and the coach killers. That's exactly example A.
It's those chances. And the 2 defences throughout the tournament, not too different. Only 4 points between them defensively. So Doyleson can feel if they keep this game close, which it is right now, they'll feel their every chance of going on to win this game and moving on to the Elite 8.
Absolutely.
But they do have to drive it further downfield. I like what they were doing about 5-6 minutes ago, playing more direct through that centre channel.
Yeah, you're spot on.
But, I think just this defensive nature of the Neptunes at the moment, as the game rolls on. Ball looked a bit sloppy there at the ruck, yes. Yeah. So they've really got to take these opportunities here, the Dragons. They've been gifted them here at times.
Yeah, you're 100% right. They do. This is a better start to the set where they should be able to get fresh legs on and turn the ball over down near the 7 and get a crack.
And it's early in the touch as well. Play there from Turner. Back here for Watson. to go to Newton. She's been really strong with her running. She's all important in this side in terms of their direct running in the attack. Great roll ball. Are they going to go here to Newton? Newton, great space out there. And they will equal the amount of tries, but being that the Neptunes, they scored the opener, they will be down by 1 point.
That was a really clever try. They turned the ball back inside to engage both middles, and Dawson were actually making a sub at the time, so they really only were attacking with 5 players. But they still made the extra player and got on the scoreboard. Really, really nice put down there from Newton, who you highlighted, James, has been getting through a mountain of work.
Yeah, they're really good at running direct and helping them out, but this is an important set here defensively here for the Dragons. Down by 1 point on the scoreboard. They feel like they can match it with them, but they're going to have to score more tries.
I think that's a touch. That's a very good touch from the link.
Great work defensively. Speak about the championship games as into the in-goal they go. The ball touched, though, by Doyleson, so good defensive pressure there once again by Newton. And talking about the championship games, and it will come down to a few moments and a few points here in this game. So, tightly fought contest.
Oh, nice wrap.
Lovely wrap. Lovely wrap. It was wrapped up brilliantly, and it's the 2 8s that have been on show here today. Layla Gambrel and Isabella Newton. That time it was Gambrel from Nelson Bay.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was a really, really good try. The Rooster play with the early wrap, played nice and straight, played direct, got themselves a try. Well done.
Just want to shout out our major sponsors, Raise Kids as well. Proud to have been awarded the Best for Kids Investing in the We Money Investment Awards in 2024. Investments very, very important early on in the player's career as well. So shout out to Raise for stepping on board here for the 2025 JSC. Lovely scuba dive there from the Dragons, but the defence of the Neptunes stonewalled them. A touch very late in the piece. Now, a couple of touches back up their sleeve. Ball in 2 hands, but the middle's working together, shutting down Courtney Watson. She's looked pretty dangerous as well, the 18 for Doyleson. She'll work in interchange there with Newton when she's off the field. Into the in-goal they go. Doyleson in the corner.
Yep.
They hit straight back. We're going to and fro at the moment here in the girls' 16s early this morning.
That was a lovely try. Picked up, ran through from dummy half, did not panic, and found the winger for a try. That was very, very well done, Doyle. The box is very happy. There's a bit more momentum. A few more smiles.
It was Caruana there on that far side wing getting that ball down. Lovely try there from Amelia. And we've seen all throughout the divisions, great work from all 3 positions. You will see a lot of strike power come from the middle and the link, but the wingers have been sensational, not just in the attacking positions, but in defence as well all throughout the tournament. A lovely drive here from Doyleson. Right off the back of points, they work hard defensively to turn the ball over, and now on the last, they're happy to just turn it over here.
Oh, and they've got themselves
They will get the penalty. Eyes up there, knew that they were offside, and now they can reset. Ball will go back to Caruana. Quick sub. They get back onto the field after that last offensive raid, and Caruana looks to go for a double.
Good defence there from Mullins in the middle.
Diving there for a double dose of Caruana. She'll like her chances again. Quick roll back there from Turner.
Oh.
Good touch in the end there from Barrett. So over halfway in this one. It is 5-4. Nelson, who got the opening score for 3 points. And it's been 2 tries to 1 since, but Doyle said they need to hit back to take the lead. And great defensive pressure there in the middle from the Neptunes once again.
Yeah, it was very, very good defence there. I think Doyle need to go a little bit wider. It was okay to sort of start in the middle, but I think if they get down there for another repeat set, James, I think they'd potentially like to attack the links a little bit more and get away from that middle channel.
Try and update you as best we can with our other matchups throughout the day as well, happening all over the ground. Here come the Neptunes rolling up through the middle. It's Manning, and that pass wide on the outside. Interesting to see if she got it down. They're going to point to the spot here, and Nelson Bay hits straight back.
Very, very good scoop there from Manning. She just picked up, scooped, drew the winger in, and the Nelson Bay crowd in that corner, they went up. They knew it was a try. They go back out to a 7-4 lead.
Doyleson looking much improved from the side that did lose to Newcastle earlier on in the tournament, 7-0. They are the 2024 champions in this division, and looking to make a fist of it here. Quick roll ball. They're playing so nice, so direct. Lovely touch there late in the count, though. It was the last play, and they knew they had to go for the line. They didn't make it, and they've given the ball in great field position here for the Neptunes as they come down that left-hand channel.
But I think we've got a forward pass.
Yeah, we do. So just shooting themselves in the foot here time and time again. And if Doyleson can keep this to a 2-try or a 1-try game, they'll feel like they can really, even with 60 seconds to go, have a chance to go on and win this one. Lovely pump over the top there for the cutout pass, but they've dove it in. And the touch has been made.
It was a wonderful touch there from Scully on the wing.
Great idea. They went with the pump over the top and then the short ball. Perhaps they go with that again.
Sweeper play.
Here, Newton
Great
drawing
ball.
pass just around the side. The hand up from the defender there of the Neptunes. She has made the touch.
Oh, that's a very good touch, James.
Great work there on Christian. So out here for Hunter. Now again, ball on the inside. It comes here for Furlong. Will be their last chance here in this drive. Space out to the right. And that is the side where the substitutions are going to be made. And yeah, last touch option. That's a good position to turn the ball over, but would have liked to see a bit more adventurous nature there in that end of the drive from Doyleson.
Yeah, we would have, but you also got to credit the Nelson Bay defence. They were very, very good defending there. So great to see.
So now just trying to make their mind up on what they want to do. They've frazzled them a bit here, the Doyleson defence. But here we go. Here's some nice direct play here for Nelson Bay. Straight through the middle, but the pass has been called forward.
Yeah, I actually think it might have potentially been a late pass, James. Or there's some tired girls out there for Dawson, so I'm sure they'll be looking to get to the box.
Real chance here, but they need to score the next couple of sets, and you can see that fatigue really building up. A few players on their hands and knees in the box, really taking it out of them this game against this class of Nelson Bay. Ball looking to go to the wing, but she wasn't on the field as of yet. Keola Chavot got to the position. Can they go back to her side of the wing?
Oh, fantastic.
It was
touch
touched. So almost squeezed through, but great work there defensively. It was Piper Mullins at the end of that drive there for Nelson Bay. They're going to be given a bit more space as well. There's a touch pass there on that last play. So Nelson Bay still here with a 2-try, a 3-point lead. And they'll be happy with that. That's all they need to advance.
Yeah, I'm sure the message from the coaching staff is let's make sure that we complete our sets, turn the ball over on their line, and let's make Dawson work the entire field.
Back our defence that has been so strong all throughout the tournament. Nice little short pass there from Manning. Now here comes the last play and intercepted. Well, a pass. They've turned it over in a great field position, but they could have just taken the touch there in the end.
Yeah, they could have. Again, great read from Caruana out there on the wing. She's been very, very busy.
Ball played here from Ma. As they go towards the box, but a couple of touches here. Interesting to find you only have to get back 7 metres. They're almost back 10. The shooters coming up and defending, and then giving that extra time here to defend for the rest of the line. Touch was made there, and a great touch diving.
Excellent touch.
The bandage number 5 there in Heidi Gleason. Heidi Gibson, rather. It's I've got to go back to that dynamic play, that direct play through the middle. That's what's been their success. Doyleson. Here comes the pass out here once again for Newton, but they're all aware to it at the moment, this play from Newton down the left-hand channel.
Yeah, they are. They are.
So time ticking away at the moment for the Doyleson Dragons. We will see the winner of Manly and Parks and Nelson Bay. Sorry, Manly and Parks. We'll take on this one. Interesting to see who goes through, and going through there, the Neptunes. They couldn't quite squeeze their way through.
Good touch there from Buckman.
If they go on to win this game here in Nelson Bay, you got Central Coast, Northern Beaches, Newcastle, and Ballina, a team that's travelled the furthest. They've had a very good tournament, 4-1-1 record.
It's fantastic. You know, it's probably a 10, 11-hour drive for the Bull Sharks. It's great to see them competing finals day.
And I tell you what, that would be the shortest 11-hour drive if they can hold the championship trophy and take it back.
Indeed.
Tomorrow morning.
Absolutely.
So ball turned over there from the Doyleson Dragons. They've had a good tournament in their own right, but there has to be a winner, has to be a team defeated here in the group of 16. Lovely footwork there, and they go. It's time to go for the jugular. Looking for that pass. The dummy, the most dangerous woman with the ball in her hands there, the 11 from Nelson Bay in Manning. And now here comes the last play. And the lovely dummy there has to find a teammate, does. I'd say that might be all she wrote at the moment. Lovely hands there from Manning to get the ball on the inside to a teammate. Nelson Bay leads 9-4. But it was that lead-up play there from Manning that led to that chance, that opportunity.
Yeah, it was. They got down the field. It was last touch, and they've just switched off for a second. They're very happy, the Nelson Bay girls, because they know that try ices the game, moves them into the quarterfinals. So, really well done from the Neptunes.
Two Mannings throwing the ball for tries. Normally over in the States. This time it's here for the Nelson Bay Neptunes. Of course, Vegas weekend coming up next weekend. It would be great to see the touch football stage go over to Vegas in that sort of week build-up. Perhaps we can get the Indigenous and Māori All-Stars integrated into that weekend.
Potentially. They've got the English Super League. They've got the girls playing a game over there now. So it has sort of expanded. So you never know. Peter Volandis, let's get the touch in there as well, mate.
Get Trump on board. I'm sure he would love. He would love to watch a bit of touch footy.
Yeah, I've heard he really likes the touch footy, the Donald.
So time ticking down now here for the Doyleson side. A valiant effort at the moment. They've had really good, promising stretches throughout this contest, but Nelson Bay just kicking away late. It was that all-important first try that really put them in the driver's seat. But, they're not playing. Oh, they're playing to the final whistle that touch just made. So just running out of options, running out of time on the clock at the moment, Doyleson.
Yeah, Nelson Bay have just been too classy. They use the ball, they've rucked the ball well. But you're exactly right, James. They have not stopped trying, Dawson. And so they should be very proud of their efforts. It's not easy to make the finals.
So coming up this right-hand channel, and can they add the frosting on the cake? No, great touch there. Great work there from the right side link, and the penalty will be given there for the touch pass as well. So our next matchup here in this division will be shown at 10:30. It will be the winner of the Mudgee Mudcrabs and the home side, the Dubbo Devils, as we worked out yesterday. They will come up against the Newcastle Knights or the Hornsby Lions in the round of 16. So some tasty matchups. Brought to you by GYG. I got my coffee here this morning. Bit of a no-shame promo. The boys is paying out of me, and I'm like, what do you mean? Guzman Gomez. You can't get any better.
No, they make great coffee as well.
And a lovely dummy, but a lovely touch there from the 22 in Chloe Barrett. To start to show that it's not all about the points that they've scored. It's this defensive effort as well. Only conceded the 2 tries, and in the final, that is very important, especially if they come up against a team like the Northern Beaches or like the Central Coast.
Yeah, some of those heavyweights, absolutely. Defence wins championships. And they've defended very, very well, the Neptunes.
So they'll look to just work out this set and tick the seconds through the hourglass, or potentially looking for one last try and really put their opponents on notice. Lovely reel-in ball back on the inside. It's still going. Right on the siren. And the spot will be pointed to. And that could be an early contender for the GYG try of Championship Sunday.
That was an excellent try. Really good try. Direct running and then really quick hands, sharing the ball around. Fantastic. What a great game.
So 11-4 your final score, and she is definitely one to look out for. Bowie Manning as we go into the Elite 8 of the Girls 18s competition. Coming up next, we have the boys qualifying final in the 18s. It will be Newcastle up against Wallsend, but we will have a bit of a communication between the two J's. It's Jason Stanton and James Preston in a few moments. Then we'll be back here for action for the 2025 Junior State Cup.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially it's the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having you girls follow my sport years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. It's Championship Sunday. We've just had our final round of 16 match wrapped up, so now we are looking ahead to the final stage of the competition. Quarterfinal action up next between Wallsend and Newcastle. Now, this is a bit of a precursor for mine. We expect Newcastle to be thereabouts in the 18 boys. We'll touch on them in just a moment, but let's start with the 14 boys. They get to be showcased in the grand final from 1 p.m. here today on our stadium field. How are you thinking this one's going to play out? Who is set to take the main stage?
The boys 14 is a super interesting division because over the first 2 days, I think there's 4 or 5 teams all undefeated. Dawson undefeated, Manly undefeated, Wallsend. But the team that stood out the most for me was Northern Beaches. I saw them out in the backfields a couple of times yesterday, just going about their stuff. They're running quite advanced sort of strategies in place. So for me, it's going to be probably Northern Beaches will be hard to beat, but Wallsend not too far behind in the boys 14s.
And in the boys 16s division, another one that's a little bit more open than we've perhaps come to expect.
The boys 16s was, I think you put me on the spot yesterday because it was I think it was 20-something teams. And of course, we've got Wagga waiting for the winner next week in the state finals. Look, Manly, I said Manly yesterday. I still think they're going to take some beating in the boys 16, so I'm looking for Manly to be here. Look, Maitland been making a lot of noise, 16s and 18s. I know we'll talk about the 18s soon, but the Maitland club's strong as well. So I'm pretty sure the boys 16s from Maitland are going to be very confident coming in today, but I at the moment I'm still leaning towards Manly in that division.
Well, speaking of Manly, the girls have been very dominant in that 18s division. Can anyone stop them?
It's that Battle of the Peninsula. It's Northern Beaches. Because they're both in separate pools, they both come charging into finals day, undefeated, very big points differential. It might be 30 or 40 tries plus, both teams. So it's very, very hard to pick them. Maybe Northern Beaches I might be leaning to in that one, but really you're sort of splitting hairs because they're both powerhouse clubs, Manly and Northern Beaches, and both that's going to be it's that arch rivalry. I can't wait. That's going to be a cracker.
And finally, Jason Stand in the 18 boys division. This is the one that sets all the tongues wagging, the mouth watering. Once again, Manly right up there. We're also seeing some good challenges, though, from the likes of Maitland, for example.
Yeah, Maitland is strong. I think quite a few people have Maitland as the favourites. If it all goes according to rankings, we're expecting Newcastle to match up against Maitland in the semis, so that'll be a big game. But Newcastle, of course, have got to get over Wallsend first, which is our game coming up. But yeah, Manly strong, Newcastle strong, and Central Coast.
Well, there we go. That's the gauntlet run over the entirety of our competitions. We're about to get underway here with Wallsend and Newcastle.
Yeah, thanks, James and Jason. They'll join us as they sprint up to the box. They'll be fueled up with GYG as well. We get underway. It is the Wallsend Wolves and Newcastle with James Preston and Jason Stanton.
Thank you very much, JR. First taste of quarterfinal action here on Championship Sunday. Wallsend up against Newcastle thanks to GYG. Newcastle here, up towards halfway now. Lovely strike dump, and they'll keep marching forward. Good pace about things as French gets into the action. Short little pass here again. Setting up nicely. Now promoted back towards the middle here. Popping a little pass, so it was building nicely. As we say, a very good morning to Jason Stanton following our GYG pre-championship Sunday show.
Yeah, I like the GYG pre-championship show. It's where I have to pick who I think's going to win and then get embarrassed if they don't. So I don't mind that show. This will be an interesting one here with Newcastle, James, because they certainly had a big day one, but fair to say not at their best day two. So let's see if they can bounce back here on finals day.
Well, this is an interesting one for me because we've barely seen Nate Simpson throughout this tournament. He's starting here and he's got his hands all over the ball at the moment. Here he is again, turned away on this occasion. So far it's all been about Laith Brain, Mitchell French, and a little bit of work as well from Geordie Harris, but now we're seeing Nate Simpson get involved heavily. Here's French now trying to squeeze through. Great desperation though from the Wallsend Wolves. Good touch made in the end there by Tyler Graham. Of course suffered an injury on day one, but looks to be firing fit here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, Graham's had a strong tournament. I actually don't mind this start from Wallsend. I know they're coming up against the juggernauts that are the Newcastle Knights, but a nice confident start. They're not going to be too overawed by the things here. Let's see how long they can match it with the Knights.
So if you are just joining us, this is quarterfinal action here in the 18 boys division. Newcastle, certainly one of the favourites if you just missed the GYG pre-championship Sunday show. Certainly picked to be thereabouts, if not in the grand final. Likely expecting that to be three-way tussle between Manly, Maitland and Newcastle, but maybe the Central Coast Dolphins have something to say about it. Certainly Wallsend had the chance to say something here, or they popped a great pass back on the inside, but unfortunately for Ivan, he was already falling and ends up just shy of the try line, but that's the first golden opportunity for either side here.
And they'll need to take every opportunity they can to try and upset the Knights. So just to frame this for you, we're expecting Maitland to get through their quarter-final. I haven't got that in front of me. It might be Tyree, I think. I'll come back to that.
Brain now for McKenzie. That's beautifully worked. McKenzie's had a massive day too. He continues the form into day three. A lovely little catch and pass, and there's the first try for Newcastle.
Yeah, pretty clinical there, and Wallsend will be a little bit disappointed because they had a good opportunity on their other end that you just mentioned, but weren't able to hold out the Knights. So, yeah, just back to that quarter, it is Maitland playing Tyree behind us. So the winner of this will cross over and play Maitland in the semi-final. And then, of course, they'll, if they can get through the grand final, they've got the Cronulla Sharks waiting for them in down in Sydney. So shout out to the Sharks boys 18s. I'm sure they're tuned in, eyeing off their opponents.
There's a tight finish in the Southern Conference as well between themselves and West, and this one is going to stand. So Saxby floated it wide. It results in a try, and we are locked up here in the quarterfinal, one apiece.
That was a nice one. As I said, a bit of a confidence boost. I think Wallsend have just got to try and stick with Newcastle. That'll be their best chance to cause the boil-over upset. Just got to stick with them this first 5 or 10, take their opportunities, and try and get Newcastle get a bit anxious looking at the scoreboard.
Now Tola wrapping around. Turned away, about a metre shy of the try line. He'll go back to the 7 now. Simpson popping a little pass. Drop down again. Now short ball here, floating a pass out wide for French, who is sitting in that link position. It's an interesting change-up here for Newcastle. As I mentioned, we've barely seen Nate Simpson throughout this tournament, but he is front and centre of the attack here on Championship Sunday.
Yeah, what do you think, JP? Do you think they might have been foxing a little bit? You think they've turned up finals day with a different strategy, maybe?
Well, I'm not sure potentially if it was a case of maybe there was an injury or simply just trying to utilise the work of Brain and McKenzie, for example, but Simpson heavily involved so far. Wallsend again opened them up through the middle. There's promising signs for the Wolves.
This is good. This has been Wallsend's best start to a game we've seen this weekend. They've definitely shown some good signs, but you know, to be fair, they've probably been one level below those other teams you mentioned, like Central Coast and Maitland and Northern Beaches. But here on the big stage, it's 1-1, and for the most part, they're matching it here with the more fancied Knights.
Oh, but unfortunately, they won't get a chance to launch a raid here. They've turned it over very meekly midway through the count. It's now Newcastle start to march upfield. Yet to see Brain really get involved. Mackenzie, of course, has already laid on a try himself. Here is now Laith Brain up into enemy territory. Quick release back to Brain, gets the strike dump as well. Watch out for Mackenzie. Here he goes back to Brain. Very well read, though, in the end from Priestley, who makes a good touch.
Yeah, it was great work there. They call that collapsing or shut down. The player that makes the touch is offside. They'll generally pull to one side or move to one side of the field, and the other three defenders will come in and help. And that's what we saw there. Very good shutdown from the Wallsend Wolves.
Good drive from Brown. Now scoops it up again, finding a little pass, but well dealt with in the end from out wide. It was Joe Thompson who jammed in and made the touch. So Newcastle have the turnover. Up towards halfway they go. Lovely flow about the game so far in the opening 6 minutes. Oh, and there's some strong contact and then clearing back through the ruck. For mine, I'm happy to see that as a mutual infringement because it was a real tangle.
Yeah, they get a bit tangled up sometimes. You'll see that a lot in touch around the play of the ball. It's just happening so quick. Sometimes you'll get a player off balance and a little bit clumsy, if anything. Generally, it's nothing too untoward.
It's now Trevor. Simpson to French again. French dropping it down. Receives it back once more off the right foot. Great footwork from French. Gets through the line and gets a second try. Newcastle, the Knights, they've got the sword out.
Well, you mentioned Mitchell French yesterday, the number 27 for the Knights. He's going to be very important if they're going to go deep in this tournament. The defence can't watch Laith Brain. They can't watch Mackenzie. They can't watch French. You can't watch everyone. Newcastle Knights jam-packed with talent.
Saxby now receives it once more, turns it back on the inside. Oh, they're unlucky there, the Knights. I think he just saw the arm hung out and decided to throw it directly into it. So an extra set to work with. Saxby and first receiver. Dudgeon also there. Lovely short ball at speed now. Trying to work through the line. Priestley, that's heavenly for the Wallsend Wolves. And they level things up. 2 tries apiece.
It was pretty good officiating then too, James, if I can point out. I'm not sure if you'll catch it on the replay, but referee Sanderson, you could see him noticeably pointing at the Midland link and saying, get up, now you've got to hit the line. And they didn't hit the line. Play through try, Wallsend taking full advantage of the offside. And it's 2-2. Who said it was going to be one-way traffic?
So 8 minutes gone here. 17 to go. Evenly poised. Wallsend taking it to the more fancied Newcastle side. Up towards halfway they go. Brown receives a short pass. Good drive here. They'll head back towards the middle. Brown scooping up once more. Takes off. Long pass. Chance here now if they keep heading wide or they've gone against the extra men on the outside. There was a real good opportunity there to test the speed of the Newcastle link and try and find a little final pass at the death.
Yeah, I like it. They're very relaxed, aren't they, Wallsend? They're not intimidated by Newcastle. And this is, even if you're on the Knights side of the ledger, if you're a Knights fan, you want a tough game here. You want the boys to have to roll their sleeves up and earn it.
Oh, French, there's some beautiful work, though. That's the speed and class of the man. Took it to the line. Lovely release. Soft hands, for that matter, right to Skinner in the slot.
It's that man again, isn't it? Mitchell French with a beautiful running line there. Drifted out. Hopefully it comes through on the vision there. He didn't run a straight line. He actually drifted out with the pass. Made it very difficult for the defence. And a beautiful running line there from French again. He's really stepping up. And if he plays like this today for the 3 games, wow, it's going to be hard to beat.
Now Saxby waiting here at the 7. Scoops it up, sends it wide early on. Good chance for Wallsend. Did they get across in time? The Knights, I don't think so. What a ball again from Saxby.
The Knights will not be happy about that. I think it was a bit of a lapse in concentration. There wasn't a lot going on. I don't think anyone was actually beat, but it was a ripping pass. Put it out in front of the winger. A finish in the corner. And I don't know how many warning shots the Knights need to get going, but it's 3-3 here. And the Wolves are definitely right in this one.
Now Harris providing a little short ball here for Brodie White. White up towards that 8 metre mark. Harris back to White. Well marked up from Priestley, but very clever identification there from Harris, who deliberately turned it back to that left-hand side where they were struggling to get back in time, the Wolves end defenders.
Yeah, nice little reverse play. That the referee caught the link not moving forward. We'll come back to that in a sec. Great
Harris.
D there.
Yeah, Harris just trying to squeeze under Priestley, who makes the touch this time with no infraction. Harris. Now White scoops it up again. All very flat pass there for Harris. They'll let that one go. Back to the 7 now, midway through the count. Harris. White once more looking for an option right through the middle.
That's a penalty for the Knights there. So, if I can just quickly explain it, one of the things the referees are doing really well here is that all the defence has to be active. They've got to move up, and where they're catching the defence out that's down for a try. I might have to come back to that in a second. James, a beautiful try. What they're actually doing is they're catching the links out, dropping back a bit early. The whole team needs to go up, not just one player. So the referees are doing a great job at getting the middles and links and saying you all need to move up. And Newcastle are definitely taking advantage of the offside players.
And of course, Stanto, rather crucial here. That first try through to Newcastle, worth 3, and then the subsequent tries worth 2. So 9-6 the score at the moment. Probably makes for worse reading than it actually should here for Wallsend. Now up towards that 7-metre mark again. More pressure coming here on the Wallsend Wolves. Bouncing around to that right-hand side is Micklewayne. Micklewayne then linking up wider still. This time they're going to say he's through yet again. It looks to be Sam Trayvord who goes in. So it was a great start here from Wallsend, but as we hit the halfway point, they're beginning to struggle a touch here against the onslaught of the Knights' attack.
Yeah, well, they've ramped it up now, the Knights. They're sort of in the gear. They've settled into it. They know they've got to play. They've rolled the sleeves up. But how about that running line? I think it was Trayvord. He sort of moved up flat. We spoke about it yesterday, James. You can be deep and come charging onto it, or you can creep up flat and go straight into your dive, and that's what he did then. Superb running line.
Well, Radburn had a good opportunity there. Just turned away in the end. Good pressure from Skinner. They'll play advantage. And now the penalty is called for the Wolves.
Yeah, that's the link not moving up again, so good job from the referees.
Brown just inside the 7. Playing short on this occasion again. Skinner is there to shut things down. Good touch made on Ivan. Ivan back for Brown once more. Turns it here for Ivan. Brown again, working through the middle. Oh, strong touch. That could have easily been picked up. Radburn then takes off. Lovely skill from Radburn. Nice change of pace. French is saying he got him. Referee's right on the spot, and he agrees with French. Brown, back to Ivan. Rolling it down. Once more for Brown. This time sending long. Beautifully covered, though, from the Knights and Cooper Donnelly.
Donnelly, bit of a masterclass there, showing all of our wingers how it's done. He was marking the link, James, and then in the flight of the ball, he left the link, went out and defended his opposite winger. So superb defence there from Donnelly.
Scooped up now here from the Knights. Harris finds a little pass and then trying to just tip it on. It's impacted a Wallsend defender here in the form of Riley Donkovsky, and he's come off a bit worse for wear too. I think maybe they've actually stepped on the toe, it looks like. So as a result, they'll immediately bring Farah onto the field. He'll hop on that left wing. So 11 minutes to go. And Newcastle with the chance, in my opinion, to maybe ice the game early on here. Harris will go for the direct option. Good touch made. A crucial defensive set here for the Wallsend Wolves. White. Harris waiting on the 7. White picks it up again, back to Harris. Here's White, catch and pass. Well read, though, from Farah. Fresh onto the field and makes an important touch. Back to Harris. Once more looking for that strike dump. Haven't quite got it as of yet. White now, scoops it. Harris on the charge, straightening. Beautifully marked up, though, from Ivan.
Pretty good defence there from Wallsend. They can handle most of what Knights are throwing at them. It's just that Knights have been pretty relentless, and they found that extra gear. Wallsend will have to respond. They've still got time. 10 minutes to go. 5 tries to 3. Not out of it by any means.
Good charge here from Dudgeon. Now Saxby floating it along, and unfortunately, the moment he threw that ball, the wind really picked up here at Dubbo, and it caused all sorts of chaos. I thought it was going to be fine to land in the hands of Priestley, but not to be.
Well, that's what made some of those tries we've seen so special, JP. It's high wind, and they're ripping passes. Hard to take for the outside runners too.
Now Mackenzie threatening to go short, then finds it long. Oh, what a ball from Mackenzie. He has it on an absolute string. A beautiful pass, and Thompson collects.
That's not easy to do, James. He's ripped the pass. You were just talking about the wind. To be able to rip a cutout ball like that, spiraling, and keep it flat, like keep it from lifting off. The wind often gets the ball to rise and take off, but he kept that flat. Superb skill there and a great Newcastle try.
So 13-6 now. It was neck and neck for the longest time, but in the past 5 minutes, that margin has blown out significantly from 7-6 to 13-6. 3 straight tries now for the Knights. Wallsend needing something on the board. That was out of acting half. That'll be the turnover. French collects him.
A strong tournament, as we said. Tyler Graham. He's had a great tournament.
Makes a good touch there as well, Graham.
Actually got myself confused. I think Reynolds is the third referee. He's having a good game too. Graham and Reynolds.
Well, praise be to praise where it's due. That's for both Reynolds and Graham, as now Tola also deserves a little bit after that drive. Now White brings it forward about 15 metres away. Harris has been big in this game. So too has Graham. Once again, he's there to stop what could have been a very crucial pass. Slaps it down, but it does mean another set to deal with here for the Wallsend Wolves. White back to Harris on the 7. Harris once more going early. Graham again, though, is there to meet him. You've called him Stanto, and certainly he's stood up in this one.
He's had a great game there, and getting down nice and low, getting back on side. It's hard to do. You're making the touch at the 7. You're running backwards 7 metres, and you've got to get down and save it. All of that happens in about half a second. So shows you how fast and how skillful our athletes are.
And credit to the Wallsend Wolves defence there, forcing the issue. Forward pass off the roll ball as they were trying to get going in the right direction. Now Radburn for the Wolves. Finds Brown. Popping a little pass here for Ivan. Brown scooping up Ivan as a first option. Then finds a lovely pass for Radburn, who burns them on the outside. Great speed to get around Peterson, but what a ball it was through the middle.
It was a beautiful pass. It's easily, I know it's a bit later in this game, but that's probably the best try we've seen here, just in terms of just beautiful, elegant skill. Like, just put the ball out in front, running onto it. It was man on. It was just a case of just a beautiful pass and a beautiful finish. The Wolves showing their classy as well.
Yeah, a lot of work still to do there, of course, for Radburners now. Brain takes off, looking to link up. Thought Brown might have been offside initially, but there was support back through the middle. Nobody called on that occasion, so they'll simply play the ball on the 7. Mackenzie waiting an age here before he takes off. Now out of acting half, there's a chance. Oh, pops a little pass from Mackenzie. That's classy from Micklewayne.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Micklewayne because they're normally playing more of that static, like, that quick release type play. But on that occasion, we've seen a dump scoop. So you're really getting a quick dump down, but you're flying through with a scoop rather than feeding the person that played the ball. And Micklewayne showing a clean pair of heels. We might have to look out for some of those scoops coming into the semi-final from Micklewayne. That looked pretty good.
Now here's Saxby receiving it once again. A little bit of pressure here on that left-hand defensive edge for the Knights, but Saxby caught out of acting half. It should be the turnover there for mine. Maybe there might have been a little slip of the ball, but I thought Saxby was running himself out of that spot. Certainly there's no argument about this one, though. That'll be the turnover. It is interesting, though, Stanto. It's really switched up a fair bit here from Newcastle. It's been so dominant between Mackenzie, Brain and French on days 1 and 2, but now we're seeing Micklewayne, Simpson getting a lot more involved right through the middle.
They're better, and they're actually better. They're much better for it. You'll see as they come rolling in here, more of that team performance. It's hard to know who to watch. That's the thing. If once you see Micklewayne, French. I think you mentioned a few there. There was a new, was it Nate Simpson in the middle? Yeah. Once you start bringing these guys into the game, and then on top of like McKenzie and Brain, like where do you focus on? So this is a much better performance from Newcastle. It's more of a balanced strategy, and they're going to need this, and maybe a little bit more if they're going to overcome the Maitland Redbacks in the upcoming semi-final.
Well, they need 4 tries here in the final 4.5 minute. Wolves and Wolves. I'll turn it back on the inside now. So essentially they need to score from this particular set. They'll scoop it up here. Graham on the last. Pops a nice little pass. And the flick pass comes out as well. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be a bridge too far here for the Wolves.
I think so. They've had a very good tournament. This 18th division is probably the highest standard we've seen in several years. So if I'm the Sharky boys watching down in Sydney, they're going to have their hands full in next weekend because it's really good standard here.
Great pass, catch and pass for that matter. Out it comes for Thompson, a chance to finish. Then back on the inside. They're toying with them here, the Knights. That is beautifully worked. Micklewayne will capitalise. There's an early contender for GYG try of the day.
Another great team try, and Newcastle again showing that they're strong 1 through 14. Yesterday I might have been a bit too focused even myself on McKenzie and Brain, but how about Micklewayne today? How about French? How about Simpson? Newcastle strong right across the park.
Well, even Geordie Harris stepping up significantly in this one too. He's had a very strong tournament, but a lot more ball playing in this particular match.
Very much so. It's really good to see this sort of very balanced attack and defence across the whole team.
Here they go again, Stanto, sorry, down the sideline here. It was a catch and pass, and for a moment there was a chance there for Donnelly to take off and try and burn them on the outside. As now Simpson turns it here for French once more. Back to the middle here with Simpson. They're building again, the Knights, and they look likely every time now. They've got the Wolves and Wolves clutching at straws here. Caught on this occasion, though, is French. Still danger. Micklewayne is sitting here in this left wing. They'll take the touch now. Micklewayne, short here for Simpson. Oh, and then a little passive out the back. It was well disguised, but this time it goes to ground. I was going to ask you, Stanton, you mentioned there the Sharks up against the eventual winners next week. Based on what we're seeing here, let's say it is Newcastle. Who would your early prediction be for Newcastle versus the Sharks?
I'd be going the Knights, because the Sharks pulled off an amazing upset to beat the Magpies last week, and they had a great tournament. And they would need the same sort of like performance where they need to take their opportunities and cause an upset again. I think whoever wins today would be going into the state final as favourite, but I think they'd be very cautious at taking on the Sharks because they pulled off a big upset against the more fancied Magpies last week. So Sharks are the giant killers, but certainly the winner from today, I think, would go into favourites for the state final.
It's about 90 seconds remaining in this one. Newcastle, they were tested early, but went to another level, and they really haven't looked back as now Harris darts around through the middle. Off to White, now picked up by Harris again, out to that right-hand side, but he didn't see Tola wrapping around to the left, and that's where all the numbers were.
See, it's a different look attack there, Harris. You mentioned before, I think you were calling Simpson, McElwain, French were there together, and it looked dangerous. That's without Brain or McKenzie. So this is the thing that there's lots of things Newcastle throw at you, and that's why I'm more impressed with this performance. They didn't quite have this yesterday. I think they got a bit flustered in their game yesterday. And I think now, that was the game against Manly, and I think now they're looking a lot more balanced. And if they can somehow bottle this, it's going to be one hell of a game when they take on Maitland in the semi-final. Well, I might go start stretching up, go watch that game. I'm excited.
Final opportunity now for Newcastle to put something else on the board here. They don't need it, but the way they're flexing their muscle in this match, you wouldn't be surprised if they add an extra one to the board. Oh, McKenzie, a lovely little change there. They'll call them, I think it's for that incorrect roll ball initially.
Yeah, it might have been back at the original one, but it was a shame because we got to see a bit of a glimpse of Skinner. How much speed did Skinner have? He was away. He was off to the races. They weren't going to catch him. So pretty solid performance here. 8 tries to 4. Great tournament from Wall's End, but probably just a little bit outclassed on this occasion.
17-8, the final score here, and of course up next we move to the 16 boys division. This should be another cracker, more quarter-final action. The Northern Beaches up against Newcastle again. Two of the heavyweights, a short break, and then myself and Tom Taylor will take you through all the action.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having you girls follow my sport years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Welcome back here to Dubbo Lady Cutler Reserve for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. 16 boys action here, quarter-final stage of the competition. The Northern Beaches taking on Newcastle. Newcastle will get first use of the ball. James Preston here with you in commentary as Newcastle take off. Short pass provided now for Anderson. Anderson marching forward. Well, there's a real bit of confusion there for both teams. Referee just laying down the law here. They'll go back to the mark now. Don't think that's going to count Has a fresh set though, much to the chagrin of Anderson, as now Newcastle work it forward. Meters on off here for Batye. Batye just popping it back towards the inside here for Cashmore. Cashmore now out of acting half. Takes off out to this left-hand side, turning it back to the right. That pass is misguided though, and that'll be the turnover as we say good morning to Tom Taylor.
Good morning, James. Good to be here, mate. Looks like a lot of action with quarter-final, Northern Beaches, Newcastle.
Yeah, toasty conditions too, so that'll be tough for these teams. Already pushing up towards that 30-degree mark at 10 in the morning. So very, very hot day ahead for Dubbo as now the Northern Beaches get first use of the ball through Kamaroa. Kamaroa again. Now just waiting for an opportunity in the middle. Longster hopping in an acting half. Turns away from Kamaroa. They were offside through the middle. They'll pop a quick pass. Beautifully worked from Longster. Well, he knew he had the beating of them back through the middle, so decided to engage that outside man, and it produces a result.
Not a very technical try, that one. It was just a simple short side quickie, but it was done at speed. And the pass that the link from Northern Beaches caught, he was already running at full speed. So Newcastle just a little bit tight then, managed to dive around the outside.
And of course, importantly, here on Championship Sunday, that first try worth 3 points. And that can often prove to be the difference in these tight tussles. As now pop a little short pass here. On the charge is McLaughlin. McLaughlin threatening to go all the way through. Good touch made. And he was adamant. He got that down there, McLaughlin. Quite literally threw the ball away.
You'll see that a lot of times. Some players will think they score a try and then they just throw the ball back to halfway. I don't know whether they actually think it's a try or they're trying to convince the referees.
I think a little bit of the latter, actually. As now the Northern Beaches stand up well, make the touch. It was a good one there from Oscar Key, but they'll play advantage. Here's another set coming up for the Knights.
The sweeper coming.
Back through the middle once again. Now a nice charge here from McLaughlin once more. Jamming in. Good touch is found, though, from Eves.
I think McLaughlin is sort of the key to this set. Looking up the set for a punish for him now. It's an out ball, though.
Drop down once again here. Now a chance building for Slack. Turns it back here. A little run. Just trying to find an opening there for Jackson. That's a poor pass in the end. That arrives nowhere near Ollie Daniels.
And Newcastle are a well coached, well drilled side, but I think in the round games they really only had Maitland as the team that was going to press quite hard on them and cut their time off while they're attacking, and they actually played Maitland quite early in the weekend. So they've had a few easier games.
Scooped up, and now here they go through a good little run from Carlisle, who is threatening to cause all sorts of issues up through the middle, but good recovery from Newcastle. And Tom, this is one of those divisions that's quite open. There was a lot of teams that were undefeated at the end of the pool stages.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially when you come to 16s and 18 boys, the team list on Sunday can be very different to the team list on Friday, Saturday, due to players returning from other sports as well. So I imagine Northern Beaches would be one of those.
Big dummy coming out there from Harley Parker, but Northern Beaches marked up well, made the touch, and they still have a 3-0 lead. Of course, every try thereafter worth just the 2. So truly in the ascendancy here, and then really tiptoeing down the sideline. That could have been dangerous there for Carlisle.
Did a very good job there not to dump that ball because he had 2 feet on the sideline, so held it in his grip. Safety first.
Smart play there from the Northern Beaches. Last one now, they'll scoop it up. Longster taking off. Can't find an opening though. Well shut down by Harris and then also Mule.
Yeah, good touch there from Jake Mule. It's heavy touch there. Physicality from Northern Beaches.
They're getting up nice and quickly here. It's an assertive defensive line. Nice little cycle of the footy as well. As the wind really picks up here at Dubbo. Catch and pass from Newcastle. If they could get one wider, it was an open passage in the end for Ralston, but they just couldn't get the ball that way. Now they'll bounce off this right foot. Cashmore looking to link up, turned away yet again. I must say, Tom, that wind is really picking up.
Yeah, it just came out of nowhere. The game before it was barely a breeze at all, and now it's definitely a strong breeze.
Well, for the viewers at home, we've lost the pens. They've gone flying off the table. That gives you an indication as to what we're dealing with. It's now the Northern Beaches march it forward. Lynx Up towards about that 10-metre mark. Still an option here is Links. Oh, pops a little pass. A great ball from Nichols. Links was on the spot, but so too were Newcastle, who come up with a clutch touch.
Oh, Charlie Anderson. Excellent dive in desperation there, making that touch. And it was sort of man on. I'm surprised they were able to get through from dummy half there. I think the middle would have liked that effort again. But excellent work there from the link, Charlie Anderson, to shut that down.
So Newcastle, they survived that most recent raid, but they'd love to get something on the board. Very sloppy roll ball there. Let go on this occasion. Touch came in first before that ball hit the ground, so they'll keep moving forward now, Newcastle. Little run here from Daniels. Back on that left-hand side. Now straightening a touch. Up towards the 7. Drops it down on the last. Bouncing around is Nate Jackson. Jackson looking to link up there with McLaughlin. That has been their go-to man so far for Newcastle, but haven't found a result as of yet.
I think Jackson-McLaughlin will be the combination that Newcastle will look to heavily use in this game. Jackson, of course, having experience in the successful men's 20s division for Newcastle that made the grand final last year.
Lovely roll ball here from the Northern Beaches, picking up good meterage now through Newell. Last one here, Newell, ball in two hands, then a very late pass. What a ball from Newell, and they then fire it over the top as well, looking for Correa, but Newcastle just shut it down. That would have been a cracking try otherwise.
Absolutely, nice little around the back pass, but once again, scramble from Newcastle, absolutely outstanding, but it's going to, the thing with scramble, James, is especially on a hot day like today, it's going to sap your energy pretty quick. So they need to sort of get their policies right in defence just to make sure that they're not asserting themselves too much like that.
So Newcastle up towards halfway now. Geez, they've saved a couple of really good raids from the Northern Beaches. That's why they're still in the contest here, but needing something on the board, that's not the way to go about it though.
No, just smartly pulling out of a touch there, the Northern Beaches player, and yeah, penalty for a voluntary roll ball. It's a bit of a one that I'm pretty passionate about that rule, James. In my opinion, they should just have the rule like they do inside the 7 where you're not allowed to pull out. I believe that should be the whole field. If you're there to make a touch, the game is called touch football, not no touch football. You should be able to have to make that touch. And then you have all those no touch penalties that can be controversial about whether or not they did or didn't make the touch. Just eliminates all that.
There we go. That could be the next update to the rules. And then, of course, on that particular occasion, Ben Slack was pinged for a very aggressive charge forward. Charging into a Newcastle defender, and thus the turnover. Now Newcastle nearly got it right on that occasion. Just coming a little bit too late. There was Langworthy. Otherwise, they had the 3-on-2. Now head out to that left-hand side. Played out here from the Northern Beaches, and another set to come.
Yeah, I think the coaching staff from Newcastle have identified that Northern Beaches' defence is a brick wall right in the middle, very fat in the middle, very tight, so they're trying to see if they can work the ball and get around them.
Drop down once again here from Newcastle. Now Battier looking for a little pass back on that left-hand side. Finds the pass, finds the try, and it's Logan Cashmore who cashes in.
It's unlucky there. It looks like Kumaroye has the number 3 for Northern Beaches in the middle there. It looked like he made the touch, so the only thing I can think of is he was called offside, but it looked like for us from this angle that it was a short touch.
Well, Newcastle certainly won't be complaining about it. They reduced the margin here, 3-2. Now there's probably been about 8 minutes of play there. Slight delay on the scoreboard at the ground itself. So I think we've had about 8 minutes of play with 17 to go as Northern Beaches now straight away try to flex the muscle. Good speed from Axel Correa. He was denied moments earlier, but there's nothing Newcastle could do about that one. Pure pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a nice run Cindy play or a middle sweep. And the Newcastle defender, he did everything right. He pulled his corner, and they're not actually that far away from each other, but the slide dive was what got them that try then. It was just a perfect slide, ball along the ground, nice and low, very hard to defend.
So having just got themselves back into the contest here, Newcastle once more behind the 8 ball. The margin out to 3 yet again. Now drop it down. Now looking for an opportunity here through Reese, who then pops a very late pass. Gets the advantage, and there's another set for Newcastle.
So that penalty might have been for the Northern Beaches player making contact before he could catch the ball.
So now it's again here, Reese on this left-hand side. Oh, they're all just hanging off him for a moment there, Northern Beaches, and Reese took full advantage of it. Now back to the middle they go. Mule Turning a pass here for Parker. He was looking to find Mule again, but fortunately held on to it. Otherwise, he definitely would have been called for a touch pass. Mule back for Parker once again. Finds a pass here for the link. Had he hit wing, though, they'd all come jamming in. It's a tough ball to throw, but that was the option. Yeah, option there, obviously to throw to the winger. The winger's unmarked, but those quarterback plays, you're on the back foot when trying to pass, so you're going to have a 10 out of 10 long ball on you to be able to do that. It's probably a ball we could see thrown in the 18 boys, maybe not quite the 16 boys as of yet. Yeah, and look, there's probably only a select few out there that could throw that in the 18. It's just for the simple fact you're on the back foot. Good speed here for the Northern Beaches through the middle. It was Longster who's looked likely without really splitting them so far. Yeah, absolutely, and that was just a good set. It was nice. It was nice flow, a good 4 into 5 strike dump, nice through the hands, but good defence. So that's the sort of touch footy there that we want to see more of this game. It's been a very high quality match so far as well here in the opening half or so. So now they take off again here through Battier, who's been very likely for Newcastle. Once more finding Cashmore. He's got the sole try for the Knights so far. Last one now for Newcastle. Cashmore, Battier, bouncing around on this right-hand side. All of a sudden, plenty of space opening up. Battier, beautifully worked, makes them look silly, finds a pass for Rouston, and that is a rousing try for the Knights. Rouston there, a little sneaky celebration before the put-down. Dangerous territory that, but I think Northern Beaches, I think they had one of their middles called offside, so he dropped back to avoid giving away a penalty, but it just fragmented their defence on the last. And Newcastle took off into that gap. Winger had to close in. He just threw it over the top. So nice eyes up there from Newcastle. Yeah, lovely play from Battier, just bouncing around until the opportunity presented itself. 5-4 the score. This is a tight one. Don't go anywhere. The Northern Beaches now pop it back here for Newell. About 8 metres away. Wrapping around is the extra man Stoyle. Newell takes off. Back to Stoyle from distance. Good touch made in the end there from Nate Jackson. Last one coming up. Well worked play there. The Cindy, what we call two-step. They go back against the grain. Newell with not much doing. Tries for the flick pass, but no eyes on it there from Daniels, and that will be the changeover. So Newcastle out to this right-hand side now, looking to get those fresh players on the field. As we mentioned, it's very, very warm here in Dubbo already, so I think that'll be a consistent option here for both teams, just trying to get those fresh players on. You talk about the temperature right now, and the early morning games, the fields are very dewy, and it's here around this time of day where the dew has just come off the ground and it gets a little bit muggy for about an hour, so it's quite uncomfortable at the moment to be playing touch. Last one now for Newcastle. Nothing really doing. They'll simply send it out to this left-hand side. Easy pickings for the Northern Beaches. Stoyle makes the touch, and there is the turnover. So I think they'd be reasonably happy here, Newcastle. Obviously, the Northern Beaches in front, but based on the early onslaught from the Beaches to still be this close, I reckon they'd be quite happy with things. Yeah, I think both teams should be feeling okay. Newcastle, they're playing very good. They're 2 tries each. I know that Northern Beaches are 1 in front with the scoring system, but I wouldn't panic if I was the Northern Beaches. Like, you look at the amount of close calls they've had, and then the scramble defence in the early part of the game. I think I'd be pretty relaxed if I was in the Northern Beaches coaching box. Now bouncing around here is Eves. Eves eventually caught, but offside is the call. So another fresh set, and that will hurt them too. That was deep in the count. Out to this left-hand side they go through Ben Slack. Popping a little pass now is Lynx. Oh, Slack. He's lost his footing. I was watching Saxby yesterday for the Wallsend Wolves, and I thought he needed a change of boots. There was about 4 or 5 times he hit the deck. Just slipped over. Yeah, nobody really around him. Slack might have the same issue here. I say, though, Saxby was on fire in the match just before this one against the Newcastle City Knights. Yes, they went down, but it was a good fight from the Wallsend Wolves against a very fancied opponent, if you will. So Newcastle now marching forward with Cashmore. On this right-hand side, bit of a slow build-up in this set so far. Just be looking for this strike dump, and they've got to try to launch it right here and now. Cashmore hopping in and acting half. Now they take off on the last. Good footwork, but I think they were just a little bit too relaxed on that occasion, Newcastle. Yeah, they started their sweeper and then pulled out of that dump, and then the sweeper sort of found himself
in behind the middles. So when they decided to work on that sweeper in the end, he was already sort of halfway there and didn't get his full run up. So good defence here from Newcastle. Beaches are in a bit of trouble with their box set. Let's see what they can do.
Midway through the count, they still haven't crossed that halfway line. I'll keep it alive momentarily here, but you're right, Tom. Great defence so far for Newcastle. Now the last one comes out. All of a sudden they get moving in the right direction. Here comes Longster taking off, and geez, again, it's one of those half breaks from Longster.
Yeah, that's like we talk about 50-50 calls there, and where the area on the field is where there's no lines, it's very hard to gauge actually when the play is onside or not. It's really just the referee's interpretation. So some refs would have played on there, even though the touch was made, saying that the play was offside, but here Newcastle were called good.
Well, there's a little error in the roll ball as well for Newcastle. Just trying to pick it up, there was a bobble, and with about 10 minutes to go, this one is on a knife's edge. 2 tries apiece, but with the scoring system, Northern Beaches leading 5-4. Up over halfway they go now. Little dummy coming in there from Kumaroa.
Yeah,
and now Slack marching to the middle.
Most important thing here for this set is just don't panic, Northern Beaches.
Newell drops it down. Last chance here for the Beaches in this set for mine. That's gone forward, and it is picked up.
Once again, right option. Just execution, just a little bit off. But I'd be happy with that. If I was Northern Beaches, I'd look at that and go, okay, we know how to crack Newcastle now. Let's try again. Let's just fix the execution.
Nice straight drive there from Newcastle, though, through Nate Jackson. And then on the back of it, McLaughlin. So those two have been terrific for meter reading in this one for Newcastle. Now bouncing around is Parker. I'll send it out to this left-hand side. Lovely momentum about this set here from the Knights, but they didn't quite get the strike dump right on the last, and as a result, easy picking. So it was almost a case of every play was brilliant up until that final one.
Yeah, they seem to be running that fly play a lot. We spoke about them trying to get around them because they're tight in the midfield. So the fly, they come on the field and it's just through the hands, draw and pass until you get basically an unmarked winger. But Northern Beaches are doing a very good job at recovering and chasing that. So once the fly is sort of not there anymore, Newcastle are sort of struggling to have that plan B. And that's why we see them sort of stop, and it looks like a bit of confusion.
So around about 8 minutes remaining here at Lady Cutler Reserve. Before they march again through Eves. Once more, they'll look for that long floating pass out to the left. Once more, it's significantly forward. And so there's a turnover, but they've shown their hand the last couple of sets. They are desperate to get that ball away.
Yeah, I wonder if the wind is playing a factor there. It is blowing from the camera's left to right, which obviously would blow that ball forward. So I'm not too sure about that one. But again, it's the right option, just execution needs fixing.
Good meters again here, though, from Newcastle, and they keep driving forward. Catch and pass. Chance to build now. Oh, they just had to hit short. That was the option. They had Northern Beaches scrambling.
Yeah, I'd like to see that play when they run on, they try that fly play, and then they just drop it back into the other middle and just phase it. They just go down and just run through them, because Northern Beaches, they're chasing real hard and they're all together. They're all up in a line. Going around them is going to be extremely difficult.
Now good meters here from Reed Stoyle. Through the middle for the Northern Beaches. Dropping down once again. Longster taking off. Big left foot step. Popping a little pass that was very late in the piece. And for Kumaroa, he'd already stopped on the run. So Newcastle again survive. It's been end-to-end, but only the 4 tries in total so far, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. And it's been a while since we've seen a try. It's probably been around 10 minutes since we've seen a try. So, again, we speak about not panicking. Newcastle just keep hanging in there, and Northern Beaches are just, again, if we get points for near misses, the score would be very different.
Longster. A little pass here for Stoyle. Out to this right-hand side. Oh, there's a bobble for the Northern Beaches.
Coach Killer, it's just that trying to sub from the middle of the field. Just not many teams think of it. They don't practice it, so it's just a little bit awkward.
Lovely cycling of the footy there from Newcastle. On to Daniels, who picks up more meterage. Up over halfway now. Another good driving set here from the Knights. Taken forward by Mule. Bouncing around is Parker. Parker then linking up once more for the run of Reese. Parker looking for Reese. Played out there from the Northern Beaches. Late in the count too.
Bit of confusion there for Newcastle. Actually turned out to be in their favour, because they, in the end, they confused Northern Beaches, where everyone sort of seemed to be running in different spots, and probably hard to calculate if you're a Northern Beaches defender.
Mule. Now once again here for Parker.
This is a good penalty. This is a smart penalty.
Well, that's inside the 7th. That's the first one here. Must say, throughout the entire weekend, I haven't actually seen somebody sent from the field for repeated penalties inside the 7. It's been an interesting one. Typically, you see that quite a bit.
I seen it once this morning, but it came out of nowhere. We think they might have miscounted. It was only the second penalty. It didn't really make much difference in the game, but you're right. Is that 3?
That's 2 now.
Okay, that's 2. No, that's 3.
Oh, well, the first one for mine wasn't inside the 7.
Sorry. He's just been forced up.
Yeah, forced up.
Okay.
There we go. So that is indeed 2. Short pass now for Mule. Big left foot step, trying to squeeze through. Jeez, I have to question the option, though. Why not hit straight to that left-hand side when there's a numerical advantage?
Oh, and there's another penalty. Okay.
Genuine confusion
James,
here for Longstaff.
James, what's happened is he was asked to go to the sideline before, and he's just misunderstood the ref signal as a forced sub, and he came to the box. So he's just told the player now to go to the side.
Well, there is an opportunity here again, though, for Newcastle. Mule providing short.
Wow.
And this time they play all the way through, so they take full advantage of it. Asher Harris gets on the board, and for the first time in this quarter-final, Newcastle lead the Northern Beaches 6-5.
And it's an interesting one. It's not sort of the play that I would go to when you're up a player, because obviously the dive is always going to be the easiest try to stop. And you always have to be prepared to be nice and tight wherever the ball is. So when I'm up a player, yes, we can look like we're going for a dive, and we can twist and then we play expansive. Because then, by them being tight somewhere, they're very leaving somewhere else open on the field. Nice little Cindy play again. Good cover by the middle there. Number 1, Logan Cashmore.
Turn back to the 7 now are the Northern Beaches. Popping a little pass once again now. Up through the middle. Last one. Bobble there. Oh, I think they're lucky to get away with that, the Northern Beaches. Yes, there was a foot floating about through the ruck, but for mine, that was knocked forward into the foot in trying to scoop it.
Yeah, I'd like to answer you there, James. I just looked at my watch because obviously the stadium scoreboard can be a bit out. It looks like we have around 2.5 to go.
It's about a 3-minute difference here from what you're seeing on the scoreboard. So if you're looking at the players at the end of the game pointing to it, saying, no, we've got more time, I can assure you they don't. It's all done from central control. So now Newell drops it down on the 7. Little pass again. Oh, threatening there was Casey.
This is where the wind is going to be in favour of Newcastle here, because Northern Beaches might look for that long pass. Oh, no. Not square.
Wow, and that's a simple one too. You talk about your coach killers, Tom. There is one that might just cause a cardiac arrest.
Yeah. And look, a lot of the times that's not on the referees. It's just a lack of sort of paying attention to detail, however you want to say it. Probably because at training we don't have referees to pull that sort of stuff up, and it happens a lot.
They're on the spot here as well. There was a little bobble in that roll ball. I must say, credit to the referees. They've actually let this game flow quite well.
It actually had, yeah, you're right. We've had a number of sets where it's just been great touch footy. Like no tries have been scored, but it's been end-to-end very exciting.
So now right through the middle, up towards halfway. Popping a little pass here for Casey. And then wider still for Key, who got some good meterage. Casey then throwing a pass here for Correa. He's already got himself on the scoreboard. Now Kumaroa through the middle. Again, Kumaroa just bouncing around off that right foot. Drops it down. Last one, Kumaroa off the right foot. Good touch made in the end from Newcastle. It was Nate Jackson, but they get the penalty.
Yeah, I'm not actually understanding what the penalty's for. It looked like all the Newcastle players were standing on the line. He's gone for the dive. Ball slipped out of his hands. I'm just not quite sure about that one.
Oh, and that should be it. We're inside the last minute. He's thrown the ball away as well here, Kumaroa. Now they need to make sure they're capitalising on time. It's a very silly play from Kumaroa.
And he's been forced subbed as well. And I don't understand the throwing the ball away. They're down by 1. I can understand the motivation if you're up by 1, because you don't want the other team with the ball. But if you're down by 1, give him the ball so you can get it back. So this is where we watch out for those no touches. It's like in rugby league, we look at the one-on-one steals. There's a forward pass there. That's just a case of throwing the ball to the wrong player. Newcastle, attention to detail. That's what cannot happen right now. So big set of defence here.
Final chance here for Newcastle. Can they hold on? Oh, Northern Beaches. They've got away with one there. That was bobbling all over the place.
There's seconds left, James.
Final moments. There's the siren. They'll get one last play. Sending it wide. It was there for the Northern Beaches. It falls out of the hands of Key, and that'll do it. 6-5. Newcastle come from behind victory, and it was still in the destiny of the Northern Beaches until the final moments.
I cannot believe this. Like, in my opinion, Northern Beaches, yes, they were the better team in the game, but this is touch football. This is sport. Newcastle just showed up where they need to stop those tries in the first half with that amazing scramble. I don't have much words for that. I can't believe it.
I think you summed it up. This is touch football. This is sport. That was drama. And Newcastle come away with it. 6-5 at full time. They'll progress to the semi-final. And certainly we have started in hot fashion here for Championship Sunday. Up next in our 10:30 slot, we move to the 16 girls quarter-final. It'll be JR and Mitch Walkerton to take you through all the action.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Saving for something special? Well, what if your savings didn't just sit there, but started working for you? Invested in the stock market, where they can potentially grow over time. Imagine that next adventure, a new car, or your first home, all within reach sooner than you think. With Raise Jars, you can create multiple investment accounts, each tailored to a specific goal. So whatever your dream, there's a jar for that. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back to GYG Finals Day here for the 2025 Junior State Cup, live from Lady Cutler here in beautiful Dubbo. Mitch walking alongside me here for the next couple of matchups. We've got a triple treat here on Grand Final Day for GYG.
We do. We've got a really good game here. The Newcastle Knights up against the Mudgee Mud Crabs. Two very, very strong clubs from the Hornets region. I'm expecting a really, really good game here, James.
Now, for the home fans watching, would have been lovely to see Dubbo get there in the Elite 8, but unfortunately going down to the Mudgee side that have been impressive throughout the tournament. But Newcastle looking to be one of the front runners here in this 16 girls division. So will be Newcastle, first use of the football, running from right to left on your screen. Who will move on to the final four here in the 16 girls division? You got an early tip here, Mitch?
I think Newcastle. However, that doesn't mean a lot. My tips aren't always the most reliable, James.
The more you know, the more of a disadvantage it proves sometimes when it comes to the unpredictability and the nature here of touch football. As Newcastle look to go with the early start, they come down this left-hand channel, and I tell you what, if that catch was made there by the Knight of Newcastle, it might have been early points. Of course, 3-2 scoring system in effect, so first try will result in 3 points, 2 points rather from every try there on out. So the first try, all important.
Yes, it is important, and very good positive start from both teams. Newcastle were using the ball, and we've got Mudgee here driving down. They've got their fresh subs on, got a strike dump.
Looking to move the ball here. The Mud Crabs down this left-hand side. The touch, it was made. Brilliant diving effort there from Ngiri Jermaine out there. The touch on Perini on that left-hand wing, and that ends the drive here for Newcastle, having to take it towards this corner box region, trying to get their subs on in what looks to be a very fast track out there.
Absolutely, it's a very fast game. Good use of the ball to keep the ball off the ground there.
So they get up to over halfway. Now playing through the centre. Both teams playing rather direct. That pass popped up over the top. I thought one of the Mudgee players was being quite honest there and putting their hand up, saying that they made a touch on the football, but perhaps a touch on the player. Regardless, it will be ball here with the Mud Crabs. We've seen in the early games this morning an early try from pretty much all the sides at the moment. Still early on in this one, but no score as of yet as Mudgee through there with Tavita. Nice little quick roll ball. Working off the back of that, it is Comencioli. And the touch is made there by Newcastle. So wants to look out here. Comencioli is one of them, definitely, but Tavita as well as Abigail Nash have been paramount for the Mudgee side. These shooters working a bit too hard there. Nice footwork and evasiveness there from Newcastle as they work towards their box side wing and look to go down this channel and really put it on an attacking rate here with the 64 Elatai. She'll play it back, roll it back here for Thomas. Playing off the back there of the 12, and a penalty given there for Evie Ryan. So just not on the mark there, Mud Crabs, and still 0-0. A chance here for Newcastle to take the lead as it comes out here for Porter. Hand has been placed up, not for the first time here from Comencioli.
It's a very good touch.
The referee agrees, she made the touch. Lovely work there for the number 9 of Mudgee. All back in the hands here of Porter, off the left. Coming back on the inside there from Evie Ryan, but this condensed defensive line here of the Mud Crabs, they move side to side, leaving that space out to the right. Opposite there, box side wing. And again, Comencioli defensively there in the middle.
She made some very, very good touches there. Very, very good. So the Mud Crabs, they look a little bit tired. They've done a lot of defence here. So they'll be looking to try and get a clean set to their box and get some substitutions on.
Not a lot of surprises moving from the Sweet 16 into the Elite 8 here. Everyone that should have won their matches, I suppose that you had the even in the 2-3 seeds, Mudgee and Dubbo coming together. As this is a really nice direct drive here from the Mud Crabs up through the middle. The touch made in the end there from, it was Emmy Porter. Had to be made there as Mudgee got a real roll on through that centre.
Mate, they did. That's the second really good strike dump. Tavita did one in the previous set. I'm sure that they will continue with that middle dump and scoop, and they will get a result if they keep persisting with that, James.
So Mudgee third place in their pool, 23 tries scored, but only 8 conceded. So very good defensive team, Mudgee. We've seen in the early portion of the morning, if you can back your defence and keep this game tight, Newcastle, they scored 43 tries throughout their 6 games that they played. So they actually played, well, in this iteration, the 16s, they played an even amount of games, 6, but some teams playing more than others in other divisions. 43 tries are very impressive, and an average of 1 try a game only conceded. Comencioli trying to go through the space and add to that tally. Defensively there of the Knights, and she definitely looks the most likely here for the Mud Crabs, but they turn it over.
Yeah, they do. Again, it was a very nice strike dump there from Tavita. Just wasn't able to get through. Very good defence there from the Knights. Oh, that's over the mark. That's going to be a penalty. So that's their first error here. So let's sort of see what Mudgee throw at them, attacking the line, James.
Funnily enough, in this division, it looks like we might not see a matchup between pools until the grand final. Showing the strength throughout this 16 girls division. We'll try and update you on the semi-finals and into the grand final as well. Of course, we'll have the 14 boys in that place later on in the day. Ball back here for Lola, but ball played over the mark, so Newcastle will find out in this one. And first 5 minutes, no scoring, but it has been end-to-end stuff, Mitch. And straight through the gap, here go Newcastle, looking to wreck the game, wide open to start here. Lovely work there from Newcastle, and it's Gerard Young who gets the scoring underway for the Newcastle City Knights. They go from coast to coast.
What a great individual effort there from Young. She ran hard and straight. There was no one in front of her and ran the better part of 45 metres. Really, really good play there.
And it was going to take a play like that to break this game open. So 3-0 the scoreline. 3 points for that first try. And off the back of that, they had to at least get down that far corner in the right-hand side to complete the set and turn it over. But they've turned it over through the error. So now Newcastle with their tails up with that first try scored, maybe building a bit of confidence into this quarterfinal matchup. Here's Hagan. Hands it off there to Richards. They're working there in the middle, and now the ball out here for Hancock, looking to dummy and go herself. A hand put up there by Ruby George, who makes the touch.
Very good touch there from George.
Now out here for the ball going to the 4 in Moses Kincaid. He puts her hand up, and ball turned over here for Mudgee. So interesting to see how they respond here with these next couple of sets, especially being deep within their own half, and how fresh they are. A lot of defending to do in the early going for both sides, but a couple of back-to-back sets have allowed them to have through those errors, and now they roll through the middle, and she's going to be all important here. Lola, come in, Scioli straight through, but a good touch there defensively. The left-hand link.
Very,
almost
very
squeezing
good touch.
through.
I actually thought she was going to get through there that time. So I'm sure that they will keep persisting with that play, and eventually she will get a result, or they might look to put a different wrinkle on the end of it.
And she looks to be the spearhead as they look to sprinkle in some other weapons in this offensive raid. But here come the Newcastle City Knights, what they've done all tournament. 6-0, undefeated through Pool A. And this is exactly why the diving touch there from Mudgee. Great work. It was Ella Tai who looked to squeeze through that keyhole space. But the Mud Crabs, what they've shown throughout this tournament, it's not necessarily the points they've scored, it's the defence they've been able to repel the attack of their opponents.
Absolutely. Very resilient team who will always keep running and working. It's great signs.
So as long as they keep Newcastle away from their try line, or at least away from the in-goal and away from the scoreboard, here we go, Mudgee on that right-hand side, but they hang on to it, all importantly, but it will be turned over, but pretty decent field position here for the Knights. And that wasn't the last, so they will be given the right call there from the referee, but they will just move it more so to that far side of the ground, making it harder for the Knights to reach their box for the interchanges.
Yeah, they just dribble that into half, get their shooters ready. But this is good from Newcastle, nice and direct down the middle.
A bit sloppy there around the ruck, but called to play on. As it comes out here for the 9 Newcastle and Evie Thomas, who works off the back there of Young, the try scorer here today so far. Nice little quick scoop up there from Fitzhenry. Back on the inside to Fitzhenry. Lovely pass and lead-up work there, and no touch was made. She's putting her hand up, and it looks like Layla Collins extends his lead here for the Knights.
Yeah, really good try there, James. They kept the ball alive. The girl from Mudgee did call touch, but the referee was in a fantastic position, and he said ball's away. So we've got Newcastle out to 2 tries, 5-0 on the scoreboard.
Great work between the middles there.
Excellent exchange of
Fitzhenry and
hands.
Collins.
Yeah, absolutely, mate.
Quick passing. You're all looking for these Harbour Bridge, over the top, special passes, but these short, sharp passes in between the middles, that's what's hardest to defend, I find, playing that direct style as Mudgee looking to do the same, and Comencioli right on the spot, retaliates, and Mudgee, they go and take this deficit to 3.
They really needed that. That was a really nice with Tavita and Comincioli working again. Little quickie and then a little ball inside. Unfortunately, the link wasn't there, and they got on the scoreboard, which they really needed to do, mate.
Well, that's the blueprint for the Mud Crabs at the moment in this quarterfinal matchup. It is Tavita, it is Comincioli. That's how the other 12 defenders and attackers come into the game as well. Sprinkle their experience into this final. Here's Hancock, will play it and retrieve it there off the back of the roll ball, but she had to get it through the legs a bit cleaner than that.
Yeah, she didn't. So we've got a change over.
So now 10 gone. 5-2.
That's a good run there.
Working off the back of that. You'll see all 5 bar the winger come off for a sub. So a completely new set here for the offensive team of the Mud Crabs. And now a vital penalty. So not only do they get the fresh players on, but now a fresh drive here to really go inside the attacking half here of the Knights.
Yeah, that was 5th touch too. So very, very good field position. We've got Comincioli and Tavita on again in the middle. Let's see if they run another quickie play here.
Bit of a 30-second break for them. Comincioli plays back here for Tavita, looking to go there for the line by herself. But good defence here from the middle of the Knights. They're going to have to hold up if she is going to come attacking 1 or 2 more times in this drive.
Absolutely.
Her and Tavita looking for that quarterbacking play. Tavita back on the inside, and Comincioli. It was bellissimo there from Lola.
Yeah, that's rinse and repeat. It's the same players running the same move, how they got their first try. Very, very clever play, engaging both middles, playing eyes up. 5-4, it's game on.
It was never game off here, Mitch. It's been game on since the siren sounded, right up until the siren goes back off. 5 minutes from the top of the hour. Next batch of matchups coming, and it will be war after war here on day 3 of the junior state touch. Good footwork there. The touch made, but didn't make it back the mark there. The 13, Perini. So it's Porter with the ball in hand. And Ryan waiting for that roll ball. Feeds it back here for Porter, looking for the line.
I think she dived underneath her there.
Yeah, just underneath. Great work there from Porter, scuba diving her way underneath there, the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, that was a fantastic dive and try. She just got low and dived underneath the Mudgy girl who wasn't able to make the touch, I beg your pardon.
So winner of this, they'll have it all to do in their next matchup. They'll have to play the winner of Manly and Nelson Bay. Both teams that have been formidable. Manly probably going to be the pick of the litter in that matchup, but don't count out Nelson Bay. Touch there made as Tavita on the last. What can they do? Can they get that right to left cutout? They go the left to right, the opposite way, because it is the opposite side of the substitution box there for the Knights. But there was a bit more space out here to the left. Would have liked to see them chance their arm, but still 12 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time for them to force a couple of errors. Nice touch there as they roll back towards. It wasn't played on the mark, so here comes a chance here for the Mud Crabs.
Yeah, a bit of an error coming out, which won't please Knights coach Craig Harris. And let's see if the Mud Crab girls can get down inside the 7 and run some plays here.
And don't forget, the winner of this Northern Conference will be taking on in the state finals. It will be the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs that in the Southern Conference through Indy Bauer and Tandek. They were very impressive last week in Wagga Wagga. But which one of these teams will get the chance to move on and have that chance to go for the grand final? So ball now here with George, who feeds it here for Perini. Looking off the back of George, nice quick ball looking for that strike jump. There is the left to right cut out pass. Did she get it down in time? No, lovely touch there from Newcastle. It was Fagalo there on Ruby Magro out on the wing, and I thought maybe she might have planted it down with the hand coming just before the ball hit the line.
Gee, that was a good touch there from the winger, and a really, really nice pass from Perini.
Don't want to sound like a broken record here, Mitch, but we've said it time and time again, the wing defence out of all 3 days, all the divisions, it's just been sensational, the wing defence from all teams that we've seen.
Oh, absolutely. You ask any coach who coaches representative touch football, the wingers are almost the most important players that you need to select. They have to make the right reads. They have to get to dummy half and communicate. There's a number of tasks and a lot of pressure on the wingers.
I suppose a lot of the time they're not just defending that last player there in the attacking line, it's defending the space as well,
exactly
and
right.
making those critical decisions.
Yep, the reads that they make, very, very important.
So Comencioli and Tavita, they roll back on here for the Mud Crabs. So important. Back here for Tavita off the pass of Comencioli. And the touch wasn't made.
They're going to get a
penalty. And
penalty.
now the penalty. So the touch would have been made. Advantage played. Second touch. Fresh set, fresh drive here for the Mud Crabs.
Great play there from the referee to play the advantage and then award the penalty. That's exactly how we want our game to be played.
So Lola and Mayana, they'll come back together, looking for another dive in her third, but I feel like they've got to have another feather in the cap here, Mudgee, as much as they've been impactful throughout the first 15 minutes or so of this matchup here for the purple Mud Crabs. They do have to get that ball to the link and out to the wing. Comencioli there with a nice cutout pass, but the applause there for the Knights box. You can sense that touch was made, and it was. Back to the 7 they go. Back for here for Lola. Now Savita rolls it back. They try the right-hand side this time, and they go out here for Nash. And the ball will come the other way.
Bit of an anticlimax there. They just couldn't seem to get the right plays that they wanted to set up there, James. So I'm sure the coaching staff will have a bit of a chat and the girls will communicate a little bit better next time they get down on the line with regards to what they're going to run. Oh, that's a lovely dummy.
So down towards the box and just up over the halfway, so really having to sprint back and retreat. And a crucial error there for Newcastle.
Yeah, it was. I assume the Mudgee Mud Crabs will try and get to their box here because, again, the girls have been on. Look at this flooding defence from the Knights.
Yeah, really sprinting out and putting the pressure here on the Mud Crabs. It's midway through the count, so a couple of touches left, but they really have to get on the attack now if they want to get to that 7-metre line. All important here. Last play. Ball coming out here for Perini. Goes left and now sprints out to the right here for Coley. Good place to turn the ball over, but 3 points the difference. They need 2 tries to get back out in front. It's still 8 minutes to go, so still plenty of time, but each opportunity they don't take is just another ticket they can rip off the counter there, the Newcastle Knights, and another pat on the back.
Absolutely. You do start getting scoreboard pressure.
Here we go. We're starting to see that pressure, though, go the other way. They still have to defend the lead. Newcastle, as good as they've been on the attack, Mudgee, their defence has been quite good.
Absolutely it has. So we need Mudgee to get down to the 7 and run some plays.
And Mudgee, they had the more difficult matchup in terms of the scoreboard, just beating Dubbo in that round of 16 clash, whereas Newcastle, they got a quite easy draw and job done against Hornsby, so they haven't really had the closeness of a match in these finals as of yet, and they pretty much put away all their opponents by a large portion. I don't know about that one. The legs are in the ruck, but the ball, again, has to be played correctly. Comencioli can't make the touch, and here come Newcastle, again, on the attack, coming out of their own end.
Yeah, I'm sure the message from the Knights box is very simple. We need to... No.
Referee got in the way, but he was trying to get back in position to rule the penalty.
I was going to say, the game plan needs to be simple for the Knights. Turn the ball over down in Mudgee's try line and make Mudgee work their way all the way up the field. They're giving Mudgee too many chances here.
Well, we just saw Newcastle against the Northern Beaches late. Newcastle a come from behind win. Perhaps Mudgee can do the same. They're only down by 2 tries. As they work at centre ground. The ball touched there from Newcastle, so right on the mark, Mitch. They really got to calm things down. Almost slow the clock down. There's still time left here for them to get over the line. Ball here with Perini. And off the back, fed there from George, but these crucial errors inside the 7. So Newcastle, they keep handing the ball over centre field, and I guess that's okay because they're able to defend these chances that are coming in, but they're giving them opportunity after opportunity, Mudgee.
Yeah, they are. They really need to make sure that they finish their task and turn the ball over down the other line.
I see here from the crowd that is building and will continue to build all throughout day 3. Penalty now going the way of Newcastle, and this will give them a nice alleviation as they've spent the better part of the last sort of 5 to 10 minutes down this left-hand side, which is their defensive half.
Yeah, they have. I'm sure they'd love a try here to ice the game, James.
100% will put them in the driver's seat as they look to drive towards that in-goal try-line area. Lovely touch there from the Mud Crabs. Space out here to the left, but it is quite a difficult right-to-left pass that they need to throw. They come back towards the inside. Oh, Johnny on the spot. It is Elatai there.
Well done, James. You've called it a big middle dump, dummy, great line, and there was a lot of space out here, and they get themselves that 3-try advantage.
Well, we've got a technical error there with the score card. Hopefully you'll see it on your screen at home from YouTube. It is 9-4 Newcastle. Up over the Mudgee Mud Crabs. So I tell you what, there's still time left on this clock. And Mudgee, they won't go away easy.
No, it was the same middle pairing, and this time it was the sinker pass over the top of the link. That was a great try. They were not going to go down without a fight.
So 9-6, and now comes the phone to check the clock. It'll be 4 minutes to go here. So they will get 2 or 3 opportunities here offensively, Mudgee. They've got to wean out this defensive set.
Must get a stop
attacking
here.
Strike here from the Knights. Wielding and looking to waltz their way to victory here and into the final 4. Comincioli there on the defensive end. Ball out here for Thomas, and great work there, great pressure. But now they've got to go from one end of the field to the other, the purple and whites. Happy to waste the tackle there with Lola and Tavita, who now look to go down this right-hand corridor. Tavita.
That's a better run.
Towards the 10. Now we're here for Coley. Up over that halfway line. Who's going to be the player to split it? And that ball just not coming through cleanly. So Newcastle, although retreating defensively in terms of individuals putting pressure on, that's been the key for them. Yeah. Maybe coming into the semi-finals, they'll need to defend a bit more as a cohesive unit. But the pressure that they've built per player as opposed to per team has been quite impressive.
Yeah, you're spot on. They've created a lot of pressure and turnovers with their flooding, attacking, aggressive defence, James. So,
but you might be able to get away with that, not discounting the attack of Mudgee, but when you come up in the later rounds, you might face up against a Maitland or a Ballina, someone like that, which you might not be able to get away with flooding those 1 or 2 shooters out of the line. If they just connect the pass and open up that space to the wing, it could be good night.
Get in behind them and, all sorts of trouble.
So definitely looking to lock this one away here, Newcastle. If the score is not within doubt at the moment. But it's been a valiant effort from Mudgee. They have played bell to bell here with the Knights, and they can be very proud of their outcome and performance. But a lovely pass there, great touch. Just to end this one there from Emerson Coley. Touch made there on Emmy Porter.
What fantastic touch that was from Coley. That just, demonstrates the commitment.
Last play here. The ball just trailing behind there, so Evie Ryan not finding that pass.
It's just been the errors, the little 1%ers. That's what's really hurt Mudgee's chances in this game.
So it looks like Newcastle will go on to win this one, and as soon as we do find out, it will be the winner of Manly and Nelson Bay. That is who will take on Newcastle. As for your other matchup, it will be Northern Beaches and Maitland. The winner of that one takes on the winner of Ballina and Central Coast. I tell you what, from a team that has travelled the furthest, they've had a pretty good tournament in most age groups and divisions.
Yes, they have. Absolutely. It's fantastic that they've made the long trek, the Bull Sharks, and playing on Sundays, which is what you want to do.
Just going through the motions at the moment, the Knights, but they know they are one more step to glory. A bit of a tangle there, malfunction at the junction, if you will, but the Knights looking to just roll the ball up, ruck it up. A good performance. Richards, roll ball there, tap on the hand. Lovely reel in there. The touch was made, but great hands from Elatai, and she's been another one of these Newcastle Knights that's been very impressive. She's a bit a bit taller, her limbs a bit longer as well, so that she can utilise when it comes into the semi-finals, especially when it comes to those tries into the corner. She does play link, but she might find herself out there from time to time.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks very athletic. Runs with the ball outside with two hands.
And here she is again. Ty, decision to make. She's got to pass it. She had to pass it. The siren will sound. And Evie Thomas is thinking, I might have had a meat pie there and I could have celebrated. Maybe she had something going on there with the parents of like, if I score a try, you owe me lunch. But she won't see that at GYG on the way home. But it is the Knights who get the job done over the Mud Crabs. An impressive performance from them. They defeated the home team Dubbo to get into this Elite 8 state. But it will be Newcastle victorious. They will play the winner of Manly and Nelson Bay. Up next in our GYG Championship Sunday, we have another mouth-watering matchup. It will be the Girls 18s division. And what a contest we look forward to. We will take a quick break. And after that, it will be the Central Coast Dolphins up against the home side, the Dubbo Devils, the 18 girls qualifying final.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it. And I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Welcome back to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference. James Preston alongside the head of commercial here at New South Wales Touch Football, Sam McManus. Sam, very successful tournament. We've got the wonderful support of GYG. Not just delicious, also very stylish as well. Now, what's one of the big beneficial things, I suppose, of GYG, outside of course, them coming on board? It's a wonderful partnership that has been developing for a while now.
It has been, and GYG's very big on getting involved in junior sport. So not only do they activate here with giving away prizes, as the lovely socks you've got, they've also got vouchers that drive people into the store, and they've also got this fabulous branding, which is really exciting. So we've just gone from strength with their partnership, and we're looking to do bigger and better things as we move along.
Of course, GYG being our major sponsor here, not the only sponsor involved though either.
No, that's right. We've got Budgie Smugglers, Gripstar Stocks, Steeden, Inferno. So we've got a plethora of sponsors, and we've got some more coming through as we head to the State of Origin. And we had some more at the Senior State Cup in Port Macquarie as well. So it is with 10,000 people embarking on Dubbo for this event, it's a really advantageous opportunity for partners to get involved, whether that's activating or selling some of their product at these events. So.
Now, speaking of partners getting involved, of course, we've got one eye on State of Origin. That's coming up. But more generally, we're always looking to get great people on board. If somebody is out there watching going, geez, it's a terrific event, how can we get involved? How do they do it?
How do they do it? They get in contact with New South Wales Touch and ask for me, and I would love to set up a meeting and catch up. Look, we've got over 90,000 members. Our social media numbers are huge, and we also broadcast live stream. So there's a lot of benefits that you get out of being involved with touch football, particularly in New South Wales, because the numbers are massive and growing.
Sam, thank you so much for your time. JR, back to you. We've got another terrific match coming up.
Yeah, thanks for that, James. It is the Girls 18s Division qualifying final here between the Central Coast Dolphins and the Dubbo Devils. Home side looking to bring a bit of joy here for the home faithful, joined by Mitch Walker once again, and we're looking forward to in this matchup, mate.
Mate, I can't wait. This will be a really, really good game.
I did say it earlier on, it would be an absolute nightmare for not only myself and the viewers to see these two trying to differentiate between the difference of the Central Coast side and Dubbo. Ball coming out there to the right-hand side.
They do have very similar strips, James.
So I'm just trying to work out now which...
So that's an error from Dubbo. So the Coast will go back on the attack here.
Thank you for that. So if it is any difference there, a bit more of a red strip there from the Central Coast at the bottom of their shorts. And they will go on the attack here through Evie Walkerton. Walkerton the ball there, looking for that dive.
Ooh.
And touch is called.
Very good touch, had to be made.
Don't forget, first try will result in 3 points here for Central Coast if they can, in fact, do it. Walkerton looking for that pass, but the touch was made first.
Yeah, very good defence there from Dubbo. Although the Coast have earned themselves a penalty. One of the Dubbo girls must have been offside there.
So a real chance to go back on the attack. Here through Walkerton, and now it's Sarah Hyland. Off the back of that, Walkerton looks to walk it in to the in goal, and does so. The arms are waved away. The spot is pointed to. First try there for the Central Coast, all important, 3-0.
Yeah, James, very, very good try. A little quickie. They've tried a few of those. Want to be diving at the line in those early touches, so that's well done.
So Dubbo now onto the attack. Would love to see a nice little white strip here from the Central Coast, but it wasn't to be. That's okay. Dubbo, the home side, looking to post points in retaliation there of that effort. All here with Andrew off the back of that scoop there from Zell, and Andrew again looking for the line, and is put up there from the referee. So good defence from the Dolphins.
Yeah, it was a very, very good touch there from Lucy Watson. Dubbo kill the ball in the corner, and they're going to make Central Coast make it all the way over to their box.
Not going to play nice and direct after getting that first try, but shooting up here from the Dubbo defence.
So that's 4.
Here come the fresh troops into the game. It's Lemaistre now here for Addison Webb. The ball back here for Lemaistre. This looks promising here. Ball out here for Hayley Jackson towards the wing. They will turn it over, but a good set there nonetheless there from the Central Coast.
It's also a good win there for Dubbo. They turn the ball over in the corner. They get the ball just before halfway. That's only 2. Need to play a little bit more direct there, the Dubbo girls.
Play it here. Run it up through that centre portion of the field. Nice little catch pass here. Dubbo working nicely here with a pass and comes out to the wing, but it's going to be called forward here. So there is a slight breeze here in Dubbo as well, just causing that ball to go forward out of their hands.
Yeah, it was the fly play, but it was very well read by Hayley Jackson on the wing. Came up and forced the error.
Some really dangerous play through this box side corridor here from the Central Coast. 3 plays, and they've played in about a 10-metre channel there. Is now the last, and there's open space out here to the right. Lovely touch there from Sienna Angus there on Sarah Hyland.
Yeah, very, very good touch. Just chased her player down once as she was onside, made the touch.
So Central Coast, they were second in Pool A, 5-1 record. As for Dubbo, 4-2.
And I think they finished 3rd in their pool. So,
yeah, behind Northern Beaches and Nelson Bay. So the home side, it's still play on. No touch called there, and that one was nice touch from Highland again, being pretty dynamic in defence and forces the penalty.
yeah, you've got to hand the ball back or put it on the mark. You can't sort of throw it away.
This has been the strength of their game. This transition doesn't even go towards that wing, just plays up, eyes up footy, straight through the middle, and it's about 20 to 25 metres on offer.
Yeah, you can hear, Coach Brent Powell in the box next to us. Play direct, play direct.
So Palmer to Powell, and then off the back of that, Booth in at acting half, and hands it back here for Watson. They work towards the strike dump. That pass there, really good, but good goal line defence there for the home side in Dubbo.
Fantastic defence. Really, really good read there. That was Francisco.
Ava Francisco, not to be confused with San Francisco. No. So Dubbo from talking about San Francisco, the western end of the Lady Cutler Field here in Dubbo. Now a lovely right to left pass. It was looking like it was going to be on the mark, but just over the head there of the 35, Annie McNally.
Yeah, it just kept rising. She did it so easy, came around on the sweeper, and the ball just kept rising. That's good pressure. She's been called off by the referee.
Yeah, has to go back and retreat. Lovely reel in there from Palmer. Nice high ball. Would like to see them go a bit more flat. And the defence not really racing up there from Dubbo. But now the ball's been played over the mark, so decision to make there at the ruck area. They've just got it a little bit wrong. The Dolphins, now they work defensively as Dubbo go from east to, or north to south really. Back towards their side of the box and played here by Shea Dickerson. Here for Fitzgerald. An important all throughout the pool stages for them.
What a good touch that was.
And I tell you what, these jerseys are so like each other. I thought that was a runaround play. And then it was a defensive touch there from the Central Coast as they turn defence into attack. Nice white strip there for the Dubbo girls. So that's probably the easier way to differentiate. Instead of looking at the bottom of the pants there, the more red strip of the Central Coast, and the ball going back the way here of the home side. So just the one try conceded. 3 points to nil. Evie Walkerton getting the scoring underway this morning here in the 18 girls qualifying final. Winner of this game will likely play the Northern Beaches, but don't rule out the North Spares. They did have a slow start to day one, but a very impressive day two that has put them in consideration here in the quarterfinals. So now Dubbo off the back of a couple of sets defensively. Ball coming out here for Crystal. Now Zell passed it, just wasn't quite on the money there, but put it down there for the pressure of the Dolphins.
Yeah, it was. And again, look at this, is good rucking.
Oh, here we go. Here goes Chandler straight up through the middle. The pass on the right-hand side. She hits the Jets. I think she's just tripped over there. I couldn't quite see if the touch was made beforehand.
Yeah, it was like she got shot by a sniper from the crowd. Hope she's okay.
Yeah, hopefully not.
Oh, they haven't played the ball. We've seen that a lot this weekend.
A couple of tightly fought contests and 29 points in total that they have scored throughout the regular matchups. Dubbo 23 points, so not too far off the Central Coast defence. Attack rather. Their defence a bit better as well. Central Coast only conceding the 16 points throughout their 6 matchups. Now Fitzgerald, a lovely ball there for Fitzgerald to allow to release Olivia Simcox there, but just didn't have enough pace to get around her opponent. So 8 minutes gone here. Still 3-0 the scoreline, and a real stalemate here, but you just feel like something is going to break this game wide open, whether it extends the lead here for the Central Coast or gets Dubbo back into this one. And again, another mistake there from the Central Coast. Their only loss coming at the hands of Manly at the top of Pool A. Of course, in the other end of the spectrum, Manly and Mudgee doing battle in the winner of that will take on the winner of Nelson Bay and Maitland. So 8 teams that really all 8 of them have a chance, Mitch, in this
they do.
quarter-final to advance.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. And I don't want to sound like a broken record, but the teams that have a higher completion rate, win field position, put themselves in it and provide themselves a better opportunity to go and win the games.
But it's those teams that are built throughout the tournament. Day 1, the fundamentals. Day 2, working on their attacking and defensive structures. And then day 3, fixing, if there is any weaknesses, fixing those weaknesses here on day 3.
Yeah.
We've seen the class on day 1 and day 2 of both these teams. All looks like it has been planted, but no.
Great touch there from Chloe Chandler in the middle. That was a very, very good touch.
So down, she was looking to plant the ball down for another time in this tournament. But again, the Dubbo defence here from the Devils. They are holding their own here against a very impressive Central Coast outfit.
Yeah, absolutely. That was Francisco again making another really important touch.
Seen on day 2, Fitzgerald, she was the spearheads of their attack. So the more time she gets her hands on the ball in that middle area, the better. Now here comes the dummy run here from Chloe Andrew. Chloe Andrew sneaks through. Sneaks through. Lovely play there from Chloe Andrew, the number 7 in Dubbo. Equalised it on tries, down by a point.
Yeah, I'm sure that the Coast will be disappointed with that, but fantastic effort there from Andrew.
Trying to come up with something clever there, sneaking through the closet wasn't really the first thing, so she did quite sneak through. They weren't expecting her to get through, but that one there from the Central Coast, that wasn't sneaking through, that was just a wide open path there for Addison Webb to stroll through.
Yeah, it was quite unusual. I think she was surprised with regards to the lack of defence in front of her. I think the Dubbo girls actually numbered up incorrectly there, James. So
perhaps not seeing that pass that was made out of the acting half region, think that maybe she was the acting half running there.
Potentially. It was just a very easy try, but we always say the person with the ball, play nice and straight and direct, good things can happen.
So Dubbo, just as quickly as they scored to get back into this one, the leaders ballooned back out to a 3-point disadvantage in their regard, and now an error that they cannot have.
No, they can't. That was just a poor roll ball.
So now really looking to kick this game into gear here, the Dolphins. Come down this sideline and make a few nice changes here as Webb working off the back of that. Spindler, who's been quiet in this game. She was pretty impressive on day 1, but I doubt that she'll get involved here. That ball maybe just had to hold on to that. It wasn't the last touch, so the pass didn't need to be made. Now they turn the ball over.
It was good defence, but it was a very classy run there from Ashlyn Highland. The stutter step and created the 3-on-2. Dubbo have earned themselves a penalty here. So
they'll get 7 in the box.
They'll get fresh subs on and see if they can get moving.
Thanks once again to Race Kids and GYG here on Championship Sunday. Both major sponsors, and Grip Stars, Budgie Smugglers, Steeden, Inferno. They're all here, all the major sponsors. So thanks once again, and also the council for showcasing a lovely weekend here at Touch Football here in the beautiful country town of Dubbo. Work here from Dubbo, looking to pepper the line once again. Fitzgerald, a lovely left to right pass. A great wing defence shown there from her opposite number, Spindler.
It was a fantastic ball there from Fitzgerald. She plays in the Hornets representative teams, Phoebe, and very, very good touch player.
Yeah, Carly Banks alluded to that yesterday. Very classy player, Spindler. One of the best in her age group, plays far and beyond her years. You see that as the defensive pressure, not really defending the play, but the space there through the middle. Backpedaling as she does, and now trying to get into the in-goal. Lovely pass there. It was Olivia Booth working off the back of that one. And Central Coast, they kick this lead out once again.
Really well done there from Booth to pick up from half, got into the in-goal, didn't panic, summed up the situation, and found Piper Lloyd, who plants the ball down for a very important try. Great put down.
So 7-2 here. But Dubbo, although, well, they've got their backs to the scoreboard at the moment, so maybe they just want to play the defensive line in front of them, defending in a line at the moment, the Central Coast. So early going, they were happy to shoot out and put that defensive pressure on. Here comes a difficult pass to throw left to right. I thought it might have just got out there in front of her. She wasn't quite able to run onto the footy.
Yeah, that was a tough pass into the wind, and it is quite windy here at Glen, the fields here. That's a great run. Oh, look at this.
Lovely dummy. She's got the support. Will she even need her? I don't think so. Hit the jet, shut the gate, lock the key. You can start to write down the ink here for a semi-final matchup. Lovely work there, the number 2. Olivia Booth, she's got an assist, and now she's got a try on the board as well.
Yeah, she has. We see that on the replay. She just, basically starts running. Not much defence. Running with 2 hands. Looks to pass again. Another dummy. Another dummy. It's like she's got spiders on her. And she goes over to score a great try.
And you see that on the GYG replay as a turnover here. The ball will come back to the Central Coast. It looks like they will come together against the Northern Beaches, who top Pool B, and that is going to be a real test in the semi-final if they do make it through this one here against Dubbo. We'll maintain viewing on this contest. Still plenty of time for Dubbo to get back into this one, but it's classy passing here at the moment from the Central Coast. It was Squires inside to Highland.
I think you might find it might have been Walkerton inside to Highland, but...
I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, nice play. Cindy and then the little trail. Really well constructed. Good try from the girls.
And she's had a pretty strong tournament as well, Mitch.
Yep, she's playing well, as they all are. It's a team game, mate. Everyone's got to do their role. Always got to make sure that I'm objective up here.
Of course, it doesn't matter if you're number 1 or number 14 on the team sheet. It is a team sport.
Absolutely.
The 6 on the field and the 8 on the bench. They're all important, all play their role.
Yeah, crucial. Everyone has to contribute, and we've got another error from Dubbo.
So, Central Coast, in the early going, it did seem quite slow, but we're just trying to work out their opponents, and now you can really see them kick into this high octane. Lovely leg speed there from Powell, and working off the back here of Lucinda Watson. Gets the ball out here for Ashlyn Highland, and it's almost too fast to keep up at the moment. Lovely passing up over the top. Probably had to throw a bit of a flutter pass out there to Spindler, who's found herself on the wing. That pass going forward, that results in the penalty. It was a lovely lead-up work there to Jade Downs.
Mate, it was.
I think that pass had to be a bit flatter there to Spindler.
Yeah, you're spot on. I think that they're getting into their work. They're getting their rucking right, good flow. Kayla Powell just ran a really good latch just there to help the middles create that strike dump. They'll need to continue to improve that and evolve that as the day gets on.
Score 11-2 here, Dubbo, but it's been a pretty good tournament from them, so they can be happy with their pool stage and take away the experience here of the quarterfinal matchup.
Yeah, absolutely.
So ball played back here for Angus as they are trapped inside that right-hand channel, and Beck pedaling. Great work there from Downs to make the work defensively. Still going and trailing through that middle portion of the field. Ball back on the inside, and that's more like it. Lovely work there to Angus, the pass inside there from Dickinson.
Yeah.
They haven't been allowed to play direct, Mitch, because of the possession has swung the way of Central Coast so many times off the back of those errors and those penalties that they've conceded. But they get inside the 7. They look pretty good there on the GYG replay.
Yeah, it's a great dump right on the 7. And then you can see step off the left, eyes up. Link was just a tad late to shut there. That's a great try for Angus. So well done.
So now Central Coast looking to get back on the score sheet once again, and some nice work there from Olivia Booth. Assistant try here in this one, the quarterfinal. Ball out here for Lloyd. Roll back here for LeMaistre. Now back on the inside from Booth, and there was a bit of pressure from the inside. Didn't have the ball, but nothing called of it. It's just called a turnover. So the ball now back here with Dubbo through the hands of Fitzgerald as they come towards the interchange box and bring on some well-needed subs here for the Devils in attack, and
little
just
bubble
slipping there. Yeah,
it's it's tough conditions. They were looking good with their drive. Let's see if they can get a stop here, the Devils.
We saw the Southern Conference last week from Wagga Wagga, and the home side, the Vipers, they took out the girls' 18s. Do you think they'd be sitting back at home, perhaps watching on YouTube, watching this Northern Conference quarterfinal and all throughout the day in their division?
I am confident there'd be a lot of the teams that will be playing the state finals next weekend. Will be watching to see who they might come up against.
The coach's notes have gone from
Absolutely.
maybe 2 to 3 pages to a whole black book of 50 pages.
Indeed.
On notes on each team they may come up against.
Yeah, that's right.
Was that from Tempe next week? A dummy run here from Dubbo. Andrew, it's probably been pick of the litter for mine here in this Dubbo girls side, but they've all played their part and tried really hard. Great to see.
That's a good
Zell.
run. That's a great run.
Yeah, just jogging here up through the middle, back here for
Oh,
Fitzgerald
bad luck.
again. This direct play, I think we'll see it more and more, especially as we move on to the semi-finals and grand finals. It's I know you can't go into it all too often. You can't be one-dimensional, and you have to work to that sort of link and wing play. But that's where most teams are finding their success, is just playing thick and fast up through the middle.
Absolutely, mate. You get the great momentum when you come out of the box to a retreating defence.
You see a few of those cheeky plays. The ball just coming away from the hands there. That quarterback play seems to be a popular one as well, where
Absolutely.
the two middles combine.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the short side, becoming the open side, which is hard for the defence to read.
But again, we've seen multiple teams that have those two strong middles, and you've got to have a full complement of 14 players to go far and deep into this tournament.
Yeah, you do. I think we've got a Shepherd play there, which is unfortunate for Dubbo.
Thought we would have seen one in the early going. That one, an actual Shepherd. Herding them in. Fitzgerald making the touch, and Central Coast once again going on the attack here through Powell. And now it is Sarah Highland. Final 3 minutes, wrapping up action here in the 18 girls division as they look to just finish and polish this one off, and unfortunately just going through the hands, and she's looked really dynamic in the last couple of minutes. Kayla Powell, she has small in stature, but I tell you what, she's got some toe.
Absolutely. Dad's the coach, would be very happy with that play. The splitter play with eyes up and the pass, so just wasn't able to execute, but it was absolutely the right option.
Fitzgerald heading off the park here for Dubbo in their interchange swap over. Lovely dummy here, work from Francisco. Very tall in stretch. This words couldn't come out. San Francisco, Ava. Ball just popping up over the top and not finding a player. So yeah, 14 girls at 11:30. Northern Beaches up against Ballina, and another lovely chance for these two teams to showcase what they've got in the 14 girls division.
Yeah, that'll be a great game. All games on finals day will be great, but that one will be very, very good.
So ball here with Ava once more.
I think we've got a forward pass, James.
Yeah, out of the acting half region. So the score within, no doubt now, it will be the Dolphins moving on, but just a couple of late errors that probably the coach will have his eye on coming into this semi-final. We talk about day 3 and fixing up these mistakes. They've been very good for about 15 to 17 minutes, pretty clinical, but it is this last sort of 5 to 7 minutes where it has been a bit sloppy. They haven't really gone on with things.
No, you're exactly right. There has been too many errors. And, you know, the later you go into the tournament, the better the competition. If you make too many errors, you just don't give yourself an opportunity to win the game.
And you're coming up against the likes of potentially Maitland and Manly, and they're real powerhouse clubs.
Yeah, indeed.
Heading into the later portion of this competition. Manly, for one, a chance to take out multiple. Lovely work there from Fitzgerald. She's had a really strong tournament, Phoebe.
She has. That was a really, really nice little rooster play. A fantastic dive. A little bit lazy defence from the middle. And she deserves a try, so well done. You can sort of see a good dump just outside the 7. Engage the middle defender. Beautiful dive. And that's a try.
And the scoreline here remains 11-6. Coming into that girls 14's matchup. A late surge from Dubbo to see for the home fans here. Have made the 5-minute trip as opposed to the longer trip some of these other teams have had to make. Siren sounds and looking for a last play try, but won't be the case as the Central Coast Dolphins, they go on into the semi-finals, and well, one would think that they're going to take on the Northern Beaches, but North's a pretty impressive day too. Anything can happen. As for the other end of the pools, the other end of the bracket, Manly and Mudgee do battle, and Nelson Bay and Maitland. It still remains anyone's contest here, but Central Coast, they'll be right in the thick of things come into the semi-finals.
Absolutely, they will be, mate.
So now coming up next, we will have some interviews and such throughout the day as well through GYG Championship Sunday, finals day here for the 2025 Junior State Cup. But coming up, it will be the girls 14s division. 11:30, it will be Northern Beaches Renegades taking on the team from Ballina. Can they travel all the way through to the semi-finals? You'll find out after these breaks.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere, and we love.
As a coach, super rewarding having girls follow my sport years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
Another colour clash here for the final day of the Junior State Cup for 2025 Northern Conference. It is the Ballina Bull Sharks up against the team from the Northern Beaches, the Renegades, in the 14 girls division. I'll tell you what, Ballina, they've travelled an awful long way, but they have made it absolutely count. Getting the job done in their round of 16 match up against the Peninsula Pirates, 11-4. As for the Renegades, a comprehensive 21-2 annihilation, really, of the Newcastle City Knights. So the winner of this matchup, they will go on and through into the semi-final here for the 14 girls division. But we are underway. 25 minutes of end-to-end touch football. James Robertson bringing you the coverage here on GYG Lisbon and Gomez Championship Sunday. His first use of the football, and drive ended there. A lovely touch from the Bull Sharks. All the Beaches on their first offensive raid as they are running away from their subs box, looking to back their early endurance. Nice early passing here from Ballina, and the touch made right at the back end of that one. Lovely work from the Bull Sharks. They went 5-1 in a pretty tough pool that faced Maitland and Doyleson. Maitland topping the pool with 50 tries throughout the tournament. All the Beaches on the attack on this right-hand side. Work here from Eva Jones, and that pass made the mark, but a lovely touch there for the 21 in Marley Cooper. Ross out there on the wing for Northern Beaches. Packy, who rolls it back. Now the ball off the the right foot rather. She had a quiet day one, but she's skillful nonetheless. Kendall Kilby gets the scoring underway here for the Northern Beaches. So all important to recall, it is a 3-2 scoring system. So 3-2 scoring system in effect. Beaches, the opening score, they are up 3 points to nothing. Kendall Kilby has been building throughout the tournament. Lovely right to left pass. The Bull Sharks, they're going hunty for that try line. Elaros Dukes, nice quick roll ball out here for McLaughlin. And McLaughlin is caught with the ball, and they will turn it over. The Northern Beaches, believe it or not, leading up into this one throughout the pool stages, scored 46 tries and only conceded the 1 try. Incredible stuff. And of course, conceding 2 in that round of 16 matchup, and the ball coming the other way. The hand has been put up here from the Ballina side. A touch pass ruled there, so they will take possession of the football, get it back here from the Northern Beaches, and looking to play nice, fast and direct through Elaros Dukes. Can she get the dancing shoes on and juke her way through to the line? Ball here for Gambrel. Back here for Dukes, but working overtime here is Fotu Mawala. Now Dukes out to the link. It comes in Franklin, working off the back of that lovely scoop. The dummy there from Dukes, but they were not fooled. Well, the Northern Beaches defence. So up over the 7. Really looking to see how they transition from a defensive set into the attacking half, and the substitutions, they get all the subs on cleanly, but not as fast as they would have liked. Here we go. Here's a dummy and run there again from Kilby. Tried to shimmy and go, but great defensive effort there from Dukes in the middle. Kilby, once again, ball coming out here for Donovan. Is the end of the set, though. Late in the count, they just get caught with it. They'll have to work side to side here to get to the subs box. Ballina, who if you check the scores throughout the tournament, they're probably the underdogs coming up against the Northern Beaches, who are firm favourites not only in this one, but to take out the whole tournament. So they will do well They are a talented side in their own right. Ball here with Sienna Gambrel, and that ball just hitting the hands, I think, there of Werner. And I'll tell you what, a lot of the Ballina faithful in terms of the 18s and 16s boys, they're down here as well watching their beloved Bull Sharks. That would absolutely go loud as they are arms raised. And a touch made on the defensive end there from Kilby, all important. So Donovan and Gambrel looking to orchestrate something to the left-hand side. Here goes Donovan diving for the line. And the cheer here from Ballina, the team furthest from Dubbo in this competition. But you wouldn't know it hearing the cheers here from the Bull Sharks. Tom Taylor and Mitch Walkerton earlier. And their respective teams that they're in amongst. Maitland and the Central Coast, but if it isn't one of those teams, they always like to back the underdog. And I, for one, being a commentator of a few years now, like to do the same. I see even a fair contest, but I'd love to see an underdog come through. And they are up against a very formidable opponent in the Northern Beaches side. Just swimming through, but a lovely touch defensively there. So working it into that box opposite side corner. I'll tell you what, when the team scores 67 points throughout a 7-game tournament, it smells writing on the wall, but they are playing lovely direct touch football here, the Bull Sharks. Here's Rigby. Nice footwork here from Stanfield. She'll pick it up, Stanfield. Back out for Rigby it goes. Now quick roll ball here for Stanfield, looking for Rigby again. Was the ball touched there? No, it wasn't. So a turnover, resulting at the end of their set and working away from their own end. Fotsu Mawala. Here goes Sealer. Ball out there for Raff. I dare say we'll see the number 4 for the Northern Beaches make her way to the field. On there from Lazic. Now Walters, and again playing nice and direct. Good touch there from Ballina. Joined momentarily here by Jason Stanton. It's been a busy day here. Day 3 of the Junior State Cup. Free-flowing touch football, and we're here in the 14s girls division. Ballina putting up a pretty firm fight at the moment against the Northern Beaches.
Hey James, nice to join you, mate. I was actually getting ready for the boys 18s coming up next, and I saw this was a cracking match. So I thought I'd sneakily join into the box so I could see how this one pans out. Two great clubs, Ballina and Northern Beaches. Have you got a tip here? How's the first 10 minutes unfolded?
Look, they've had a pretty dominant tournament, Northern Beaches, but Ballina, they've brought their respective teams in the other age groups with them here to support. So I'm going to back Ballina in this one. They've travelled a far way, and normally it's you want to head home with the trophy, but they're going to have a long way to travel here for the try line. Lovely touch there made by the Northern Beaches in slack. It was Marley Cooper running down that left-hand corridor. They're really coming out here fit and firing here for this one. And a team that they've defended pretty well. And a penalty going the way here of the Northern Beaches as well. 67 total points scored throughout this competition, wow. Northern Beaches. And I tell you what, Ballina, they're putting up a fight defensively, but they're going to have to get points on the board if they're going to beat the 1 seed of Pool A.
Yeah, pretty impressive. I know you wouldn't see it on your TV screens, but we've got portable stands here. There's 3 stands to our right, all full of Bull Shark supporters. You might better hear them coming through the ground mics. They're pumped. They can smell a victory here, the Bull Sharks.
They sure can. They can smell the try. It's coming in the water. And the sigh and the gasp of disbelief as they didn't rule that one in. It was Kelly trying to get her hands to that one. But this is where it's going to be most important. How can they transition? They can't give the ball away to the Bull Sharks. If they get so close inside that 7, inside that red zone, their defensive transition to their box, that's going to be important here today, Jason, if they're to come away winners and move into the semi-final. Lovely inside out ball! And the cheer for the Bull Sharks faithful. They will point to the spot. A lovely dive there, and it was Evie North getting north to south and putting the ball over the line. Are we in Dubbo, Jason? I don't know. I think we're in Ballina now.
We might as well be in Ballina. Look at you can't see the fans. I'm real jealous you can't see them. They're screaming. They're standing up. They all went up in unison, the Bull Sharks crowd. Not one of them had stayed seated for that try. And it's great to see the family, friends and spectators getting behind these young girls, putting on a great show here in the stadium field.
So Northern Beaches opened the scoring that resulted in a 3-0 start. But now back-to-back tries here for Ballina. They've got the lead here. So there's been a few times that they've been under the pump. And here comes the class. But the ball just through the hands there. It was right on the money. Perhaps just a bit low there for Bella Ross. And she couldn't hang on to that one. So now they're working away from their own end. But they are full of running. And we already... whether it was this division or perhaps the boys, there was a bit of an upset there with Ballina, so perhaps a few of the teams not really realising that they've got this potential, but they are completely showing it right through the middle. Lovely touch there from Frankie Werner. It was Jukes who was just sidestepping her way through. Now the ball spilt out there, a turnover, but becoming in a really strong club here, the Bull Sharks.
I like the Bull Sharks. I actually had a chat with one of the legends of our game, Jamie Black. He's one of our Hall of Famers. He's doing some good work up there in Ballina. I think he's with the 16s. This is the 14s, but as we've seen with so many of these clubs, James, that they're really good performance programs all the way through, 10s all the way to 18s.
Good touch there from the Bull Sharks. They keep repelling this offensive raid. And the pen has been circled up, that number 4, Kendall Kilby. She's going to have to be very important, as is the other 6 on the field. And now a turnover here, so defence turns into attack for the Northern Beaches, and Renegades look to go on the attack, orchestrated by the 4 there, Kilby.
Yeah, good chance here for Northern Beaches, and they wouldn't be too overawed with this scoreline. They're only that one try back. They get a try here, they get in front.
All important opening try that they did score. Here goes Kilby off the left. Kilby firstly off the left, and again a chance there for Ross. Hopefully she'll get another opportunity. There's been 2 there, and Kilby is briefly on her left knee. Hopefully she's okay, but that ball perhaps just needs to be a bit higher there.
It's great skill. One of the most difficult things to do is to do a big sidestep or, go into your dive motion and then pause it or follow it up with a long ball, big cutout pass. But she executed it with ease on that occasion.
So we've seen the connection here between Packy and Kilby, and then force out to that left-hand side there for Ross. Will they look for it again, or will they go back to the right-hand side? Packy, quick scoop here from Kilby. Kilby does look for the left-to-right pass on the money, but great defence there for the Bull Sharks in Jukes.
What a dive, left the ground, flying through the air. Swimming pool stuff.
That's it. And now the Gades on the last. Ball out here for Kilby off the left. Goes herself, but great touch. Great touch made there. And Ballina. This defensive line here are the Bull Sharks. I can smell the blood in the water. Here are the Renegades, but a crucial error. And now being on the offensive side of the ball, Kilby comes off. Changes made. And been down this side for quite a while here. Ball back on the end here for Packy. A penalty there for not releasing, not getting up off the line.
Yeah, plenty of possession here, James. It's Bull Sharks going to have to really dig deep here.
I would love a 2-try lead, but they only have the 1. So happy to play the possession game and dominate this end of the field. Looking for the 3rd time is the charm. But that ball, it needed to be higher on the last 2 occasions. That time needed to be a bit flatter there for Ross at the hands of Matthews. Could be a penalty going the way there of the Bull Sharks, but no. Just the warning.
It's a real roller coaster, James. The crowd, they're cheering, they're up and down, highs and lows. They're sort of riding all the emotion in this cracking match with the Northern Beaches.
Just shy of 11 minutes remaining, so just over halfway gone in this contest. but just as much defence as they've had to do. They turn the defence right back onto the attack. And now it's going to be a penalty for not getting back to the line. Maddie Lazic almost looking at the ref in disbelief, saying, are you sure he didn't make it back to the line? And now, after all the defending they've had to do, have a chance here to go on the attack and put some points back on the board. But just as quickly as they had that opportunity, it slips through their fingertips. But now really crucial box set here for the Northern Beaches, who haven't had that chance to get on interchanges. And a great defensive effort, and it's forced the ball loose as well. So those shooters racing up on that right side defence when they've tried to make their subs on, and it's almost, they had to make their subs maybe a play later than that.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic for Northern Beaches. They're a well-drilled outfit. They lost focus on that occasion. Now they're going to have to find some good defence.
Well, here come Ballina once more, getting that ball down, but not before it was a touch made there from Zaza Burke. So ball planted down here now. It's for Dukes. Off the work there of Gambrel. Gambrel looking to scoop it up nice and cleanly. Short pass here for Dukes. Out the back here for Kelly. She's happy to turn it over. Once again, this transition all important here for the Renegades. They'll look to work it up quickly here through Kilby. Watch out, Kilby! Ankle tap, great touch there from the Bull Sharks. It was her opposite number there in Marley Gambrel. Now through this right-hand corridor. Opposite side of the commentary box. Fatu Mawala out there as well. Now looking to string some passes together. And that one, gee, it's again another chance, but it's been touched that time. So Northern Beaches, another opportunity. Had a few chances to grab that ball. I feel like that might be the play that they're looking for to get back into this one. The Northern Beaches, that ball out to Ross. Off the back of that, ball coming out here for Matthews. They look back on the inside. Lovely interchange of passing, but great work on the wing was Thompson. So the Gates, couple of defensive decisions to make there for the Bull Sharks. They come up once again in this tightly fought contest, crying for the penalty, and they will get it there. The pusher was too much. So just need to calm their nerves. It is the later portion of this matchup. They've done so well to get out in front. Lovely catch pass out there on the far side wing for the Bull Sharks. It was Donovan working well there. Now here for Franklin. Franklin looking to take the quick touch. Did fall over, but will be called to play it. Couple of touches left in the set. Look to reset. Here comes the last. Working off the back here of Gambrel. Lovely work there. The dummy on the inside from Donovan. So starting to wrestle this momentum back. A few errors and a few slow sets creeping in here for the Bull Sharks. And those are errors they cannot afford. The Northern Beaches getting these opportunities, but at the moment, we're coming back into a position in the game where it is a tight game, and you feel like any moment now, there's going to be a player, there's going to be a moment, and he's going to turn this game upside down. Whether it is for the Renegades or the Bull Sharks.
I'm not sure how long we've got to go. Is it 7 or 8 to go? I haven't got the game clock here in front of me,
yes,
but it's
just under 7, Jason.
Getting into the championship minutes, aren't we?
We are, and here comes one of the championship players of the tournament, Kilby. Kilby up through acting half. Kilby into open space, has to find a teammate, and again! Oh, can you believe it? You thought that was third time the charm there for Bella Ross. Oh, she's done so well to position herself time and time again. And you hope for her sake that she has another opportunity. But the Bull Sharks, you would think that they're not going to let this chance, this lead slip through their fingertips. They have to respond here with points of their own. Lovely dummy there. Lovely footwork here from the Bull Sharks, and a great defensive touch there from Packy, the 11. They try to work once again here through Stanfield, and Packy on the spot, but the penalty, she didn't make it back. in time. It was a great touch on the last attempt, and a touch too heavy as she races up to try and put the team on her back defensively through the middle with both her and Kilby. They've got to remain moving. They've got to remain dynamic. They make the touch. Off the back of that, Stanfield looking to dive and put the ball down, and the touch made there by Maddie Lazic. It's been important, that left link roll defensively here for the Northern Beaches, not just in this game, but all throughout the tournament as they look to make some quick subs. Ballina. So ball here with Rigby. And now Stanfield, quick scoop. And looking for that right to left through the hands there of the Northern Beaches. This game is on thin ice, Jason.
It's relentless pressure from Ballina. Northern Beaches clinging on for dear life. They can't afford to concede here. Good defence here again from Packy. She's had a great game.
So ball will come back the way of Rigby. And all these points that they scored, you would think they would score some points in this game, but it has been a defensive duel. And the ball planted down by Stanfield. The hand raised. And the touch is made there by the 11. Great defensive work there from Packy. Stanfield looking to get into the in goal once more. But Lazic, this game is getting very, very tight with just less than 5 minutes to go. The Bull Sharks on the attack. The cutout pass. The ball didn't get down. No, it's come away from the hands there of the left side winger. So now, beautiful position for the Northern Beaches to roll towards their box, get some fresh subs on. Who's coming off here? Few defensive interchanges made here by the Bull Sharks as well. There's been that standstill in the middle of the field. Not many fresh legs on the park, but now they get on. And now a pass coming out here from the 9 in Fotsu Mawala and just trailing up over the sideline. So some critical moments here for both sides. Fotsu Mawala racing up, trying to force the error. Almost, in fact, did. Stanfield out there. Kelly here for the Bull Sharks. Great touch. Had to get vertical there. Lily Matthews. The 22, that is Duguid. And again, lovely work there from Matthews. The ball down the sideline, and I think she was touched first. No, they're going to rule the ball was knocked on there from Ballina. So now midfield. They either go side to side to force their subs, or they just play what's in front of them. That might be the option here as they're on the 10. They look to slow it down. Fotsu Mawala. The ball retrieved there, back here for Matthews. Look for a sub to try and get the important pieces of this puzzle back into the side here for the Northern Beaches. Looking for that pass again. Will it be fourth on the job? She gets the ball. Did she get the touch on the attacking player? I thought that might have been the moment there for Bella. But Marley Cooper on the right-hand side. The Sharks, they are loud here in Dubbo. They believe, but they've got to hold out. They've got to hold out against the team that topped the ball in the Northern Beaches, and the defensive touch made in that far side corner for the Bull Sharks. 2.5 to play here in this one.
They're hanging on. It's a David versus Goliath battle here. There's opportunities for both teams. Both have had chances to ice this. It's going down to the wire.
It sure is, Jason. They've just got to remain calm here. Great defensive pressure here from Northern Beaches. This is the last, and they'll turn it over midfield. So great field position. Great field position in terms of where they are in regards to the try line. Not far to travel. Ball here for Kilby. Kilby looking for the dummy. Had a pretty important first half of the game, but now she comes off. Fotsu Mawala and Packy in the centre. Ball roll back. Fotsu Mawala, the ball coming out here for Lazic. Quick roll ball. This is Packy. The ball trailing behind. And a great defensive effort there from Ballina and Evie Donovan. 1 minute screamed out here from the faithful of Ballina. They can taste it. They've just got to get through this set. That roll ball, she fell, but it's called play on. They've just got to hold on to the football. and then defend our one last set before the siren is set to sound. Donovan off the back of that one. Ball will come back here for Dukes. Couple of touches left in the set, and that is the turnover. So they stand up, they are cheering as if they've won already, but they've got one more set to defend here against the Northern Beaches. They only had 3 tries scored against them all tournament, and they've kept them out defensively. The best attacking team here in the 14 girls division, and they have had no answer here for the Ballina side, but the dummy and run, and what a touch! What a touch there from Ballina! It was Stanfield, and now the ball, there's the chance! It's Ross, can you believe it? No! No! It's gone forward, Ross! It was almost in the script that she was going to plant the ball down and win it for the Northern Beaches. But the Ballina Bull Sharks, 11.5-hour bus trip to travel to defeat the Northern Beaches. Can you believe it? Oh, it's not the grand final yet, but you can see how much it means to them, Jace.
They're charging on the field. I can see parents in tears, and who can blame them?
Can you
what
imagine,
a game!
Can you imagine if this is the response where they won a quarter-final matchup, if they make it there to the grand final, oh, what is the response going to be? What a game! And this is the showcase. This is the reason that there was a few games there, okay, we could showcase this game, that game. We saw the 14 girls yesterday, late afternoon. It was a sensational contest. Great effort of skill. But this defensive effort from both sides, Ballina and the Northern Beaches and the team that was just great. Oh, my goodness. We'll have a few games coming up after this. We'll have Jason Stanton grab one of the Ballina Bull Sharks there for an interview. Oh, it's catch your breath sort of stuff. What a game there for the Bull Sharks. They will advance. We'll have Jason Stanton down on ground level. It's Tom Taylor there for the Maitland Redbacks.
Let me know if we're live or not. I can't hear. There's lots of excitement down here. Tom, can you take some of this energy into your game?
I hope so. I'm stoked. We've got Ballina in the grand final, 14 girls versus our girls. Well, I'm a big smile on my face at the moment. But yeah, hopefully we can match this energy against it in our semi.
Now, your team coming into the semi-final, been undefeated. You've been a lot stronger than what I thought. You had a few players out of position, but you've been able to gel them together, and they've been put together a really good performance. What can we expect, all the viewers at home, from the Redbacks here?
Well, hopefully we can just keep the errors to a minimum. Look, this is going to be a brilliant game. We've played Newcastle in the semi the last 2 years. This has been the third time in a row, and it's always been a classic game. We play them a lot in our local competitions, so I expect if we can both teams keep the errors low, then it's going to be a great game of footy.
Yeah, Newcastle's been a bit interesting as well. It's been a bit of hot and cold. You know, at times they've been off balance, and they haven't got into games. Have you got some specific strategy? You don't have to tell us what they are, but have you got some tactics? Do you know the Newcastle team?
Yeah, we do, but we don't like to overthink. Yeah, we've got one or two ideas, but yeah, if you overthink that, it could be actually worse for you in the end. Look, we do the same thing. Well, we have those little moments in our game as well. It just happens to the best of us, and but yeah, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and I know you don't want to think too far ahead, but lots of good teams in 18s boys, isn't it? Like Manly's good, Northern Beaches. If you get through the Sharks next week, it's really good for touch, isn't it? The 18 boys is just so strong, the division.
Yeah, absolutely. We watched the Southern Conference, not together, but all of us watched it, and yeah, it was a great grand final, the boys 18s, and the other game on field one, Manly Beaches, that'll be a cracker as well.
We're really looking forward to it. All the best for the Redbacks, and hopefully see you there in the final.
Thanks, Jason.
Back to you up there, James.
Thank you, Jason Stanton. We'll take a very short break and then all the action here with Maitland and Newcastle happening in just over a minute's time.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Welcome back here to Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference 2025. 18 boys, quarterfinal action here between two of the heavyweights of the competition. The Maitland Redbacks up against the Newcastle City Knights. This is one of those matches that we circled thinking potentially it could be a grand final fixture. We get to enjoy it a little bit earlier in the piece, and it will be Newcastle who get first use of the ball. They'll start things here, marching upfield. So it's semi-final action here with James Preston and Jason Stenner to take you through it. Floating out the back now, Skinner with an early opportunity. Good saving touch from Maitland. Caught there from Crouch. They'll head back towards the middle now, Newcastle. Tola, McKenzie simply sending it wide. They'll kill it away from the box as we say good afternoon to Jason Stanton.
G'day, James. It's a pleasure to be joining you here for this matchup. There's plenty of excitement. Just to cue in all of our fans back at home, we've got Manly and Northern Beaches on the adjacent field in a semi. Northern Beaches have got the first try there. So that's excitement here. And then here we've got Maitland and Newcastle, the two winners to play to see who'll be the champions in 2025.
Well, look, both you and I had penciled Maitland, Newcastle and Manly as a minimum for our top three, and then it was a bit of a test between, say, the Central Coast Dolphins, for example, and Northern Beaches as to who would make up that top four. Great pass provided. Wonderful angle. There was very little room to work with, and they've got it on the spot. There's the first points on the board for Maitland. They could be important. First try worth 3. It's 3-0.
Yeah, first try is worth 3. And great work there from Maitland. It was a really difficult pass. It's quite windy and gusty here. And it was a left to right into the breeze. A superb pass there, and Maitland are out of the blocks with a beautiful pass and try.
So now Newcastle on the charge here. French on this left-hand side. They'll turn it back towards him. Turned away. Back to the 7-metre mark now. French to play it. Just hovering around that left-hand side, trying to work it away from the Maitland box. So 3 points to nil, 1 try to nil. All subsequent tries are worth 2 points, and Maitland have started well here, Stanto.
I think so. I'm really pleased with it. You would have heard in the pre-game there, brought to you by GYG, our pre-game interview with Coach Tom Taylor. They know the Newcastle Knights. They know what they're up against. They know what they need to bring here today, and they've started right on plan.
Now Curry, big dummy, goes all the way through, fools them. Oh, Curry with a bit of spice for the Redbacks. There's the second try. It is 5-0 early on, and the Redbacks, what a start.
I like what I'm seeing from the Redbacks. I tell you what, a quick shout out to the referees. They've been in perfect position for each of the opportunities, which makes it easy. The players, if they're offside, they know. They're getting the right calls on the put-downs. I think it was Reynolds out there on that occasion. We've got Caleb there now. I think the Redbacks and the referees have started well. Newcastle have to join the party.
First real opportunity here for Newcastle. White drops it on the 7. Harris now, Skinner back to Harris. There's the blueprint right through the middle. Beautifully orchestrated from the Knights. And Harris slams it down the margin. Back to 3. It's 5-2.
5-2. That's what we want, the hit back. Newcastle have got to join the party here. They've got to join the dance because Maitland have got class 1 through 14. Newcastle can match it. They just got to settle into the game. We've been saying it for 3 days now. When they're in the game, James, they can't be stopped, but they've got to get themselves into the contest.
Well, they've got a chance to do so now. An easy turnover from the Maitland Redbacks. 5-2. Newcastle behind the 8 ball at the moment. A very flat pass there for McKenzie. That's called to be play on. Up over halfway they go now. Good meters on offer. They'll roll it back quickly. It's Micklewayne. Now Simpson on the charge, building nicely. Here's French. Oh, for mine, Cox was offside initially. There was a saving middle coming through, but I would have been happy to see another set call there for the Knights.
Yeah, when they get a good drive like that, a good roll on, players are struggling to get back on side. So maybe a bit unlucky for the Knights just there.
So Maitland up towards halfway now, over that threshold. Carlson hopping in at acting half, takes off again. Little short pass there for Gordon, who didn't really look at the man coming through. Tips it onto the turf, and there's a turnover. So they've come unstuck in their last 2 sets here, the Maitland Redbacks.
Yeah, but their D's looking good, so they're very active here. That's what they need to do. They're forcing the errors from Newcastle, stopping them getting control of that midfield. That's Maitland's DNA. They've controlled the midfield here. That's what's kept them on top in this clash so far.
Carlson once more picks it up, goes for Gordon, who goes direct. Turned away though. Still a few plays to work with here, the Maitland Redbacks. Around about 5 minutes of play gone here at Dubbo. Carlson picks it up again, looking long, finding it out wide, and then really a rushed pass. Wasn't too much else they could do, but if they had their time over again, they might have looked to hit that link position. Newcastle now rucking it up through the middle. White sends it for Skinner. Now for Tola once again. Drops it down. Short pass here for Harris up towards that halfway mark. Not a bad driving set so far from Newcastle. They've lost their bearings a touch on this play, but they'll keep it alive. Looking to find McKenzie. They do so now. Dropping it down. Strike dump to work with for Brain. Floats it over the top. A very disappointing last play.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame there. I think you caught on to it. Like Newcastle haven't been rewarded with their good drive. A couple close calls there. Maitland could have been called offside. So Newcastle got to stay patient. They've just got to keep driving. Those 50-50s will come. They can get back in with it. But for the moment, I like the way Maitland are controlling this midfield. Good drive, and they're meeting them in defence. That's the important thing.
Nice meterage here from White. Now Cox taking off. Cox with a bit of a dancing footwork there. And so Maitland still in front here at 5 points to 2. So it's been a good start from the Maitland boys. 2 tries to 1 overall. There's a turnover from Newcastle and a chance for more pressure to be applied now from the Redbacks.
Yeah, and this is going right according to script. If you're in the Redbacks camp, bustling the Newcastle drive, stopping them getting up and down the field, limiting opportunities for Brain and McKenzie and French and Micklewayne.
Now played here from Hostler. Picked up eventually. Back it comes now to White. Hostler yet again. Cox. Oh, what a ball from Cox! That is pinpoint. It's the pass of the tournament. It's the GYG try of the day. Cox with an absolute ripper.
It's a ripping pass, and I cannot give it enough accolades or put it into words. It's high wind. It's very hard to rip those balls, to pass them like that. He's kept it low. He's kept it flat. An absolute rocket there from Brandon Cox, I think it was. And a try for the Redbacks.
Oh, and then Harris right up through the middle. That's clever play. A quick release from White. Harris goes straight at the line. And a good hit back here from Newcastle. It might not be as flashy as that one from Maitland, but it counts for all the same.
And I think Maitland will be a little bit disappointed with that one. It was just a bit of a one-on-one error there. A nice little quick release there. I think it might have been Harris, you said. And Maitland really needed to get a bit of support from the adjacent defenders, but not on that occasion. And it's 3 tries to 2 here in the semi-final.
What a cracking contest it is as Lidbury leaves it behind. Now, he's another one of those players that can go to another level. Haven't really seen it so much in this tournament so far. Tola, for mine, definitely playing at that. That should be another set, and it will be. But I think they're actually going to call penalties. So that's the first inside the 7.
Yeah, good call. That's referee Caleb Waltz there. Right across everything.
Crouch Cox again, this time trying to use the footwork. Geez, he's a dangerous player. I was just saying with Lidbury, though, we know he can go to another level. He's had a bit of a quiet tournament, though, as now Cox once more looks to open up a little bit of space. Or had he hit Lidbury, there was a chance for a quick catch and release. But now that's 2 penalties inside the 7, so Newcastle need to be very careful.
Yeah, they'll have to watch it here, of course. The 3rd penalty means there's a player excluded. It'll be a 6-on-5 situation. Referee Sanderson there will be making sure that they move off the line with active defence.
Just ushering them forward there, the referee. Now Cox, attempting a late little pass back on the inside. Now that was played at, but they're going to say first fingertips were from Maitland. It's one of those 50-50 calls.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I think it was Taj Tola got up off the line there nicely. So this is the Achilles heel for this Newcastle team. They've got to drive better. They've got to get their ball players in the game. We've been talking about it all weekend. This dump scoot, this is what they need more of. It's French.
French finding a good pass, and Skinner, that final one, well and truly out in front. Always going forward as the wind picked up here. 7-4 the score with just under 10 minutes gone in this one. Long way to go, but it's been a really good start from both sides, in particular Maitland, but they'll come back for a forward pass off the roll ball. Now, they've been pretty good with their discipline, these little 1%ers, but that's not a good one there from the Redbacks.
Yeah, good call from the referees. I think both Brandon Sanderson there and I think it's Cody Reynolds, they were both all over that one, giving some support to the centre, and that's probably the first major error that Maitland's made. Newcastle will be looking to cash in here.
Oh, Harris again is the man. He came up trumps on his last attempt, diving towards the line, this time turned away. Harris once more losing his footing on this occasion. Easy picking there for Gordon. Harris waiting. White. Now Micklewayne back inside for White. Pops a pass for Harris, who was under immense pressure. They'll get away with it though, Newcastle.
Yeah, you'll see their penalty there. So it's just that there's a lot happening very quickly there. The defence has got to come up, including the links. Then the referees have got to get them back to the line, then bringing them up again. There's a lot going on. You really got to be focused in defence. This is McKenzie. Trouble.
Oh, back inside for Harris. Lovely little flick on. Touch is made though. Well worked through the middle from the Maitland defence. McKenzie. Short pass for Harris. Looking to set up. He'll head out to Micklewayne now. No chance to get back on the inside. Far too fleet-footed, the link defender for Maitland.
Great defence.
McKenzie now with Micklewayne wrapping around. Oh, McKenzie, you can see there he was already in his process of diving, but the ball never arrived.
And this is why Maitland have been so effective, is that they're able to limit, not on this occasion, two goes in a row, but normally they're limiting the amount of time McKenzie and Brain have had with the ball. We haven't seen a lot of them, but that's largely because of Maitland's control of the game. But now they've invited them back in, and right on cue, there's Brain. Right in with getting good ball, 6 touches, see what he can conjure up.
And Simpson alongside him with Skinner and also Micklewayne. So a very dangerous pod at the moment here for Newcastle. Oh, Micklewayne takes full advantage of the slip in defence. Did he squeeze inside? Yes, he certainly did. There was no recovery there. And it's a great result for Newcastle. They are back in this ball game at 7-6.
And that's just back to that possession game. You'll see it there coming through on the GYG replay. A beautiful dump there from Micklewayne. Looked like he was going to straighten up for the dive and then went to the outside. Again, it all happened so quickly. A great put down. And the Knights are back within 1 now. 7-6. Tries worth 2 points, of course. So they're 3 tries each, but Redbacks with the all-important first try.
Now Cox at first receiver, sending it long. Another good one from Cox. Only about 2 or 3 inches too high. Otherwise, it would have been another terrific try assist, but it was above the outstretched arms there of Jet Aspinall. So 7-6 the score. We've had pretty much 12.5 on the dot, so right at that middle point in this match. Newcastle looking to ruck it away from their own end here. Out towards their subs box. Micklewayne with another long pass here. He's had a really good day 3 so far, Micklewayne. Tola, and now White. Good meters here from White. Scooped up from Harris. This is danger signs here for Maitland. Good recovery. In fact, an excellent recovery in the end.
Yeah, very much so. You mentioned the halfway point. Very exciting if you're out here on the grounds. We've got 3 tries all in the other semi-final too. Northern Beaches and Manly. 3 tries all here. Maitland with a 3rd or 4th consecutive error. They're inviting Newcastle back in the game. It's the exact opposite of what Coach Tom Taylor would want here. And Knights gift-wrapped an opportunity, but they've given it up with forward at the ruck, I think.
That's exactly the call, forward pass, so they'll get away with that one here. I'll have to go back onto the spot. Curry waiting at first receiver here. They'll come out to this right-hand side of the field. Short pass provided. Now marching up towards halfway. Little ball on the offering, and then before they go through Kale White. Now Cox taking off yet again. Cox using plenty of speed but going nowhere with it.
Yeah, I'm starting to settle in now, so it's interesting to see. This is that halfway through the game, James, where we start to see a bit of strategy come in. There's no half time. So the coaches have got to give some tips to the players on the run, and about halfway through they'll start to see, maybe try some new tactics for this second bit. Newcastle definitely got to play a bit more dump scoop and get down there. Maitland, a little bit better ball control, I'd say.
That's exactly what you've called for. As now French takes off. I was just going to say French and Brain have been very quiet, but on cue, there is French leading from the front, and for that matter, Newcastle take the lead. Outstanding acceleration from Mitchell French.
And you have to wonder if that's sort of a bit of a call coming from the box, because they definitely were a little bit more static early. But as you said, right on cue, dump scoop, French, what a player. What a player. Right in the in goal, found the open attacker, and the Knights hit the lead.
Inside the final 10 minutes now. It's taken some time, but Newcastle, they've put their noses in front. Carlson off the right foot. Back to the middle for Curry. Plays it quickly. Oh, had he gone back to Curry, it's a try for all money. They'll still get away with it here, though, Maitland. They'll get to ground. It's try time. It's Caden Weller.
And that's a really good steadier for the Redbacks, because for the moment there, Newcastle started to get a bit of the momentum, started to swing back their way. We'll check the GYG replay. It's a second phase dump and a rip-in long ball. A rip-in long ball to the winger. If he throws that a bit higher or floats it, it's no try. It had to be flat, it had to be fast, and it was executed with perfection.
So the lead changes once again here. Maitland up 9-8. Newcastle, though, with a chance to reply, and a penalty inside the 7. I was saying a little earlier today, Stanto, on our stadium field, at least for me, I haven't actually seen a team reduced by a player for 3 penalties inside the 7 throughout this tournament so far, which is a rarity.
I think that goes to the coaching as well, and the players being disciplined, and when they get to that second penalty, they really focus. Here's trouble.
Oh, Harris straight away once more goes down Main Street, and once more comes up trumps. It's a second one in almost identical fashion for Geordie Harris. Once again, Newcastle hit the front.
Knights have got so much skill across the board. If you give them half a chance, they'll make you pay. Whether it's French or Simpson, Skinner, Harris. Geordie Harris, what a finish that was. He just got down so quickly, James. Very hard for the defence, for the outside defender to come and help with the support defence when he gets down that quick. So it's exciting stuff here. Knights have hit the front. I think Manly have hit the front on our adjacent field. Both these semi-finals going down to the wire. I think the fans out here at Dubbo don't know which way to look.
The head is on a swivel as now Cox pops a little pass here for White, who hops in an acting half once again here. Crouch also waiting for it. They'll come wider still now for Hostler. Cox stopping on the run, looking for that strike dump. Doesn't quite get it smoothly, but Cox with a long pass. Or they wanted to pop it back toward the middle. You could see the idea was right, but they just got a little ahead of themselves, Maitland.
I think so. I don't mind that earlier pass, but what you'll notice in the defence there, JP, is that the Newcastle Knights collapse, or they sort of make a decision to come in or go out very quickly. So they put a lot of pressure on the attack, and Maitland, they've got to keep trying to throw a few different things at them. And they've got nice clean ball here, James.
Well, that's uncharacteristic from Laith Brain, who's been very quiet in this match. Now comes up with an error. So far it's really been Harris who's done the bulk of the damage for Newcastle, working through the middle. Now Brain steps up to make the touch. Here's Noah Carlson. Short pass for Gordon. Scooped up. Great scoop from Lidbury. Running at McKenzie, who was never back. Now that's another one of those 50-50 calls.
Yeah, there's been a few like that. I'd like to see maybe if the referees could open it up a little bit more. They have had a great game. It's been the odd time where the scooper hasn't really been rewarded, but it's been the same for both teams, James. They've been consistent. Knights with good ball here.
Now White dropping it down. Harris again, who's been the danger man in this one. Pops a little pass for White. Somehow still alive. Now they'll get the last coming up. Harris will take off, trying to use a bit of speed, but more to the point, just killing it away from the Maitland subs area. So time beginning to run out here. Less than 7 on the clock. The margin at 1. Maitland scored first. That's why they've got that uneven number there. 10-9 though. Newcastle in front. Up towards halfway come the Redbacks. Harris there to make the touch. It's very clunky in this set from Maitland. Now scooped up here from Cox. I thought he was going to take off on that occasion. He'll wait for the last instead. Here goes Cox, floating it to the link again. What a ripper of a pass from Brandon Cox. Cooperthwaite's on the spot. That one might be even better from Cox. That was a tough pass to throw.
You want to grab all those left to rights and you want to bottle them up, because Brandon Cox can pass the ball, let me tell you. A ripping ball to the link. Maitland back out in front again. Manly are kicking away on our next field. It's happening everywhere here in Dubbo. Class right across the park.
Now McKenzie back to the middle for Brain. McKenzie responds. I was just about to say we haven't seen that battle too much as of yet between Cox and McKenzie, but now it's on show.
Yeah, it's a little bit late, but better late than never. Maitland Redbacks have really done a number on Brain and McKenzie. They've kept them quiet for the most part, but just when you're about to say, where's McKenzie and Brain, boom, they inject himself in the game, and we're back. This is a real nail-biter forming here.
Well, for mine, Stando, this is the game of the tournament so far. 12-11, end-to-end action. Short pass here for Curry. Trying to get to ground. French did enough. Inside the final 5 minutes here. Next try could be crucial. Lidbury takes off. Tough one to reel in. They get it eventually through Weideman, but easy pickings for Newcastle, who can now start to march upfield.
So we've got Newcastle in front, I think, is it? 12-11. They've got their noses in front, but Maitland with good ball here and a chance to hit the lead.
Oh, Lidbury, the big step, back to the right-hand side. He celebrates. What a moment for Harry Lidbury. We've been waiting for him to make his mark, and hasn't he done so here? Nothing was really doing. Newcastle scrambling a touch, and then Lidbury decided, you know what? I won't let it sing. I'm going to start with the choir itself.
Absolute superb left foot step there from Lidbury. Wow, he's digging holes down there. Big step. Newcastle turned the ball over, and Lidbury said, thank you very much. There's my left foot, and there's the try.
Speaking of tries, there's one building here for Newcastle. Brain pops a pass. It's too deep, though. Let go here from the Knights. Less than 4 on the clock now. They'll send it wide early here, Maitland. I think one more will do it for the Redbacks. They'll keep driving forward, up towards halfway. Over that point they go. Carlson and Curry into the action for them. They've got a chance to set up a strike dump here on the last. Curry, good dump. Now there's a chance, floating wide. Had to hit Link, though.
It's an absolute nail-biter. It's going down to the wire, and Maitland Redbacks are showing great resolve. Newcastle keep throwing their attack at him, and Maitland are equal to the task, and still hard to pick a winner, but you got to be leaning towards Redbacks because they're playing some good footy.
Now Harris drops it down. Good set here for Newcastle. Harris, catch and pass. Skinner floats over the top. Here's a chance to finish. Maitland, great recovery across the board. Not just from the wide men, but the saving middle's doing exactly that.
It's been scrambled from Maitland. That's why it's been so impressive. Tom Taylor's put together a really cohesive team. They've been able to handle this big attack from Newcastle by controlling the midfield and being gutsy in defence. A great blueprint for how to play touch.
Last one here for Maitland. Cox, with not much doing, will simply kill it away from the Newcastle box. Time running out, though. Less than 2 minutes to go. Newcastle have made an error in the roll ball. I was about to say they might get 1.5 total sets. Now they're only going to get one, but Maitland can finish it right here. If they get a try on the board, they will go through to the grand final. Cox is out there. White just slowing things down a touch. Drops it down. Cox receives it once again. Looking dangerous. Oh, big dummy came out. Harris was there to meet him. Makes the touch. Just
Time's
over
on their
a minute
side.
remaining.
Yeah, they can work the clock now. Time's on their side.
There's the turnover, though, Stantos. The Newcastle will get a right of reply. And as that clock ticks down, if they score here, I don't think Maitland will have enough time to hit back.
No,
Here they
last
go
chance.
now.
Can they steal the victory away from Maitland, who have dominated for the most part? Last roll of the dice. French
goes French through the line. French looking for support. Can't find it. White gets the touch. and he'll save their bacon. All they have to do now, the Maitland Redbacks, is hold on to the ball, and they are off to the grand final against what looks to be Manly.
It's been a historic performance here from the Redbacks. They're so close here to pulling off the victory against this sensational Newcastle team. What a touch from White. Diving, reaching out, could have saved the game for him.
Final moments here for the Redbacks. Carlson drops it down. Gordon, can he put the nail in the coffin? Lidbury trying to get around the outside. Peterson makes the touch. They've got to go quick now, Newcastle. Only a few plays left. Surely they don't head towards the subs box. Just let the ball sing. They'll float it out wide. Running out of real estate. Scooped up, very flat pass. Let go for Peterson. They will get the reinforcements on. They shouldn't have gone for it though. Had to drive forward. There's the siren. That'll do it for the Maitland Redbacks. They are off to the grand final, Stanto.
And very much deserved, let me tell you. They put together a polished performance. They starved the Newcastle Knights of the ball. And it looks like they'll be going through to the final to take on Manly in what will certainly be an absolute epic contest here in the boys' 18s.
What a cracking match, end-to-end stuff, 13-12 the final score. Up next, it's the Northern Beaches taking on the Central Coast. JR and Carly Banks will take you through that one. We'll have a very short break, and then we'll head down to the GYG Media Wall.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially at the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends, and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having girls hold my 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
Are you okay?
If you feel like something isn't okay with a friend
or a teammate, ask the question, are you okay?
The people in your road don't always tell you there's something that's troubling there.
So it's important that you make asking, are you okay, part of your everyday conversation.
You start by saying, how are you travelling? Listen, if they don't want to talk, just let them know that you'll be there for them when they're ready.
Check in. It could be a simple text message or a call just to say, hey, how are you?
Tell James just during the call. Yeah, he knows.
Players, referees ready.
Sound of the siren, and here we go. It is the Central Coast up against the Northern Beaches. It has been antic. It has been frantic. You could not expect anything less from GYG Championship Sunday here, live from Dubbo, and a great defensive touch to start proceedings. No, it's the opening score for the Central Coast side.
Yeah, fantastic piece of play there, JR. A little sweeper play for Ash Highland. She dives between the defenders and gets the Central Coast off to that crucial start and an early lead.
Seen two back-to-back one-point games. It just shows you how tight it is at the pointy end of these competitions when it comes into the final 16 and then into the Elite 8. As the Northern Beaches Renegades look to work it and drive it inside the red zone here. The Central Coast defensively making the mark there. Right-hand link. And they'll have to turn it over.
Nice
driving
direct,
it through the centre.
Yeah, nice direct second drive there from the coast, and penalty there. An unfortunate one. Just got a hand to the ball, and this is a piggyback that the Central Coast will be very happy to receive.
And just momentarily, we will go down to Jason Stenton, who has a very important guest.
Yeah, Jason Stenton here sideline. Thanks to GYG with the number 12 for the Redbacks. Brandon Cox, how does it feel? Through to the final?
It feels good. I suppose we come here every year hoping to make the grand final and win it, but the past years have been unfortunate. I feel like we've had a team to win it, but we go out in a semi or something like that, so it's good to make it this year.
You had an absolute cracking game, some really good long balls. How many of the plays are like set plays and how many are moves ahead of time that you plan?
I suppose we run on with a plan, but I suppose at the end of the day, you don't know what the defence is going to do. So you just got to adjust on the run, I guess, and I think we've done that pretty well in some parts of our game, which was good.
And you were saying Maitland's been a great club for a few years now. Manly's had a great tournament as well. Do you think you can go that last step and become champions this afternoon?
I'd like to hope so, but they're a very strong outfit and they have a lot of good players, so I guess we'll just get out on the paddock and see what we can do.
We had an absolute cracking game. We're looking forward to seeing some of those long balls there in the final. I'll let you go to your recovery, but all the best to Maitland Redbacks, and thanks, Brendan, for joining the sideline.
Thanks for that, Jason and Brandon. And just before we saw that, there was an awesome play in that corner. But the Central Coast, although they're spicy on the corners, it's all solid in the centre as well as they go and extend this lead here against the Northern Beaches.
Yeah, fantastic little dive over there from Lucinda Watson. She did really well, got the strike dump on the 7, and the dive was just too good. And the Central Coast has skipped out to an early lead here.
Yeah, we saw them almost execute to perfection that little wrap play. Now they're going to have to defend if their lives depend on it. Lovely work up through the centre, looking to dive and find their way to the line, and the line's been pointed too. Lovely work there for the Northern Beaches. Get a right of reply. Put this lead back to 3 points.
Yeah, really good consistency there from the referees in the try before. They didn't sort of get on side, and the referee played on, and similar call there for the Northern Beaches. So keeps the Northern Beaches, within striking distance here. So fantastic reply there from the Beaches, and this game's got a lot of touch in it, JR. So looking forward to it.
Lovely work again. Quick touches up through the centre as they move towards the middle and looking for that dive fly play. Great defence there, but we've seen a quick early start here from both sides. Penalty not making it back to 7, so a chance here for the Dolphins.
Yeah, anything on the 7, the Dolphins have been lightning quick early and sort of lethal with their dive over game. And they're offside again on the line, and this is becoming a real problem for the Northern Beaches. JR, that's another try in the same sort of fashion. Anything on the 7, Central Coast have been absolutely clinical in terms of their execution.
And we've spoken about it time and time again throughout the tournament, how essential Evie Walkerton's been in that sort of middle link role. She does sort of switch between the two roles from time to time, but she's been awesome this tournament. Here come the Gates on the attack. A bit shell-shocked to start this one. Of course, the high-quality Dolphins. It's Renegades able to pencil this one in as a great matchup. Of course, the winner of this game moves on to the grand final. The other one that we have behind us, it's actually the Nelson Bay Neptunes and the Manly side that look very impressive, and you'd think that they would move on, but don't count out that Nelson Bay Neptune side either.
Yeah, any side that has Alice Mitchell in it is shouldn't be sneezed at, mate. And you know, she's a player with a lot of ability, and yeah, she can lift that Nelson Bay team. So yeah, I wouldn't be all surprised if that game goes down to the wire.
So the Dolphins look to work it through the centre again. There's a player out on the space. Does she have the legs to get it to that try line? No, but turns it over in great field position for them to work it away from their opposite the box wing, rather. Central Coast, they got a lovely win against the Dubbo Devils, 11-6 there, and the way that the Northern Beaches side got through, it was an 11-10 battle to the death against the North Spares that didn't have the best of day ones, but a great day two, and they could be really happy with how this tournament panned out. The North Spares really good developing for future tournaments, but here come the Northern Beaches working off the back of a lovely subset there, and it will be the last. So, it's not a great place to turn the ball over because they are so close to their subs box. It could only take one touch, and then they've got the fresh 3 or 4 players on to really go for the jugular here in this set.
Yeah, but I really liked what Amelia Smith did then for the Northern Beaches. She's been probably their best player so far in the opening exchanges, and I think she'll feature a bit more prominently as this game unfolds.
Watch out for Kayla Powell as well. Beautiful acceleration through the middle. And I think that ball's just going to be travelled forward, so yeah, it's just travelled forward there. So ball coming back here for the Beaches. At the moment it is 7-2. Clock counting down. About 6.5 minutes gone here live from Dubbo for Day 3 of the Junior State Cup. We are at the pointy end of the competition. This is the Girls 18 semi-final. Coming up after this, another great matchup. It'll be the boys 14s get a chance to dance on to the grand final pitch. It'll be Northern Beaches up against the Wallsend Wolves, but a lovely chance here for Northern Beaches, who get into the in-goal, have to try and evade the defender, but they can't. It was a great touch right at the back end, near the dead ball line there from the 14 of Central Coast, Annabelle Lemaistry.
Yeah, nice little run there from India Wood, almost setting the cat among the pigeons there, doing a good job. And I just feel like, JR, this game's turning a little bit, and the Northern Beaches are getting themselves right back in contention here.
Well, every time you see the Northern Beaches, it doesn't matter if it's boys, girls, or whatever age group, they are definitely a very, very strong club in this portion of the Northern Conference, as we have seen all throughout the tournament. Don't rule out this Central Coast side that has had a red-hot start. There will be a turnover there, but 5-point advantage. So important that they got out to a red-hot start because they know how quickly these Northern Beaches teams can get the points. They were top scoring in their pool in Pool B, 38 points throughout. Did have that tight game there with the North Spares, but Manly definitely a team that you've got to watch out for in the opposite pool. 44 tries that they scored in their pool stage, and the ball just coming away from the hand. So some semi-final nerves. They've played a couple of times out here on this big stage. It's been pretty impressive, but up against this Central Coast team that have played out here today already a couple of times in their final matchup. So they've already played a final out here on the main field. A bit of experience, a few more fans around the stadium field. Now looking for a lovely catch pass. Did the ball come off the defender? No, she's touched the player, so in fact, it would be called a penalty. Touch before the pass was made. Touch pass. Now rolling up through the centre. And this is more like the Northern Beaches we've come to know and love throughout this tournament. Nice and direct play. And now running rather into their subs box and getting these fresh interchanges on. Lovely work there. Good touch in the end from the Dolphins. They forced the error. There was impressive work there from the 4 in Sarah Highland. And now here for Booth. Great work out of acting half in the quarterfinal.
What we're seeing here is that the Central Coast are really doing a good job defensively, and it's just both teams, really need to sort of settle down here and try and get a couple of completions. It's either rocks or diamonds for both of these teams at the moment. So I think if I'm in either coaching box, I'd be looking to get like a set completion, try to get some sort of continuity about what I'm doing, and try and sort of take a bit of control on this game, because at the moment it's still very much anyone's contest and no one's really asserting themselves, in terms of really taking the steps towards wrapping this game.
Again, here comes this nice direct work here for the Northern Beaches, backing up, backpedaling, and then resetting here for this little nice strike dump, getting it into the end zone. I think she planted the ball down, but you have to retrieve the ball before you can actually put the ball down to constitute the try. So I think in maybe another sport it would have been a try, but not the case here in touch football. Great officiating there for the referees.
And this is a smoother transition to the box from Central Coast. They're there on 3, and here comes the latch, and let's see what their back end looks like.
So off the work there of the roll ball of Powell, and now Highland.
And again, another unforced error, and this is what's killing the Central Coast. They've got off to a great start, but the last couple of sets, for mine, it just hasn't been good enough. So they really need to concentrate on the next use of their footy of actually sort of finishing a set.
So first try did get scored by the Central Coast side. That's why you'll see a 5-point lead as opposed to only a 3-2 scoreline. Work here from the Northern Beaches, getting into the in goal, and an important touch made there by Central Coast. Riley Palmer there on the back of Joy Frost. Last play here for the Northern Beaches. If I'm them, I'm just trying to sing the ball there to the right-hand side. Look to dummy and run and go herself there. Jasmine James wasn't to be.
Yeah, she probably looked at a little late switch there. The Central Coast defence were very man-on that 5th touch play, so it might be something that the coaches can put in their back pocket for later on in the game.
Now here for Lloyd as she strolls off the field and trying to get those all-important players back on the park. You don't want to have 7 on. That will constitute in a penalty and turnover of possession, but this is nice and lovely here. Walking it through Evie Walkerton, and now she's got the ball off the back of that once more. Sarah Highland and Walkerton, they are a power-pack punch at the moment. That pass from Walkerton, I don't think Highland was fully expecting it, the combination there between Sarah and Evie.
Yeah, probably a bit of justice there for the Northern Beaches, because the play before 4th touch, that pass was definitely forward at the ruck. So a little bit of justice there, I think, for the Northern Beaches.
So now they work towards their interchange box, and it has been thick and fast. We saw early scoring. Has been a bit of a dead rubber in this middle portion of the matchup. Let's see how the game gets broken wide open. I don't think she had to pass that one. I think the dummy might have been the option. Be a bit selfish. She had the open line.
Amelia Smith, you've got a clean pair of heels. Please run.
And now the step there from McSweeney, but can't get around the defender. So it is this defence that we speak about that is all important, that wins you the big matchups. We've seen it for the Northern Beaches throughout the pool stage, but at the moment is the Central Coast Dolphins holding their own head here in this one against the Beaches side, the Renegades. Well, they did top their pool, but at the moment doing it tough here against the Dolphins.
I think when the Central Coast have looked good is when they've picked up from half and they've stepped back into the space. Northern Beaches are their equal athletically, so they're not going to foot race them and beat them. What they're going to beat them on is their strategy in terms of their, getting to the line and their dive overs, which they've done really well, and also their ball playing. So I wonder if Central Coast will get back to that, in a little while. The referee's played on.
Yeah, played on, and they made that defensive switch as well on that right-hand side wing, Central Coast. So interesting to see where they go here on their last couple of plays. The referee slipping over, and the ball turned over here, back here with the Dolphins. I want to thank once again, while we've got the opportunity to, Raise Kids, one of the major sponsors, GYG, Grip Stars, Budgie Smugglers. They're all here. They're all in unison and helping put on a fantastic little tournament, and also the Dubbo Canteen. I don't think they have given enough credit. They did a fantastic back and egg roll with a bit of onion there, a bit of barbecue sauce. So I know they're working as hard as anyone out here, as we all are, players, officials, and everyone alike. It's been a great 3 days. I can't believe it's almost over, Carly.
No, it's been an epic 3 days, and what a fantastic tournament that, you know, the Dubbo community have turned on for us again. It's fantastic. Whether you're on the stadium field or out on field 14, the fields are immaculate. The hospitality from everyone in the town of Dubbo has been fantastic, and it's definitely one of the great tournaments on the calendar, and Dubbo do a great job hosting.
So late in the count, looking to make it count, and good defensive effort there from Olivia Booth once again. She has done all throughout the tournament. Lillicrop looking to find the ball once again off the roll ball, and it's just gone through her hands. So we've not seen this much. A bit of resilience has to be shown here from the errors that they've made to see what they are made of for this 5-point difference that they have against the Central Coast side, who there's been a couple of times that we've seen them come from behind, but now the Northern Beaches, they have to do the same.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Like, Central Coast haven't put them away, but the Northern Beaches, like, the door's ajar and they're just not running through it. So they really have to pick it up and try and sort of force the issue in the next couple of sets, I think, just to get back on level terms. And then I think it's anybody's game.
Again, good work there from Walkerton through the centre, but just couldn't find that last pass. So here we go. Could be an opportunity here for the Renegades, but they have to take the opportunity there to sub because they have been so fatigued. A lot of defence that they've had to do, but this is looking a bit more promising. Here comes that more direct play that we know here from McSweeney, and McSweeney trying to squeeze through that gap. Lovely touch there from Squires. Now McSweeney off the back of the roll ball there, but just shooting up their last touch options here defensively. Central Coast really important. The link's really racing up.
Yeah, the Northern Beaches, like, they're a running team. They're a very athletic team, so their goal is to, you know, get a clean strike dump and run out of acting half and stuff. They're not a renowned passing team, and that's probably sort of, if you're going to go any further in this comp, you've got to try and have this all-round game. And the Central Coast have got a little bit of running, a bit of passing variety. You know, it's sort of evenly poised, but the Beaches have really got to find, you know, something in this back-end set, and this will help them no end. They're going to be penalised. Might have been something for back chat there. And, let's see if the Northern Beaches can capitalise on this opportunity.
Yeah, we've seen a few chippy individuals throughout the 3 days. At the end of the day, whatever the ref calls, whether you believe it's right or not, it's right. So just play on with it.
Fly.
But penalty. Nice fly play. Nice passing coming out to the wing. She has to pin the ears back. Oh, great defensive wing play there from the Central Coast. Downs getting down and dirty, making the touch there at the lower leg portion of the Northern Beaches Renegades player, and now they go for the little wrap play, and they had the space, they had the line beckoning. They just couldn't put it down.
Unlucky there for Brooke Lawson. She puts her hands on her hips, and she's a little disappointed in that one, but it was the right play. They came off the back of a fly, then they moved it all the way out. A short little roast to play, and unlucky not to pay dirt, but it's something that I'm sure the Northern Beaches will persist in with as this game goes on. So they're not out of it at all, JR. They just really have to keep working and finishing their sets, and obviously taking their opportunities when they arise.
We see this last play of the set here. The pass, it was called clean, but couldn't reel that one in. The Central Coast there with Squires. Probably the most impressive thing has been their transition, as we see a penalty here going the way of the Renegades. It's been their transition from their defensive 7 in towards their box, but probably give that down to the place in the field where the Renegades have actually handed over the ball, sort of centre of ground, so less space to travel towards that box side, allowing them to bring on the fresh legs quicker than, say, Central Coast planting that ball in the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. As Northern Beaches off this set, the penalty, that definitely helped them. That definitely worked. But I think the touch was made there. They converged on her, made the touch late in the count. And it'll actually be a penalty there for a touch pass as well. So Central Coast, this wing defence, all important. Spoke to Mitch Walker about how he spoke to the coach earlier in this wing defence, all important here, especially, well, in touch football normally, but they put their wing defence here as paramount defenders. Now looking to go to the right-hand side. It was touched there. They put their hand up and said, yeah, I do touch it, but here comes another set of defence here for the Renegades.
This is the critical set of 6 here in the game. If Central Coast can jag one here, then I think they're going to ice the game. So this is very critical for the Northern Beaches to get out as far as they can to try and, repel these dive overs, because this is exactly the style that Central Coast plays. So if I'm in that Beaches box, then I'd be getting my players to get out past the 8 if they could, to try and take the dive over option out, because the Central Coast are lethal on that 7 metres.
So Highland now for Ashland Highland. The Highlands combined and they get over. Lovely work from Sarah and Ashland coming together. And this has been the evolution. Through the pool stages, they maybe relied on 2 or 3 players, but it's coming to the Highlands, and you're seeing Booth in the last game, Walker. Spindler was great on day 1. She's been good here on day 3, but it has been a full team performance on both ends of the ball that's getting it done.
Well, I think what it is, JR, more than anything, is that they're playing smart strategy. Like, almost all of their tries have come from on the 7 metre dive over plays. And, I think the Beaches will look back on this and feel fairly disappointed with their defence, because their middles are not getting out past the 8, and they're putting themselves as a target on their back every single time. And the Central Coast are smart enough to just exploit them time and again. So, strategically wise, Central Coast have outthought this Northern Beaches outfit. And that's probably been the key to the victory.
And you can put it down to the players on the field, but also the way they've been coached as
Yeah,
well. So great
what I'm
coaching there from Brandon. Hoping that grand final will come and they will do battle, you would think, with Manly, but can't put out the Nelson Bay Neptunes as well. But once again, this transition, and they just go straight on the attack after a very impressive couple of defensive sets. They turn the ball over, this time centre of ground. Immediately they go out to the right as well, so they're fatigued. They're not going straight to the left to the box. They're coming out right first. Perhaps instead of getting there on touch 1, they get there on touch 2 and touch 3. And by that point, the Dolphins' defensive line is already set.
Oh, it's a fairly conventional sub-box pattern, mate, that they've just run. That's exactly what they were supposed to do when they were setting up for a 4-on-3 left to right. So right to left. So there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually what they were designed to do there.
One of the best in the game, the Mines, sharing her expertise. And here come the Dolphins. Look at how they play. They play a bit more direct through the middle before then going to their sub-box, allowing these fresh legs to then work off that trail and fly. And lovely pass. Hand was put up, but they play to the whistle.
Yeah, it's a late pass, but the girls just wanted to play on. They thought they were playing under 10s again. But yeah. That's a really, really good read, but the Northern Beaches have really got to try and, go forward and get down the other end and try and get a quick score to sort of make this a little bit interesting, JR.
9-2, so a couple of tries could easily be in that 9-6 shape, and then could still be anyone's game, but they have to start working quickly. Touch not made there. Elusiveness shown by James, and now comes here for the Lillycrop. And this is looking much better here. Comes out here for James. But a great touch made there by the Dolphins, and it's Lucinda Watson. Try score here in this one and making it count on both ends of the footy. James now looking for the float up over the top. Double pump and working over the middles, and then that nice cutout pass out here for Mealinks.
Yeah, great piece of play there by Jasmine James. Just put one over the top there, and that's a really, really good finish there. And by the number 7 there, Lily Frost, and that's a really good sort of finish. Sorry, Joy Frost, really good job from her. And yeah, she's had a really good game out on this wing, and saved a couple of tries for the Beaches, and yeah, gets a meet by herself there. So well done to her. And here come the Central Coast again though, JR, and they're on that 7 metres, and they are lethal.
Here goes Walkerton looking for the ball on the inside there to Downs. Scored a couple of tries in this tournament. She's been dangerous on both sides of the football. Now here for Walkerton looking for that cutout pass, but I believe it was touched there by, it was touched there by the 9. It was Raf trying to get her hand in amongst it, but gives a fresh set, and they can just soak up a bit of time, put the ball in the right corner, and back there defence at the moment. They've done enough hard work early in the contest to build that lead to 5. Walkerton, she says, no, I want to get another one. But the touch is made. Great work there from McSweeney.
Yeah, clutch touch. Had to be made, didn't it, JR? Evie Walkerton's been on fire in this game, and yeah, took a fantastic touch from Sophie McSweeney to deny there.
I tell you what, she wouldn't want to retire early, Evie Walker, but she'd be quite the limboer, gets quite low. Penalty blown the way of the Renegades.
Yeah, I don't think that'll bother Central Coast too much. They'll just wind this clock down with under a minute and a half to go. They look like they're safely through, JR.
Yeah, we'll turn our back at the side of this one to see which team is victorious between Manly and Nelson Bay. A lot of noise coming from behind, so it might be closer than some may think. And that ball just trailing behind, just trying to look now as Nelson Bay are on the attack, and they look for the try, and the spot is pointed to, so we will have to try and see what is happening, trying to call two games at once here. Nelson Bay and Manly will fixate here back to the Dolphins that they look to go through to the grand final for the 18s girls division. And again, it's been a great building tournament here for the Central Coast, who did have that one loss to Manly. So if they play up against Manly, a lot of times in this tournament here that we've seen the two pools conjoin there for a finals appearance. So it'll be two teams from Pool A if Manly do get through in that one. Of course, we'll cross down to the GYG advertising promo board for an interview with Jason Stanton. The ball intercepted, so it will be the Dolphins that make it through to the grand final. And they are not giving us anything over there. You would have to think it is Manly, but it may well be Nelson Bay that they meet in the grand final. We will go to a short break and then have some interviews with Jason Stanton.
I might ask you about that. Here we go. 2-1. G'day everybody at home. Jason Stanton here for GYG. I'm here with the Renegades coach, Heath Cooper, coming into the grand final. How does it feel, mate? What can we expect?
It's been a great weekend so far for our boys. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Wallsend are a really good team, and we're closely pitted against them, so it's going to be a good game.
Have you ever played against the Wallsend boys before? How much do you know about the under-14s from the Wolves?
Our battles with Dylan Thompson have been great at junior regional, NYC and junior state cup level. Nothing between us on most occasions.
Now, one of the things that's been interesting when we watch the kids play is often we see the same moves that maybe the men's or women's might run. How much, when you're coaching, is the same thing, and how much do you change it for the boys?
Yeah, look, we try and run a lot of variety because it's very hard to defend the variety, and they do similar thing with the Wallsend, so it's going to be a great game.
Now, some of the people at home might know that yourself and your lovely wife played for Australia in the World Cup. Now you've got your son in this team, but what happens around the dinner table? Any touch talk?
Yeah, we've got one of the boys, my other son, in the 12s final as well, so there's plenty of touch talk. It's a touch family, so yeah, we really love it as a family.
And a lot of the kids now, we know they pick up the live stream, they watch a lot of the GYG games and the replays. Does young Bo, does he ever see some of the moves that you or mum do and he wants to try them out?
Oh, 100%. He's probably looking at guys more like Dylan Hennessy and Drummy when he's going for that sort of sharp plays on the line. But yeah, he gets through the plethora of moves. So.
And just finally, how good's touch to have the whole family here? I know your mum and dad here as well. They're very accomplished, coaches as well. Very much a royalty family in touch. We love the Coopers, but how does it feel for the whole family to put back into the sport?
Oh, it's so good, and just to come up here and be a part of it and have all the kids playing, and touch is just so different to years ago. It's something you can play as a full-time sport. So.
Oh, it's amazing. So best of luck for the grand final there. Heath Cooper from the Renegades, and the boys 14s final coming up in just a few moments.
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market? where it can potentially grow over time. And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Just go with Steno for now. Welcome back here to Dubbo for the 2025 Junior State Conference, or Junior State Cup Northern Conference, the 14 boys grand final. Nothing but the big dance from here on out. It's the Northern Beaches taking on the Wallsend Wolves. We can't wait for this one to get underway. James Preston and Jason Stanton to take you through all the action.
This is a pretty big one, of course, the grand final. Northern Beaches and Wallsend, been looking forward to this all weekend. Of course, the winner of this one will go through to next week's state final. So it's all to play for out there.
So underway here with Wallsend getting first use of the ball. They'll pop a little pass, and now pressure coming in there for the run of Thompson. Thompson then floating on this left-hand side. They don't go back to him immediately. Instead, Johnson is there. Now scooped up here from the run of Norris. Norris catch and pass. Chance here early on for Wallsend. It's more than a chance. They're going to capitalise, and they'll get the first points on the board. It's 3-0 very early on in the 14 boys grand final.
Great start for the Wolves, and geez, it was sharp, wasn't it? Nice little quick play there, little quick release, but he got the ball down so quickly between the defenders. Didn't give Northern Beaches much of a chance to help each other out there in defence, and a great start for Wallsend.
The Northern Beaches immediately behind the 8-ball here, and a bit of work to do now. Short pass provided here for Kennedy, who brings it forward, and then on the run is Carpenter. Offering it here for a little move from Wathers. Carpenter now waiting in there at acting half. Scoops it up, sends it out to this left-hand side, played at from the Wallsend Wolves.
Going against the grain there, pretty clever from young Cooper there, the number 6. Going the opposite way and get in the 6 again.
Carpenter again with nowhere to go. Thompson was up very quickly to make the touch. 7 metres away from the line. They'll turn it out to this right-hand side now. Still not a great deal doing here for the Northern Beaches. Carpenter cut out. They'll float a pass. Quickly played inside the 7. Carpenter goes back to the middle. Tough to deal with. Wallsend, very aggressive defence.
I thought the defence was very clever there from Wallsend, because Northern Beaches threw a bit at him, a little bit with the flow, a bit against the grain the opposite way, even a bit of second phase. So it showed Wallsend's class in defence, and now they're going to have to be resilient and defend up again.
So another chance offered here for the Northern Beaches Renegades. They'll work it forward here through Cooper. Just slowing it here on the 7. Bouncing out towards that right-hand side. Carpenter hopping in at acting half. Now back to Cooper. Cooper looking likely. Just shut down in the end. A good touch made there from Tyler Johnson. Carpenter. Now for Cooper once more. Threatening once again to link up with Carpenter. They came rushing out the Wolves. A good read from Houcher. Last one here for the Northern Beaches. Carpenter will just let it sing. There's no openings there, and Wallsend have so far on those 2 different sets on the line have dealt with things pretty easily.
Yeah, they're very well structured. I think it's Coach Thompson over there. He's done a good job with them. Whoever's making the touch is offside, JP, so they're going to generally take one side of the field or move to one direction, and the other players are going to come in support. So they've got a really good team defence there at Wallsend. Great to see.
Now good meters here on offer for the Wolves, who haven't seen too much of this end of the field, but when they have, they've certainly come up with a result, and they'll do so again here. The catch and pass is brilliant. It was started by Grogan, and they'll finish it in the corner. An outstanding team try, everybody playing their part for the Wolves.
Definitely warning signs there for Northern Beaches. They're going to have to adjust pretty quick, because Wallsend haven't had that much ball, and as soon as they got it, it was a great opportunity through the hands there. I think it was Elvis Nathan running at speed, catch and pass, drawing the winger. They're making very difficult skills look easy out there, the Wolves.
It's Warzenek who's gone in for Wallsend on the end of it. Cruzella's also playing his part in that. motion out on that left-hand side. Now the Northern Beaches well and truly behind the 8 ball early on. We haven't quite had 4 minutes yet. They've already conceded twice. 5-0 the score. Now popping a little pass here for Wicks. Wicks again being pressured by this assertive defensive line. They're getting up so quickly, Stanto. There's no time for the Northern Beaches Renegades to really settle at the moment.
I like it. It's very active defence there from Wallsend. Both these teams, of course, we forget they're both undefeated. They've both come charging into this final full of confidence. This really is the best of the best. And Wallsend at the moment seem to have the Renegades measure.
Ellers now pops a little pass, and then Elvis Nathan shifting it wider still. They get the reinforcements onto the pitch now, the Wallsend Wolves. About 15 metres away. Last one here. Scooped up. Johnson looking dangerous. Lovely ball out the back. Catch and pass. Oh, nearly found the mark, but just played at in the end for the Renegades. And if they didn't get fingertips to it, there was a third try.
Classy play there. I think I sort of had to adjust the screen. I thought I was watching Dawson Premier League there. A beautiful dump and out the back. They must have been watching our champion Dragons on the GYG coverage, and they brought out a textbook play there.
There's a penalty now against the Renegades. The first inside the 7. Of course, if there's 3, player gets sat down. Now once more, big right foot step from Johnson. Oh, Johnson having an absolute field day there at the moment, but a great save in the end from the Northern Beaches Renegades. Now back here for Thompson. Well, Johnson cut out on this occasion. Farah getting into the in-goal, looking for some support, finding a pass. Oh, great take in the end from the Northern Beaches Renegades. It was like watching Inspector Gadget with the go-go arms.
I think so. They somehow hung on there. And what was interesting is that Wallsend probably had their best variety of attack. They threw a lot at him. Northern Beaches have conceded a couple tries from fairly innocuous type plays, but on that occasion they held out the good stuff.
So now on the charge comes Oak Hill. Little ball there for Carpenter. Wider still now for Bo Cooper. Cooper starting to put the foot down. Gets away from the initial challenge there of Farah, who eventually made up the ground and makes the touch. Back here for Carpenter. Floating it wide. Great hands over the top there from Bidwell. Looking to turn it back on the inside, but that's the end of the set. And they're pretty much perfect at the moment, both sides of the ball here, the Wolves.
Yeah, they've started off well. I think the referees have started off well too. We've got Adam Dangle out there, Ben Harris, and don't adjust your screens. That is Kim Perry, the great Kim Perry. He's been referee for 5,000 years. He's one of our best, Kim. Great to see him out there.
Though, Stanto, lovely charge ahead. Now building nicely on this right-hand edge. Oh, they popped the pass. The idea was right. Committed the inside chaser. It was a little bit too harsh just throwing it down.
Can we check with the producer? Are you sure this is boys 14s? The Wallsend just come charging down the field, right on the back of the drive. They went straight into their play. This has got a real men's Premier League feel about it, James. This is great to watch, and Northern Beaches are handling it too. Like, they're hanging in there with them. They're doing a good job, the Renegades.
The Wolves have thrown down the gauntlet. And the Northern Beaches Renegades match it now. They'll take off here on the last. Wicks out to that left-hand side again. There's just no chinks in this armour for the Wallsend Wolves. Now Ellers marching upfield. Great metres on offer. Now head out towards their subs box to get fresh players onto the field. 3 plays down into enemy territory. Another good set building here. If they can get a nice straight drive, this could end up with a wonderful finish. Now Wallsend on the last. It's set nicely. Catch and pass required. They get it away through Farah. What a ball that is on the spot. And Jordan Ryan goes in. Well, that is clockwork from the Wallsend Wolves, who are well and truly howling after that one.
Yeah, a great try there for Wallsend. Probably a little bit unlucky there for the Renegades. You saw a couple players with their hands in the air pleading to the referee for a touch. Could have gone either way, but you look on the replay, it looked to be pretty clean. I think they got it right, and Wallsend out 3 tries to nil. I tell you what, this is a bit of a surprise for those if you're not across the great development programs up there in the Hunter, because a lot of the fans were talking about Manly, James, and we'll come back to that.
Oh,
chance
great
here.
Pass over the top. Here's a chance. I think Wallsend have done enough, though. Great covering from Nicholas Gray. Oh, they're going to say he didn't get there in time, but what a ball it was. Thrown out wide, and then Bidwell had a lot of work to do with the finish. We'll see it here on the replay. For mine, I thought Nicholas Gray did enough to make this touch.
Yeah, it's a close one. Sometimes these 50-50s even out. You'll see on the GYG replay a beautiful long ball from the number 13 there. I think it was Oakhill. And then gets real close. Could have gone either way. Ooh, touch and go. They're a lot closer to that than me, JP. I'll go with the Revs. But Northern Beaches get one back on the board.
I'll let that one sit as Ehlers now goes to this right-hand side, looking very sharp there as Houcher. Ushered back to the 7 now, though. So nearly 10 minutes gone. And Wallsend looking very professional thus far. Ehlers takes off. Got plenty of speed, but couldn't get around them on that occasion. So good touch made in the end there from Hayden Carpenter. Score remains at 7-2. 3 tries to 1. Now a short side raid here for the Renegades, picking up good meterage. Oh, and then a very strong touch from Warzenek. That'll result in a penalty.
Yeah, so I mentioned Manly being one of the favourites. Northern Beach has got the better of them in the semi. In the other side of the draw, I think it was Wallsend overcoming Dawson. But all those teams have had great weekends here in Dubbo.
So Cooper now waiting for a chance to strike through the middle. It's been him and Carpenter working in tandem throughout this one so far. Carpenter gets it here from Cooper, sends it long, lovely pass, trying to step back in on the inside. There's a lot of work to do there for Slayman, but again, great coverage from the Wallsend Wolves, and once more it was Warzenek. Ooh, and eventually they'll get a penalty here.
It was mainly just great D from Wallsend because Northern Beach had a beautiful sequence there. I think they would score against most teams here. It was very well put together, but Wallsend, they got good communication. You can see them talking to each other, pointing, very active. It's a really connected defensive line.
So now moving through the middle here through Cruz Thompson. Once more back into the line. Farah picks it up, lets the first man run pass. Into the in-goal he goes, looking for support. Pops a pass right on the money for Tyler Johnson. He held it up for an eternity. Now this is just as close as the previous one. If they're going to say that one was through, so too should this be, and that is the call. Great work from Samuel Farah, who just took off and sets it up for another try here for Wallsend.
Yeah, they've run that play before. It looks like they're going to run that bump and run, but he runs right behind the player, scoops it in the in-goal, and then this is the tough part. He's got to find a vacant player. He lobbed it over the top, and the number 8 there for Wallsend, I think it was Johnson, getting the ball down very quickly. They're always close calls. They can go either way. Wallsend getting the full reward on that occasion, and they're out 4 tries to 1.
Stano, the big thing we talk about is consistency with decisions. I'm actually happy with that in the sense of it was the exact same level of offering, if you will, that was given to the Wallsend defence previously. So whether you agree with the call or not, at least we've got some consistency there. Up on the 7 now. Last one here for the Northern Beaches Renegades. Floating wide once more, looking for Bidwell. I'd just like to see them have a closer look at Link, though. There's a lot of opportunity for the Northern Beaches on that left-hand edge.
Yeah, I think firing an early ball to Link might have caught him that way, but I really like to see the Renegades, like the way that they're rebounding here. This would be the quickest game they would have played this whole weekend, but they're rebounding, they're adjusting, they're looking at their plays. A lot of footy IQ on the Renegade side of the ledger here as well, let me tell you.
Wicks now picks it up, short ball here for Campos. Quick release, still an opportunity momentarily here for the Northern Beaches, bouncing around like a jackrabbit. Well, there's a second penalty now inside the 7.
Great D. Was that Johnson, I think, running around the back? How about this support defence from Wallsend? They're running behind each other, they're helping each other out. It's amazing stuff.
Now Calandruccio going forward, but just turned away here. He was looking likely himself. Short pass provided here from Campos. Waiting for a moment to strike. Campos, short ball. Now a chance for Wicks. Wicks makes them look very silly on that occasion. Dug into the line. The late step identified a little chink in the armour and comes up with a try.
Dug into the hole. He dug a hole for his step. How big was that? Stamped that left foot down. Was it the number 10? Was it Wicks? Boom! Straight down. Lucky I wasn't defending. I wouldn't have touched him with a stick. What a step. He slammed that left foot down. A great try for Renegades. And this is what I'm saying. Wallsend are playing the game so quick. It's such a high standard. And Renegades are starting to feel their way into it. They're starting to match, and this is a great contest.
Walls in again now through Ellers, finding a lovely pass and then getting to ground in one motion. What a catch and deliver from Grogan. Ellers pinpoint with the release, but Grogan, for a tall man, had a lot of work to do and did it with aplomb.
Absolutely superb. Is there a boys 14s team that can finish as good as Wallsend Wolves? They're turning half opportunities into tries every time.
Sensational stuff there. Just on that step as well that we saw previously, Stanto, it actually looked a lot better on the replay. It's perhaps one that, looks strong as it occurred, but just taking a closer look, it was next level. As now O'Kill once more sends it wide, looking for Bidwell. Geez, that's been their go-to play throughout the afternoon here for the Northern Beaches.
JP, I don't need a replay to pick up a good step. I get goosebumps. I get shudders. I don't need the Guzmani Gomez replay to know when someone puts down a step like that, let me tell you.
Well, my knees start crying when I see that, Banksy. It's now just shy of the halfway line. Banksy's still here with us, just having a little look from behind, getting a nice vantage point.
Actually, Carly Banks, of course.
One
of the great coaches, JP. She knows all these players. She's hands-on. She's out here helping out, mentoring the coaches. She knows about the talent coming through.
Once more, a chance there for O'Kill, and there was a chance as well on the outside of him, so it could have gone either way there. And of course, speaking of Carly Banks, one of her proteges, Dylan Thompson, coaching the Wallsend Wolves and looking very good at the moment. They'll head out to this right-hand side now. Drop down from Thompson. There's a penalty. A little bit of confusion. You can see just how vehemently that Carpenter is pushing back against that call. That's the most animated I've seen anyone in defence in this tournament. Now they'll head out to Farah on the scoot off. Farah just way too quick. Left Cooper in his wake. What a great turn of pace there from Farah. He's had a massive grand final.
It's a little bit a case of where to turn to. Like, Farah looks so good on his feet, but they've got so many attacking weapons, and more importantly than that, they're playing a very good team game. They're moving the ball, laterally trying different plays. You'll see there was a nice little long ball, bit of an out ball from the ground, straight into a 3-on-2, and a really good finish there. So I've only got one question for you. If this is what's happening in 14s, what's going to happen? 16s and 18s finals coming up today.
Yeah, well, strap yourselves in. Of course, up next is the 16 boys grand final, followed by the 18 girls, and then we wrap it all up with the 18 boys. That should be a cracker. Maitland taking on Manly to close things out. And based on what we saw in the semi-final from Maitland, they're every chance to cause an upset.
Maitland, Manly, how about the girls there? Central Coast and Manly? You might have to cancel the plans. Ring the in-laws, tell the parents we've got to skip Sunday dinner. We've got the State Cup finals happening here.
So now Wallsend Wolves working away from their own end. 8 minutes on the clock. 13-4. It's a big margin. 6 tries to 2, of course. That first try is worth the extra point. The Wolves pressing forward. Ellers now looking dangerous, building nicely. Catch and pass. Oh, there was one more coming for Grogan. He was maybe just a half a metre off the pace, though.
Yeah, lots of our finals have got a real city-country feel as well about them. I always lean towards country. I don't know why. Is it okay if I'm biased,
It's the story
James?
of the underdog, Stanto. I'm with you as well. I
How
like
are they
seeing
underdogs?
the underdog get
They're
up.
winning everything.
It's irrelevant. We automatically think City is the big smoke, the big winners of everything, but it's not necessarily the case here.
JP, you stand in front of Carly Banks. Hornets have won everything. Dawson's champion team, absolute dynasty team. We've got Maitland coming through here. Where's the underdog tag? You're killing me.
Stanto, I want you to think big picture, mate.
Yeah, big picture.
The bush is put under the thumb. I'm trying to elevate the country here, buddy.
Yeah, big picture is City haven't won nothing for a while. That's the big picture, mate.
That's exactly true. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Anyway, Manly got a little bit to say about that. Manly might win both grades here today.
Oh, Ellers fires wide. What a ball that is from Ellers once again. Then stepping back on the inside, they recovered well enough here, the Renegades. So back to that 7-metre mark they go. 13-4, 6.5 on the clock. Ellers jumping around, ushering players back underneath. Wants that strike dump. Got a half-decent one. Sends it wide. Good footwork, but well marked up again here from the Renegades. They're hanging on. I don't think they can afford to concede another one. Otherwise, it'll be done and dusted here. The Wolves will simply kill that one out to the side.
Yeah, 6 tries to 2. It's been very dominant. A good display. Now that you had your big spiel about City Country, I'm going to go for Manly then in these 2 games today, just because I want to be the opposite of you. Go Manly.
That seems toxic, Jason Stanton, as now the Northern Beaches Renegades march upfield. Oh, and there's a turnover. So Wallsend will get another chance to close things out here. It's already a long way back for the Northern Beaches as they start to stream onto the ball at full pelt here. Houcher finally stopped on the 7. Ehlers ushering players back underneath. Houcher waiting for it. Ehlers. Short pass now provided for Johnson. And that'll be a bit of a meek turnover in the end as well. So we'll bring Carly Banks in for the final moments of this one here. Jason Stanton will, of course, be catching up with the winners post-match, and we'll see exactly the reactions, and I'm sure they're going to be big ones. At the moment, it looks like it'll be going the way of Wallsend as we say good afternoon to Carly Banks. And this one, Banks, has been a really impressive display from Wallsend.
Yeah, they've been the outstanding team. They played Doyleson in the semi-final, and they were super impressive. The Dawson boys had a really good tournament, but Wallsend's form was just irresistible. And the Northern Beaches, these guys, they've been good rivals over the last few years. And as Stano said, if that's the standard of 14 boys touch, what a future we've got, James.
You're 100% right, Banksy. We talk about some of these sides, potentially maybe the Central Coast Dolphins, for example, at that top level in our Junior State Cup, who are perhaps in a bit of a rebuilding phase, but you look at the talent coming through in the 14s and 16s, they won't be rebuilding for long.
No, it's fantastic level, and yeah, what a great standard of touch that we've been treated to these 3 days.
Oh, Farrell with a big dummy, now the speed. Great saving touch in the end, though. Full stretch was Calendruccio.
He's been outstanding, hasn't he, Farrell? He's been, like the architect for a lot of what's happening. I mean, they play a total team game, the Wolves, but, they've got some brilliant individuals always, and he's stepped up brilliantly in this game, and he's really stamped his authority on this result.
Now drop down again, short pass here. So they work up through the middle, all very sloppy roll ball. There was a foot that was just stuck out there from the Wallsend Wolves, though. So they'll get another set with 3:30 on the clock. I haven't completely put a line through them as of yet, Banksy, but they need to score this set or I will call it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair call there, James, but I think it's a long way back.
Oh, that might help them, though. Yep. And yes, straight through the middle. Well identified from Tawa Campos. It's 13-6. Now, you'd have to be a very brave man to say they can pile on that many points in this span of time, but mathematically it's possible.
Yep, it is, and that's a really nice reply there from the Beaches, and they deserve that try, James. Like against any other team here, they'd probably be like looking at being champions. But this Wallsend Wolves team is just, they are just perfection in terms of the way that they execute the 1%ers. You don't see, and I've just jinxed them again, but you rarely see a level of development and sort of skill that these boys have, and that's full credit to Coach Dylan Thompson. I know we sing his praises a lot, but he does a fantastic job with these young boys. He's been coaching them since they were 8 years old, so in the next few years they're going to really accelerate in this game, and it'll be really good to see them sort of continue to dominate this age division as it goes.
Well, he's the thinking man's touch footballer. We see it when he is playing in Premier League, also here with the coach's hat on. As for a moment there, Wicks thought he could squeeze through. That'll now do it. I'm calling it. It can't happen here. So Wallsend will claim this 14 boys division. But, I mean, as you mentioned, it's just been such an impressive performance from the get-go too. I think overall there's about 3 errors and that's it.
Yeah, they've been comprehensive. They're so well drilled, end to end. The processes that they run are really good, and they get a fortuitous penalty there, and still asking the players, for a little bit more, and they'll want to finish, this tournament with a bang. They have been the best team, all tournament, and it's really sort of good to see them. This will be their first state cup. They've had a bit of bad luck over the years, James, so they will be celebrating it at full time. They've sort of been knocked out in difficult circumstances over the last few years, so they'll be really happy to sort of ice this one and take the title home.
Ella's sending it wide there. Easy pickings was Nicholas Gray though. So they'll come back to the 7 metre mark now. Farah for Ella's. They do have their big guns on deck, so this is still danger signs now for the Renegades. Ella's takes off, turns it back on the inside, but well marked up from Luke Wicks, who stuck with them the entire time. And inside the final minute here, it'll simply be a case of trying to lap up the occasion for the Wallsend Wolves.
Yeah, but you really like the fact that the Northern Beaches have... With the little
short side right,
short
here
side.
we go. Beautiful work from the Northern Beaches. Sloan comes up with a cracking try to close things out. It's been a finalised result for some time, but that's a good way to finish for the Renegades.
Yes, fantastic little sneaky play. They tried it about 6 minutes ago and got called back for a forward pass. Nice call from the coaching box. They managed to ice that one, and yes, and a good way to finish their tournament, James.
So Wallsend will finish with ball in hand, though, so at least they can lap things up. They've gone off very early here, though, for Johnson. There's still 15 seconds, and he's cradling it like a baby. Out it comes wider still now for Houcher. Plays it, 5 seconds on the clock. We should have one final play coming up. Oh, they nearly went for the intercept. Here goes Grogan, the big left foot step. They'll wrap things up. Oh, you don't like to see that, though, there from Moorlane. I understand he's lost, but there was nothing really untoward throughout that match itself. It was played in good spirits. Congratulations to the Wallsend Wolves. Deserved victors, Banksy.
Yeah, absolutely. Comprehensive display. The Northern Beaches toiled hard and in a very hotly contested 14 boys years division, but the Wallsend Wolves, full credit to Dylan Thompson, Kurt Grogan. Those two have been working with these boys, for a number of years, and really nice to see them finally ice one and take home the title in 2025.
Great result here for the Wallsend Wolves. Jason Stanton will be catching up with one of the members of the team in just a moment. We'll take a very short break ahead of that chat, and then of course at 1:30 p.m, the 16 boys grand final between Manly and Maitland.
Just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
G'day everybody at home, Jason Stanton here for GYG, sideline with the champion, Wallsend Wolves, and I've got Tyler, Cruz and Cruz. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
How's it feel, boys, champs?
Yeah, it feels very good. We worked really hard for this and we did really well.
It's been a while since we've seen such a dominant performance from 14's boys. I think you were like plus 45 difference, undefeated, you had a really good day, quarter semis, finals. How much of it was planned when you play footy? How much is just off the cuff?
I'm not really sure.
Not sure? Do you have like set moves, the same as when you watch the men's and women's play?
Yeah, we kind of tend to watch Dylan Thompson a lot and just copy the plays off him because he's our coach.
Yeah, he's the coach. Yeah, Dylan gives you a few of those tips. We saw a couple times it looked like you were going to hit the lead runner and you went out the back. That looked like a men's Premier League play. Yeah. And now that you're champs, you come against Wollongong next week. How do you think you'll go against Wollongong?
Yeah, pretty good, I hope. Yeah, I've got nothing.
The boys have got nothing, but they can definitely play touch footy, let me tell you. Anything to say for your fans back in Wallsend, family and friends? Like, this has just been an amazing performance. I can't recall a team being so dominant in the past.
Yeah, it was all off Kurt Grogan and Dylan Thompson, because Kurt Grogan's like the best touch player I've ever seen. And he was just teaching us around.
Yeah, who's your favourite?
Dylan Thompson and KFC.
Any final words?
The young kids out there just work hard and show up the training.
There you go, lots of tips. They're our champion boys. Wish them the best against Wollongong next week. The Wallsend Wolves champions for 2025.
Thank you very much, Jason Stanton. We are not too far away now from the 16 boys grand final between Manly and Maitland. Now a big result for Manly coming into this one. In the semi-final, they obliterated the Newcastle City Knights, 15 points to 2. So massive result there for them. Maitland, strong performance themselves over the Central Coast Dolphins to the tune of 9-6. So that's the journey for these two teams in terms of the semi-final. If we cast our mind back a little earlier, Maitland were just as dominant as Manly showed they could be in the semi, 11-0 over Singleton. Manly also, though, with a big score up against Dubbo, 17-8 in their respective quarterfinals. So both teams bringing incredible form into this one. Manly, of course, 6 from 6 in the pool stages. Maitland, 5 from 5. So both teams are undefeated coming into this one, Jason Stanton.
Yeah, it's an absolute cracker. I've already got one eye on next weekend's state finals. I think the winner will take on Wagga. Both these teams, they're going to take some beating. They've had amazing 3 days. Very hard to pick a winner here.
So Maitland will get first use of possession up against Manly. They'll head out to this left-hand side. And then immediately back to the right. Manly, have they done enough here to make the touch? I think so. And they'll just get away with it here. So working on the 7 now. Maitland through Allen. Allen once again bouncing around, sending it long pass. It's gone forward though.
Pretty sharp start there. A couple of plays against the flow or against the grain from Maitland. I wonder, both these teams are very strong in the 18s too. I wonder how much they train against each other. They seem to run similar plays at times. Nice fast-paced play.
So now marching forward. Little pass provided here from Clark Moore. Clark Moore once again on the run forward. Good meters here from Manly up along the sideline. Little dummy coming in. So they float it back to the middle now for Robinson. Robinson, wider still. Chance to move. Picked up here and scooped from Robinson again. Oh, great footwork. Robinson back off the right foot. Oh, popping up with one of the weirdest flick passes you'll ever see.
Yeah, a little bit of ad-lib on the end there, chucking it round. Manly, of course, we've got 3 finals coming up for you at home there. Boys 16s and then the girls and boys 18s. Manly featuring in all 3. So if you're a fan of the maroon and white, you've come to the right place. Maitland featuring in both boys finals, and Central Coast will be there in the women. So definitely a big 90 minutes coming up for everyone at home as we see our finals draw to a close and we pick out the best of the best.
Scooped up again here, this time from Fodu Moala. Then wider still, Manly finding a passage. Lovely link from Robinson. And a great line is run. And it's Evely who's gone in. A beautiful angle.
It's been a real feature, JP, this weekend of that link. Rather than just sort of staying deep and that, they move up flat and they come flying onto it like a rocket. You'll see Evely there, right up in that hole there. Nice tight line. Everly gets the try and Manly out of the blocks.
Big scores for Manly in both the quarters and semi-finals. In total, they scored 32 points across those 2 matches. So they come into this one as a red-hot attacking team. Maitland, they'll do well to stick with them here in the early stages. And I think that's going to be crucial for them, Stanto. If they can hang tight for at least the first 5 or 10 minutes, there are every chance of pushing this one. So they head out to this right-hand side. Manly snuffing it out, though.
Yeah, well, the teams don't really know each other, and as you mentioned, I think earlier, they're both undefeated. You have that first 5-10 minute period where they get feel each other out, get a feel for the speed of the game, what sort of plays are being run. Then the coaches come in with some tactics for the second part. So you're right. Maitland have just got to stick with them for a little bit.
So now, little catch and passes. Maitland trying to get going in the right direction through Barnes. He'll play it down now. Chapman turns it back towards the middle for Campton. Campton cycling the footy. Now wrapping around. Good speed here from Barnes. Barnes is ushered away though. Clark Moore up to meet him. Good start here from Clark Moore. Back to the 7 they go. Little pass provided once again here for Barnes. Looking for that strike dump. A little bit slow though from Maitland. Well, they had a number of options on that left-hand edge. They'll get away with it here. Another penalty coming up for the Redbacks, but I'd like to see a little bit more speed in those final couple of plays, Stanto.
I think so. Like I said, I still think we're in that early period where they're just adjusting to the speed that Manly are playing at. They've just got to calm down a little bit and run their plays, and they won't like little errors like that, a minor indiscretion there in the ruck. They'll have to clean up that and get it right.
Now Ruffin trying to take off here for Manly. As they continue to head towards that substitutions area. Get those fresh players on the field. Up and over halfway now. Catch and pass. Only away from that attempted touch, but it was made just in time there from Barnes. Now take off again. Once more. Barnes up quickly to meet them. Now Fotu Muala. Hopping in and acting half. Bouncing away. Finds a great pass. And on the money, Jackson Welsh runs a terrific line. What a ball from Fotu Muala. And there it is. Manly continues soaring. It's 5-0.
I don't think the Redbacks would have been exposed to this sort of flat attack. You'll see here the scooper on the replay right at the 7 there, ripping the ball nice and early to the link, running a nice flat attacking line. Very difficult for the Redback winger there to know whether to come in or out, and Manly with the first 2 tries, they...
Well, here's a chance for the Redbacks though, easy as you like. Unfortunately for Tarton, he hit the deck and it opened up a massive channel for Finn Carlson, who takes full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a slip there, but Maitland still had to finish it off. You see on the replay there wasn't a lot in it. There was a scoop, a bit of a slip there from the defender, and they didn't recover in time. So do you think that could be the one that settles the Redbacks down? 2 tries to 1 at the moment.
I think if they can hold off the advances here of Manly in this return set, ensure there's no try, then I would say they have a chance to settle. But it all comes down to this next defensive set for mine. As Manly bring it forward now through Truman. Truman at first receiver. Sends it back to the middle once again. Clark Moore, who's been very impressive in the opening 6 minutes here. Brings it up to the 7. Truman, flat pass. Now for Ruffin. Sends it wide, or just a little shy of the mark there. Burke I should say, was diving for it. And they did enough there, the Redbacks. So for mine now, Stanto, I think this is where they can really start to build into things.
Yeah, they need a good set here with a really good finish. Running at the offside player, maybe even throw a sweeper in. Ask some questions of Manly here, get a bit of confidence back. That's what they need here.
Well, draw and pass there for the Maitland Redbacks. Not a bad idea, but I think it's going to be termed as a catch pass, if you will, or a touch pass. So there is the turnover in favour of Manly. Short pass now for Clark Moore, eating up the metres. He's got a great drive about his game, Clark Moore.
It's been a real feature of this, like the boys in the 16s and 18s. The fact that the driving this year has been a lot more direct, a lot more down the middle, and it's great to see it just raises the bar every game.
You mentioned it yesterday, Stanto. It's starting to get a much more Premier League style feel of things for 16s and 18 boys in particular coming through, but even the girls are now looking very reminiscent of Open Women's, for example.
Yeah, a couple of the games last week, the 18s, and we've seen it this weekend as well in the girls 18s, definitely looking like Women's Premier League. Wagga were outstanding last week, and interesting to see with Manly and Central Coast who ends up coming out on top today.
So Welsh now feeding a pass here for Fotu Moala. Up towards halfway, and Welsh again, good metres, now takes off. Nearly got around the outside of them. In the end, Chivers was there. Now Burke. Moving around. Robinson through the middle. That's really stopped the momentum, though, that particular touch. As now Robinson drops it. Fodu Moala. Back against the grain goes Everly. Back to Robinson. Oh, that's classy from Manly. Robinson laid it on previously for Everly. This time he returns serve and Robinson goes over.
Superb try there from Manly. Again, there wasn't a lot going on. It was just a superb running line. You'll see there from the ground, it was a bump and run or a rooster type play, charging onto it. It looked like Maitland had him covered, but just the hole runner, James, is getting up flat and they're launching themselves into the hole, and it's not giving the defence time to adjust. Manly have made him pay a couple times for those beautiful running lines.
Just watching the replay there, I think there may have actually been a touch on the man who scored, but it was before he got the ball, so well called from the officials to let that one play through. And also for Maitland, there's a bit of an issue here for Finn Carlson, who's limping significantly, and he's come to the sideline now. So we'll keep an eye on him as well. There's now Ruthven. Dives at the line. He's turned away, though. About 9 minutes gone here at Dubbo. Clark Moore drops it down on the last. Once more, Ruthven, this time looking long. Finds a great pass. Ruthven, what a bullet of a ball that is. Into the arms of Herring. They're going to call it back, though.
It's very close. That's certainly one that you want to watch on the replay or you want to catch it in slow-mo. It's always tough as the player's reaching out to put the ball down, the defenders dive, and it all happens very quick.
Oh, I'm sorry, Santa. That's a try every day of the week for mine. I've got to call it how I see it. Pass was backwards as well from Ruthven, so Maitland get away with one there. Now a chance here for Riley Barnes. They'll send it wider still. They'll come back on the spot.
Yeah, late pass there. The second to last pass was late there. So Maitland definitely have the right, they have enough skill to create opportunities. They've had a super tournament. Manly definitely are playing at a faster tempo, more intense. Like a higher intensity than what Maitland's had to contend with so far. And so far they haven't been able to adjust, but they have got the one try. And if they can just grasp a couple more 50-50s, they can get themselves back into this one.
The only bit of concern for me, though, Stanton, is that one try quite literally came from a man slipping over. So they haven't actually broken down the defence as of yet, the Redbacks.
We've got a good opportunity here. Nice clean ball coming into the 7.
So Lewis drops it down now. Chapman also out there once again. Just straighten up the attack momentarily. Allen looking for it. They'll go passive out the back. Easy pickings for Manly. And there is the turnover. So, again, they haven't really stressed this Manly defensive line too much.
Yeah, you did mention that. Just from that little slip-up, I guess. But innocuous error from Manly. Apart from that, they've handled the Redbats attack quite well here this afternoon.
Good meters now from Manly. Straightening things up is Aiello. Now Tarton brings it forward through the middle. Smythe taking off. Great speed from Smythe, looking for support. Can he link up with an opportunity? Floats it deep. Oh, great covering from Riley Barnes. That pass went probably a good 2 or 3 metres away from the line. He had to dive full stretch to get him.
How about the scoop there? Was it Smythe, was it? He was flying out of the blocks. Looked like a sprinter. Straight into the in goal. What a weapon. I'd be dumping for him all day. Amazing speed.
That's the first time we've really seen Smythe inject himself into this one as of yet. Great scoop here, though, for Maitland. Chance building on this left-hand side. They just couldn't get it away quickly enough. Jamming in nicely was Burke, who shuts it down. Score remains at 7-2 at the halfway point of this match.
It was the right idea again from the Redbacks, but a late pass. The referee's right on the spot. That was Mason Colwell on that occasion. He's having a good game. Had a strong tournament, Mason. Tom Donohue's out there with him and Alex Hampton. So they're definitely opening this game up, giving us a good quality spectacle.
And I was going to say, credit to the referees. It has had a nice flow to things. It's been 1 or 2 calls which I was a little bit sus on, but overall the way the game has been played has been nice to watch. So now the Redbacks out to this left-hand side. Well, chance for a draw and pass here down the sideline. Went away from the opportunity in the end, but it was on. As now Barris pops in at acting half. Pops a little pass here for Barnes. Then for Lewis. Just slowing things down a touch. Short ball here for Chivers. They will get a penalty here, the Maitland Redbacks, a chance to set up camp.
Yeah, we're getting to the second half of the final now. This is that period that we often say is where the tactics kick in. The coaches start to give some tips to the players of what things they can try.
Oh, Barnes, great footwork, pops a pass late in the piece. Fred Astaire stuff from Riley Barnes. He was dancing around defenders left and right, and then as casually as you like, slips a perfect pass, and the Redbacks, they are back.
Come on, how about the feet here? Look at this, boom! I know the ground's good, good conditions, the weather's great, but come on. How can you defend that? That was a wicked step. And maybe they need a bit more of that to get back in this one. 3 tries to 2. They're not out of it just yet.
Do we give a try assist to the Dubbo City Council? Great conditions here.
I think the groundsmen will be very happy seeing all this these light-footed athletes strut their stuff. A great venue, whether you're on the stadium field or field 25 here. It's like carpet out there.
A big thank you to Dubbo for letting us host this spectacular event as they now float it wide. Also a big shout out to all of our sponsors getting involved. GYG here on Guzmani Gomez Championship Sunday. Star as well. I see Inferno, Budgie, Smuggler, you name it. They're all on board. Raise Invest as well. We really appreciate your support behind this great game of touch football as they head out to this right-hand side now, the Maitland Redbacks. Nice little change of pace there from Allen. Score at 7-4, coming inside the final 10 minutes now. There was a chance this one could have blown out, Stanto, but they're still in the contest here.
Well, that's largely because Maitland have been able to make that adjustment to the speed. We saw it in the earlier boys 14s final. You're getting 2 undefeated teams, the best of the best matching up. These games are played at a frantic pace, and you just got to adjust. Maitland have adjusted now to the speed that Manly are playing at. Now we've got a good arm wrestle. Manly out by 3 tries to 2, 7-4 on the scoreboard.
And of course, in our next grand final, the 18 girls division, we have 1 undefeated team in the form of Manly, 6 from 6 in the pool stage, and of course flying through the final series. It's now Manly head out to this right hand side. Big step there from Ruthven. They're going to clear him through. Well, that was just as impressive as Riley Barnes. He went crack off the right foot.
Big step. We're just seeing some great footwork here from both teams. Left and right, you'll see here on the replay, he got the nice long ball and boom, down went the right foot, straightened up, and how about that dive? Almost arching his body around the defensive hand. So he's put together quite a few skills there, packaged them up, and got the 4th try for Manly.
Now providing a little short pass, Maitland needing a hit back here with just over 8 minutes remaining. Quick release from Barnes yet again. A look to unleash his talents once more. Still no touch called. Now they're going to change the decision here, so they will say that's the 4th. Here comes the last now. Barnes still an option on that right-hand side. They'll go back to the left. Oh, there was a try building for all money. I think had that been taken, it would have been called through. Unfortunately for Carr, it hits the deck.
It was a close one. Could have gone either way. But you'll see here Maitland is starting to meet Manly defence. They're trying to be active. This is good. They're making their required adjustments. We've still got 8 minutes in this one. Manly have dominated, but the game's still there if Maitland are good enough.
Now Smythe drops a little pass, receives it back on the inside. There's another big right foot step. Smythe, draw and pass. Wider still now for Aiello, who's eventually caught here. Short ball provider for Tarton. Up towards that 7 metre mark. Last one now. Head looking long, playing short, and played at from the Maitland Redbacks. And I'm not sure they needed to.
Yeah, a bit of a tricky one there. Could have gone either way. Had to get his hands out of the way there just to remove all the doubt. But Manly, you'd have to think, maybe one more might be enough.
It's getting to that point. They've got numbers out on that left-hand side. There's also half an opportunity through the middle, which Tarton tried to exploit. We'll come back to him now. Smythe drops it down. Tarton, short ball. Now for Head. back to a run here for Smythe. Very quick, trying to squeeze through a minuscule gap. It was closed very quickly. 9-4 it remains. Under 7 to go. Head once again. Up towards the 7. Last one now. Messy from Head. Turned over.
You've got to get those clean dumps there, especially in those try-scoring situations. You got to cleanly roll the ball. Get it between your legs, stepping over it.
And Tarton forced sub here as well. Sorry, Stanto. As Maitland come driving forward. They had a numerical advantage just for a moment. It might still cause a few problems here, though. Oh, couple of dummies, couple of big left foot steps, and Campton. Out of absolutely nothing, some individual brilliance, weaving, putting the foot down, and coming up with a big play.
Darcy Campton, the number 9, does that get him back in the game? A left foot step at speed. Check the replay. A beautiful left foot. He had the ball in 2 hands. Is he going to pass? Is he going to dive? Don't you worry about it. Try to the Redbacks.
Well, Clark Moore's been one of the best players on the field, especially defensively for Manly, and he was made to look like a traffic cone there. So now Robinson with Manly, who just can't quite ice this game at the moment. 6-9, here's a chance now for Fotu Moala, who does it to perfection. Dug deep into the line, passed it late in the piece, and I think that now should be enough for Manly. There's 5.5 on the clock, and they need to score 3 times here, Maitland.
Yeah, you'd think that would be enough. Maitland couldn't afford to allow the hit back straight away. Again, you'll see on the replay, there wasn't a lot in it. It's just the speed of play and crisp passing. Manly's really got a couple tries, not so much with set plays, but just by playing the game with intensity, good on their feet, sharp running and great hole running. So Manly's showing how it can be done.
So Maitland, if they are any chance, they must come away with points from this set. They'll hit the deck here through Riley Barnes. They've been valiant thus far, but Manly just perhaps a bit too classy. Out to this right-hand side. They'll look to set up once again. Last one coming up now. Long pass provided. A pass more in hope than anything else. They were all jammed in towards the middle there. It looked like there was a set play coming, but they turned away from it.
Yeah, very much so. They probably the scoreboard, they might have one eye on the scoreboard now, JP. It's not going to be their friend. And Manly will know if they can get up and down the field, complete their sets, they'll have one hand on the trophy.
Meters now here for Lockie Ellis up towards halfway, and then caught directly on that marker as Smythe gets involved as well. Tarton charging up through the middle. Caught here from Barnes on the last. Now once again Smythe finds a good pass, or well recovered in the end from Reese Lewis. So less than 4 to go here for Maitland. Is there a comeback on the cards? Not with a play like that. It's an easy turnover coming out of their own end. And if it isn't done yet, Manly now well and truly can put the nail in the coffin with one more try.
Yeah, a little bit of scoreboard pressure there, JP. Maitland, they realising the game's getting away from them, lost a little bit of concentration there, and Manly well and truly can ice it here.
Smythe looking dangerous, sends it long, great pass, chance to pop it back on the inside. Well, they're claiming there was a hand on it. It was just an errant pass, though. Nowhere near the mark.
Yeah, it is high wind down there, but I don't think Manly would be too concerned. 5 tries to 3, coming into the last few minutes. They've had a great tournament. Undefeated champions, this Manly outfit. They've been superb from early Friday morning and all the way through to this big one.
Now Campton scored a great try last time. Maitland were down here under pressure. They were up very quickly. And yes, this will be a penalty here, and it probably had to be, really. So another set to work with, and they'll try and get Riley Barnes back on deck for it. 2.5 on the clock. Allen gets a second penalty here. So one more and they'll have someone sat down. Now if this happens and they score, There is the slightest chance. Drop it down again. Allen back to this left-hand side. They'll float it wide, or they're looking to simply pop the pass back on the inside. Well, there's the third penalty, so someone has to go. And there it is. So they'll have a man sat down for a couple of sets here, Stanto.
Yeah, it'll be 3-on-2. That's the exclusion. One defender off when there's 3 penalties in a row. So Maitland with a good opportunity here to get a bit of a consolation try, so to speak.
Allen. Wider still now for Barnes. Taking off. Barnes does enough with the extra man. 11-8. But with 90 seconds to go, the only way Maitland could win it here is if Manly completely capitulate. Essentially from the tap off, turn it over, back to Maitland, and do the exact same thing again.
I don't like your chances. This Manly outfit, an amazing team, 1 through 14. They've had a great tournament. They'll have one eye on Wagga already for next week. What a clash that's going to be in the state final. What is it, the Wagga Vipers, is it? Wagga Vipers versus the Manly Sea Eagles come next week in Sydney. Maitland have been very gallant in defeat, but Manly just too good here today.
Final moments of this match, about 30 seconds remaining, maybe a little less than that. Fotu Moala bouncing around to that right-hand side of the field. Will turn it over. Manly can't possibly lose it from here. What a tournament it's been. Undefeated through the pool stages. They continued that form through the final series, and they will walk away with not a single blemish and the title in their hands. Maitland popping a pass. It was 4 though. There's the turnover. I think they'll play out one more here for Manly. They'll simply walk into the line, and they won't even get that far. Robinson throws it on the ground, and the celebrations begin for Manly on the peninsula. The 16 boys victorious over the Maitland Redbacks, who did their best to stick with them, but just too classy at the end of the day. Jason Stanton will get the reaction from the Manly boys in just a moment. And of course at 2 p.m, once more, Manly on the main stage up against the Central Coast in the 18 Girls Grand Final. We'll take a quick break and then all the reaction from this victorious Seagull side.
I started refereeing in high school because I was a player and I wanted to learn more about the game and understand the rules better to become a better player and earn some pocket money on the side, but I ended up falling in love with refereeing and I haven't played since.
I became a referee, my son was playing and I wanted to give back to the sport, and now my youngest son's refereeing. We're both having a great time. And if someone had told me how much fun I was going to have, I would have got into it far earlier.
I got into refereeing because my dad was a high-profile referee and I always knew that I wanted to follow in his footsteps, and now I get to referee with my family.
I became a referee as I started playing the game. I wasn't really good at the game. I wanted to still stay involved in it, and I thought, give refereeing a go. I started enjoying it. I started challenging at the top end, and it's one of the best decisions I've ever made.
Jason standing here sideline for GYG with the champion Manly Sea Eagles. Here with Sam and Ethan. How does it feel?
Feels great. Just do it 2 years in a row. All the boys. Yeah, just great.
I was just saying, we saw it early in the 14s. It's been a long time since I've seen in 16 such a dominant performance, undefeated all the way through, even finals day, just sort of clocking up cricket scores. How's it feel to be part of that?
Pretty good. You know, like just everyone putting in the effort, and it all turned out to be how we planned. So it doesn't get much better.
No, it's awesome, and every year we see the standard improve, and you guys are running a lot of plays that we'd normally see, like in Premier League. How much of it, like, do you get to play against the 18s or the adults? How come we're seeing so much class there in the younger grades?
It's just the coaches, Joel and Sean, to be honest, teaching us so much, giving us the best opportunity we can.
Yeah, really good event. Now, obviously, champions here. Next week, you're coming up against the Wagga Vipers down in Sydney. How do you think you'll match up against Wagga?
I think we should go pretty well going into it, because other games versus them. I think it'll be a good game, but I think we can have them. So
that's cool. Then just maybe some final tips for a lot of the kids watching at home. How much of your footy is like eyes up and ad lib, and how much is like more set plays? Do you tend to mix it up a bit, or how do you sort of approach these games? You've been so dominant this weekend.
Well, it's kind of like a mix. Like, we got a lot of eyes up stuff, but a lot of us also set play that we just get drilled at training.
Oh, well, there you go. They're our champions here, Manly. Boys 16's champions for 2025. Back to you, James.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jason. It is a loud contingent here at Manly, and they will keep on cheering on to the boys' 18s final. Live from 2:30, it will be Manly Sea Eagles up against the Maitland Redbacks. It'll be James Preston back for that one with Jason Standing. You won't want to miss it. But here we have the 18s girls division. It is Manly who have been absolutely terrorising everyone in this competition, and they come up against the Central Coast Dolphins. Now, these two teams already have met in their opening fixture, and it was a victory to Manly. So that being the difference between those two teams, they have met once before. It was a 6-1 victory to Manly, and it was actually their opening match of the tournament. Pass here from Tonga. Oh, what about that to get proceedings underway? I didn't even get a chance to spotlight the main player that is going to be the difference between Manly and the Dolphins. It is Talea Tonga.
Nice to be joining you, James. What did I miss? Manly out of the blocks, hey?
As has been the case all tournament, Jason. They have just been working thick and fast, and all important because in both the quarterfinal and semi-final, both teams got off to the first try, that all-important 3-point score. So now, neither side's had to defend this. So let's see what happens. The Dolphins turning it over, but a great hot start from Manly. But Dolphins, they have been a slow builder throughout the tournament in terms of their wins, but also in terms of their game plan for the full 25 minutes.
Well, they had a great semi. I think it was a big win over Northern Beaches, I think it was. So hopefully that wasn't their grand final. It was such a big semi for them. They did a great job, and now they've got to take on Manly. Bit of a David and Goliath contest here, this Manly team. Aren't they something?
And here we go, working off the back. Just lovely interchange, lovely class there. It was through the hands. It was Gray, it was Smythe, and then finished off there by Elizabeth Bromley.
I was about to ask that's happened a few times this weekend. We see a great finish at link with this Manly girls team diving in, and then we look to the score sheet and we see that it's Bromley again. She's had an amazing tournament, one of the best hole runners here in Dubbo. You could do worse than copy off her.
And you get into this point where it's been 200 minutes of touch football for either side. Yes, there's been hour breaks in between, but getting into the later portion of this competition, the pointy end, that fatigue and lactic acid is building up, and so is the hype for this game here, Jason. The Dolphins, they've conceded the first 2 tries, but showing that their willpower and determination, they are going to stick right in to the very end in this fight.
Well, that's the settler that the Dolphins needed. Now they're on the board. They're in the game. They're going to settle into it. Manly, of course, they'll look to hit straight back, but it's great to see the Dolphins there.
So working off the back of that, and again, there is Tonga, who's going to be all important, as is the other members of this Manly squad. Masters off the back of that one. Now Cross laying a platform here for Tonga. Great touch, great chase there from Central Coast. And it was Squires at that right link position. So now it comes off Menzies. And now Tonga rolling it back. Dummy there for Menzies. The ball back up over the top and just out of the space there. the 7 in Lacey Cross. Couldn't quite get her hands to it. She could have if she was 8 foot tall, but unfortunately, she's about 5'5".
Yeah, this Manly team, they've definitely been the talk of Dubbo. You mentioned Menzies there out wide. Bromley's been great. Coco Masters. Taylor Tonga. Hopefully I got that right.
Yeah,
Talia Tonga. Amazing talent. Everyone's been talking about Manly, and that's why these Dolphins have sort of snuck into the final.
They've got some classy players too as well. Powell, Lloyd, Walkerton. She's probably been the player to watch out there for the Dolphins. So it is mono at the moment. Manly just settling things here as they move towards their box side and get some key interchanges on for them. A couple of players coming out in the defensive line. Ball played there from Smythe and now working off the back once again here of Kyla Gray. Gray looking for the attack there on the left-hand side, but it was 4v3. It was Dolphins swarming in to make the defensive touch.
Yeah, great work there from the Dolphins. A bit of a shout out to the referees as well. We've got John Clark there, Amanda Crowley, and Alex Hampton. So there are the referees there in the middle controlling this one.
And shout out to over 200 referees that have been here throughout all 3 days. Congratulations to these officials that have gotten their chance to showcase their talents, just like the players here on GYG Championship Sunday. We've had a few plays of the day already shared around on social media, and I want to point out the social media team of all the clubs involved here in the Northern Conference. It has been really good and delightful to see. Is some nice work up through the middle. They come back out here for Tonga, has multiple options. They just go the catch, pass, and interchange. Comes out here to the 11 in Miller Menzies, a name all too familiar with Manly faithful.
Yes, that famous name there, of course, Menzies. Everyone knows Menzies and Manly. It's a famous name, and she's had a very good tournament there, Miller. Manly's going to take some stopping, just been so dominant. This has been one of the stronger years for the Manly club. We just saw their 16 boys take out the title.
18 boys on show next as well against Maitland. So quick roll ball there, but Central Coast, they will not go away. Olivia Booth was integral on day 2 and points throughout this morning. Gets another try and keeps them in this fight. 25. When you think about it, 25 minutes in reality seems like an eternity. It seems quite a short period of time, but it's an eternity in touch football. You get probably one possession a minute, so you got about 12 to 13 opportunities. Lovely dummy and run out here, and just when you think the Dolphins would claw this lead back, it's the class here of Lacey Cross out here on the far side.
Yeah, look, Manly right 1 through 14. We always talk about it. A great club. This is an outstanding team. You mentioned the 25 minutes. Goes by in a blink. These athletes get up and down the field, a full set of 6, generally under 15 seconds. They just fly. So the 25 minutes is action-packed. And you see these girls' players here putting on a good show. Long passes, good on their feet, got the full range of skills.
Ball dummied out there to the left, but good defensive pressure there from Manly shown. They are the defending champs of last year as well, Jason, from 2024. So looking to go back-to-back here, Manly. Ball out far on the left-hand side, just trying to push the pass. It wasn't on, but I can already sense that scoreboard pressure. Only just shy of 7 minutes scored. It's already 9-4 Manly.
Yeah, it's just that it's happened so quick, that's all. 6 tries. It's happened fast. If anything, that's in the Dolphins' favour. Gives them time to claw their way back into it. But a solid start for the Manly Seagulls.
So ball here with Powell bouncing off the feet. Now out for Lloyd to go to LeMaistre here. Here comes Powell once again. Valuable touch made there by Durdovic. Ball coming out here for LeMaistre off the quick scoop and strike. Good touch in the middle, and once again, Durdovic made that touch earlier. Makes one there on Powell. Rolls it back here for Lloyd. Lloyd out of acting half, trying to get into the in-goal area. This middle defence of Manly holds strong.
Yeah, Durdovic, she's had a good game. So I wanted to give a quick shout out, just quickly, James. You would have seen me there post game. We interviewed, I think it was Sam Clark Moore, the captain of the boys 16s. I actually played rugby with his dad, Matt. So I know Pat's very proud of Sam, and he's an absolute outstanding player. It was good to catch him after the game, and that Manly boys team
Here
were
we
dominant.
go, Manly straight through. Diving touch wasn't made. Play to the whistle. The hand has gone up. The touch was made. The right call in the end, and 14 Lemaistre. Nice work there as they work off the last now. Come back through the hands here of Gray. Lovely bullet pass on the chest. But now this defensive pattern coming into the Dolphins.
Yeah, so the whole Manly club's done well. As I was just saying, they just mentioned Sam Clark more, but you have a think about this Manly club. It's been a real rebound year for them. Northern Beaches been quite strong coming through. Maitland's been strong, but Manly, 16s boys final, now the 18s girls final, then the 18s boys final. They've really bounced back and shown how dominant and how they're one of the premier clubs in New South Wales.
Just going through a couple of the results that we've had today as well in the 12 boys final, Northern Beaches. You'll see them prominent throughout all the age groups. 11-4 over Nelson Bay. Mawson you would have seen here on the main field in the 14s boys final. 13-8 over the Northern Beaches. And unfortunately for us, Jason, Maitland getting the job done over the Ballina Bull Sharks there in the 14 girls final. Would have been lovely to see them take the trophy home all the way to Ballina, but it wasn't to be. Tonga pass on the inside. But a great tournament throughout all the teams that have participated on days 1 and 2. Even if they didn't make it a championship Sunday, it is great to see all these teams, all these clubs continue to build into more tournaments.
Yeah, very much so. You mentioned the Ballina Bull Sharks. It'd have to be number one for their fans. They had a big crew of mums and dads and spectators following them around. Brought great energy to the event. The Ballina Bull Sharks, definitely a club on the rise. They were very prominent this weekend here in Dubbo.
One to watch out for in future tournaments as they go through the age groups. Bit of a standstill here at the moment that will favour the team that is trailing, because they feel like they can start clawing this lead back, and it's Walkerton, who's had a tremendous tournament throughout day 1, day 2, continuing on to the championship day.
Evan Walkerton, how about the finish? Just got down low, a beautiful dive. That's getting Central Coast back in it. They've got to start to be feeling they're a chance now. 4 tries to 3. Edging their way back in ever so slowly. Clawing their way back. Bit of a David and Goliath here.
Also great scheduling by Presto as well to have Mitch out of the commentary box and out on the field cheering on Evie. Great opportunity for him to ride the emotions.
Yeah, Evie Walkerton got the famous father.
Here come Manly through the middle here and looking for the cut-out pass. She rules it in. So although she didn't go the length, that is a really important play there, and works off the back there, will get the penalty.
Great work there by Jackson. So you mentioned Walkerton. The number 40 there, Kayla Powell. She's got a famous dad too. Australian World Cup winner, gold medalist Brent Powell. It's her dad, so there's a few famous names there.
It's in the DNA, as they say. Now some lovely passing there. I thought the touch might have been made first, but that would have resulted in the touch pass. It is a turnover regardless. And Manly only with an advantage of 3 at the moment. And they're going to call it a penalty. So I thought that ball might not have been as clean, but the tap and go here from Manly. Still playing into their hands. Still plenty of time here in this one. Just halfway through this 18 girls final. Don't forget the boys final up next. That will conclude our Sunday here for GYG. That's Lady Cutler here in Dubbo. Ball out in front and penalty has been given away. The wing racing up, shooting off the line. Will be a fresh set, brand new drive in the box seat to extend their lead. So it's Gray. Bounding off her feet and will retrieve it off the work there of the acting half. That time she was on the mark, although, they're just coming to swap together. So great work there from Jackson out on the right side wing. Coming to the left and then on the right, back to the left. And the ball planted down. Lovely work there from Kira Gray. Off the pass there of Kyla Gray.
It was almost out of nothing, wasn't it? Gray just caught him napping there. She actually did a beautiful run there down that short side previously. She gave him a warning. And then off the subsequent play, she did it again. Bit of deja vu there for Gray. In the end goal. Try for Manly. They stretch the lead now out to 11-6. 5 tries to 3.
Interesting to see the formation that they roll out with here. Walkinen on the bench, Spindler out here on the left-hand wing. Do they look to go to her? No, they look for the drive, and the ball has been planted down. So now it's a case of back-to-back tries. One to Manly, one to the Dolphins. There through Lucinda Watson.
Tell you what, this Dolphins team definitely flying below the radar. A couple of their probably not so great results or games over the first couple days probably got a few of us not sort of understanding or seeing how great they really are. Look at the way they finish when they get opportunities. And 4 tries against this Manly team. I don't think many of us saw that coming.
Well, they both had the same drop, being in the same pool there in Pool A. Having that 6-1 win in their first matchup. But a lot of blowout scores are the case of Manly. Central Coast, a lot of tough matchups. Here goes Tonga again with that long cutout pass that we've seen all tournament. So the defensive play there from the Central Coast. It was lovely work there from Palmer now on the right-hand side. So need to keep them out here in this set, you would have to think. Ball coming back to the hands of Tonga. Lovely catch pass, but again, lovely racing up there, and the pressure there from Hayley Jackson. The penalty will come as a result there, with the ball getting passed after the touch was made.
Yeah, this Dolphins team, they're just sort of hanging around, clinging in the game, just sort of getting it done the way they've done for the 3 days here. Manly just got to keep their guard up. They have dominated, but they'll have to keep pushing through this last 10 minutes if they are to be crowned champions, because this Dolphins team will take opportunities if you provide them.
So here comes Booth, and that ball just trailing behind. Piper Lloyd couldn't really get the legs to it, and perhaps some just fatigue again. A lot of minutes of touch football played this weekend. Sometimes it's going to come down to these key and crucial moments. When have you made your subs? How fresh are the players on the field? How have they rehydrated and refueled in between games? How do they sleep overnight? It's all these important parts. As much as it is about on the field, it's off the field as well that builds the championship sides. And now the penalty going the way from a forward pass called there by the touch judge. A great call. It looked flat out of the hands. And the Dolphins, it's these errors that are just giving them the opportunity to go down this right-hand side. So here come the changes of the Central Coast. It's Lemestre. It'll be Downs coming out here to the left link position that she's been so dangerous in. Now picking up there on the rolled ball. It's Sarah Hyland. Ball back on the inside, and great pressure there from Menzies once again out on that right wing.
Yeah, pretty good defence there. As we mentioned earlier, Miller's had a great tournament in attack and defence. Sometimes the wingers, the way they defend, they save as many tries as they score. And the Manly wingers there, I think it was Miller and I think Evers, Matty Evers had a strong tournament too on the other wing. They've had really good support outside this Manly team.
I know the coaches, for one, they do talk about if you don't score any as a winger, you don't want to let any in. But if you score 3, you could probably let a couple in. Seeing great defence here from all wingers included in this matchup. Great touch there from Chase Perrott. There's another name synonymous with Manly and the Roosters. And just a play short there of the 7. So time, still plenty of it. 8 minutes to go, and it's only 3 the difference. So 2 tries puts them back in front. And it's these crucial turnovers at the wrong end of the field. The Dolphins, well, they're running towards the scoreboard, so they're going to have that playing on their mind that, okay, there is still time, but how many chances are we going to get gifted by this talented Manly side? We've got to take these opportunities as they present themselves.
Yeah, they've definitely got to take the opportunity here.
Walkerton, it was touched there by Manly, so a fresh set, but they won't mind that for the moment. No penalty given, so won't have to worry about the exclusion. As of yet, 3 penalties will result in that. Here comes Walkerton off the left foot. On the right foot stepper, but can step off both. Ball here for Highland, and no, the roll ball. Not great there from the Central Coast, and now this transition period here for Manly. That was not clean at all. That was rumbling around. Just as quick as they got the ball, they change it over once again here for the Dolphins. 2 tries the difference. Walkerton now feeds it off, and a lovely run there for Webb that puts him in a great position. Ball here for Highland. Waiting for that defence. Ball back from Walkerton. Here for Highland, has multiple options, and the hands there from Bromley. Bromley and Menzies defensively. Out on this left link in the right wing position, helping them combat this attacking raid of the blue, red and white. Ball out here for Walkerton as her hat flows off in the wind. Spindler trying to plant it down. This wide edge defence, very nice here from Manly, and Evers there. Love to see him play direct through the middle. Maybe a interchange play. Link. The penalty there for not getting back the line. Shaking the head of the official saying, I told you, get back to 7, and you didn't do it. I know it's hard to play through the middle, especially inside the 7, but I would love to see them set to that left link and then come back, switch a play, ball back on the inside to either Walkerton or Sarah Highland. I think that's their key here, especially as Manly shoot up off the line. Ball here with Walkerton, and she gets down on one knee, proposes to the referee, says, please give me the try. And he says, no, not this game, not this time, perhaps another time. Ball still alive here with Walkerton. Touch made there by Gray. Now Walkerton almost doesn't know what to do. Waiting for the play to unfold. Walkerton, ball back on there, lovely hands to reel that one in. Sarah Highland's been building for a couple of sets. 5.5 minutes to go, and now just the 1 point remains the difference between Manly and the Dolphins.
That's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for Dolphins to get that 5th try, to level on tries, to put a bit of pressure on Manly. They haven't really been tested now for 3 days. You mentioned the 6-1 scoreline when these two teams played on Friday. Manly not having it all their way here in the final. And now they've been challenged for the first time. Let's see how they bounce back.
So Tonga now a lovely dummy end run, but it's this defensive nature late in the set as well and on their goal line that has been impressive all throughout the tournament. And they've been in the closer matchups all throughout the pool stage. Maybe not so much in the semi stage, but there has been some times where they've really had to fight and claw their way back into contests. Ball working its way back here for Tonga, and that is just skillful. Lovely dummy, lovely run. And the woman that has had a fantastic tournament all throughout the 18 girls division, Talea Tonga, again putting her hand and her standstill on this game.
Not too sure how you stop that. And Manly answer in the best possible fashion. As soon as it got back to 5 tries all, they went another gear. And Tonga with a sharp ball on the out and an equally sharp put down. And Manly with their noses back out in front.
4 minutes to go. Still plenty of time to respond. Ball here with Downs. Coming out here for Lemestre. And now here comes Booth. Booth looking for the line, but a good diving touch there from Coco Masters. She's been now on this left-hand wing, but she's been rather quiet. Well, Spindler not out there at the moment. It is Palmer on that left-hand wing. They will turn it over. Great field position, but so important here. Manly complete this set. No matter where they hand the ball over, they just need to complete.
Yeah, you mentioned Masters. She's had a good tournament. But hard to go past Gray and Tonga, haven't they been dominant?
That's touch 3 now, Jason. Now nice and direct off the interchange, and you can sense the freshness in amongst the players that come onto the pitch. Nice little scoop play here from Gray, and she's able to hand it over. But again, great set there. They drove straight to the box, took 2 or 3 plays to get there. The penalty will go the way now of the Central Coast for throwing the ball away. That's a bit of a coach killer in a do-or-die situation like this with 3 minutes to play, 3 points the difference. They know how dangerous the Dolphins are on the attacking end. Here comes Spindler. She'll quickly roll it on. Getting into position there is Squires. And now it's Walkerton. She's going to be important in the last 200 seconds of this one. And now the ball back on the inside. Walkerton. And it came straight through there to Powell. But set for set defensively, Manly have just held on just a bit better than this Dolphins side. They come back to that left-hand side, a penalty. Powell, she was a bit too eager, pouncing on the Manly attackers. And now they go towards this box side wing. And again, need to just play direct and hold on to the football. No wayward passes, nothing silly, nothing forward. critical moment of this game. Tonga could finish it at any given point right here. Now Burke off the back. Tonga back here for Burke. Dummy. Burke thought Tonga was there, but it was screaming for the call was Highland, and Highland intercepts it. But now they've got to go from one end of the field to the other. Can they do it through the diminutive Powell? She can't, but she gets to the 10. And now holding on to it there was Spindler. Played through here, comes here for the 5 in Squires. Couple of touches left in the set. Watson off the retrieval of Spindler. Now it's the last. Touch was a bit heavy, not called. And now you can sense the final just perhaps slipping through the fingertips of the Dolphins there. Watson not happy with that grab. Perhaps a bit of perspiration building up on the hands there. And Manly, the turnover here. There's still a sliver of a chance. 1%. If they score here, it'll shoot up to 50%. But they have to score on this drive here, and the quicker, the sooner, the better. Manly, can they defend it? Oh, had to go the pass out to the left. Wasn't much space to work with, but perhaps they're setting up for something. Something else to the right. And just too much pressure here from the maroon and white defence. They haven't had to call on it too much throughout the pool stages, but where it counts, they got out to that fast start, and they've had to go toe-to-toe with the Dolphins. Don't discount their effort. They have been sensational, but it is just this class of couple of key players here from the Manly side that has gotten the victory here for the Sea Eagles. That'll be the siren. It will be the last play here for the Dolphins. But it's almost the case of business as usual. Manly, they came out of last year the 18 girls champions. They've come into this one the firm favourites. And it was a great contest between the Dolphins. But I feel like Manly, that they almost, with the celebrations, they almost expected to win. I don't know if they're discounting the effort there of the Dolphins. Normally you'd see celebrations and jubilation, but a very professional and experienced outfit out there in the 18s.
Yeah, very dominant Manly, very dominant. I think they were, I like to see them challenged the way they were there from Dolphins. It was very good to see them being challenged and step back. As you said, a great team, but to step back up and to finish the way they did was good, and it's going to be one hell of a contest next week when they take on Wagga.
Yeah, well, Wagga, they were tremendous in the Southern Conference last week in their hometown, but will they have the same fortunes coming into Tempe next week in the Junior State Finals? They will take on Tamatonga, or Talayatonga rather, and the Manly Sea Eagles. We will go down with Jason Stanton. It's been James Robertson. Pleasure to bring you the action here for the Junior State Cup. James Preston will be back for the boys 18s final, and it will be hot and heavy. It will be the Maitland Redbacks up against the Manly Warringah Sea Eagles in the boys 18s final.
Touch football has given us so much, and it's time for us to give a little back. Now more than ever, we need to come together as a team. This summer, get your family, your friends, or even people you don't know together. It's time to play, laugh, and connect to your community. It's time to run, step, pass, and dive. So come and lace up your boots and get your game face on. It's time to play touch football. Touch football is back. Our sport is back. It's time for us all to come back together.
We love touch football because of the people you meet, how much fun you have, and it brings communities together, and it's a great way to meet new people and keep fit.
I love touch footy. It's inclusive and it's a game for everybody.
I just love it to improve skills and make heaps of new friends.
I enjoy touch football because I love giving back to the community.
home. Jason standing here for GYG. Sideline with Coco and Chase. Manly, the champions, 2025.
Yeah, it feels great. I mean, we've definitely made that harder than it should be, but it feels great to win. And, you know, with everyone supporting us, it's just a great environment. Having a great coach, captain like Chase, carving us down in the box when we were definitely a bit rattled at the end, but no, she's done great, Chase.
Well, I thought it was great to see because obviously you were favourites. You had such a dominant 3 days. You're winning everything. It was really, putting up cricket scores. But we did notice that Central Coast you beat on the Friday. But, geez, they really bounced back and asked you some questions, didn't they?
Yeah, no, 100%. Anything can happen over the past 3 days, It's a different game in the final. But, yeah, both teams have definitely improved. But it was definitely a good game. Yeah.
And we're all excited about next week, the state final in Sydney, taking on Wagga Vipers. They were really strong last week. How do you think you'll go?
Definitely a dominant performance by Wagga, but, take one game at a time. We'll train, we'll go back to the drawing board. And, no, there's a lot of good girls in Wagga. We'll just have to one-up them.
That's cool. And just one thing, we always like to get a tip for a few of the girls watching. How much of your footy is like ad-lib, what's in front? How much is structured moves? How do you find a balance?
We kind of just go with the flow. We have a structure, but if we see something, it's eyes up. Yeah.
No worries. There they are. Thanks for your time. Manly, our champions for 2025.
Jason Standard, thank you very much. Underway now for the 18 boys grand final between Manly and the Maitland Redbacks. What a tournament it's been for both of these teams, undefeated in their respective pools and through the final series. And interestingly enough, between these two teams, there's never been a victory. It's all been draws, but the first blood is drawn here with a terrific pass, and Hickson goes in for Manly.
Was that Manly out of the blocks? What did I miss, JP? They're out of the blocks. They got the first try. Redbacks already on notice.
So now Maitland marching forward here. Good chance to hit back early on in this one. They'll drop it down. Once more, they'll look for a little inside pass here. Cox is, of course, the man to watch. He's got ball in hand now. They'll cut him out on this occasion, but they won't even get a chance to launch a raid. They'll turn it over quite meekly here. Manly now throwing very long. Down to that wide position. Taken there from Toby Masters, and now meters on offer. So they're working here through Fotu Moala. Short pass from Jerox. Now scooped from Benbow. Benbow driving forward. Last one here for Manly. Jerox taking off, looking for a pass, or found it as well. Just couldn't be reeled in on that occasion from Harry French. So score remains at 3-0, the one try in it. Of course, just the first try being worth the additional points. And thereafter, every subsequent try worth the 2.
Yeah, both these teams undefeated. Dominant performances coming through to the final. Very hard to pick a winner.
Well, here goes Gordon looking for a late delivery here for Curry. And there's the turnover for Manly. So nervy moments here on the big stage itself. Very flat pass, and now Jerox finding a ball. Fotu Moala takes off right through the middle. Up the guts he goes. How about that for evasive technique? Now he's gone all the way to the try line, but they'll finally call him back. Curry is adamant he's made a touch. Fotu Moala never put the ball down for that matter either, so they certainly can't rule on that.
Well, that was out of nothing. All just happened so quick. That would have been a really big dent in the Maitland hopes if they would have got out to 2-0, but it was called back, and they've still got a chance to hold them out here, the Redbacks. They've got to pull it together, plenty of talk, be resilient, hold out the Eagles.
Scooped up again here, chance building for Manly. They'll head out wide for Hickson once again. Ushered away on that occasion, so Maitland, outside of that nervy first few moments, they've started to steady the ship a touch. Now, speaking with both Tom Taylor and Craig Lowe, the two respective coaches, and of course, coming into this one, these two sides, at least with the bulk of the squads they've got here, they've actually never had a result for one team or the other. All three have been draws. They've also never met in a finals fixture. So we really have no idea how this one's going to play out.
Well, the scene is set. We know for sure, one thing we do know for sure is that Manly's the Manly club have bounced back this year with an unprecedented dominance here in the Northern Conference in the finals across several grades and also winning the finals. And Maitland, of course, such a strong club now, standing up against Manly on the big stage.
Dropping it down. They'll cut him out on this occasion. Back to Fotu Moala, who's shown great footwork so far. On this occasion, he couldn't get around them, though. Quick touch made is here as they march through the middle. Tie low. Taking the touch, and then Maitland up over halfway. Lidbury yet to really see too much action. He's waiting on the sidelines. Gordon drops it down. Carlson now looking dangerous. Out the back. Nothing really building, though, for the Maitland Redbacks, and as a result, easy turnover here in favour of Manly.
This is an interesting one. I like the way Manly moving the ball with their drive. We didn't see as much of that on the Friday, but they've been adding it to their game throughout the tournament, and it's a real feature here. It's a real treat to see the ball movement. End to end they go in the 6 touches.
Benbow drops it down. Now Jeros here on the last, looking long, finding a ripper of a pass. Jeros, water ball into the arms of Masters, and it's masterful from Jeros.
An absolute bullet to the winger there, Rico Masters. Maitland didn't do a whole lot wrong, but just the pass was flat. It was fast. Actually, there's a fair bit of wind here, so it wasn't an easy one by any stretch of the imagination. And just that was a case of skill, execution, overcoming pretty solid defence. And a second try for Manly.
So now Maitland once more through Cox, looking to hit back. Oh, there's a try gone, begging. All he had to do was take it, and he strolls over. No one within Kui. Cox couldn't have put it on a better platter for him.
A missed opportunity, and they're going to have to take their opportunities to get back in this one, because Manly looking the good so far.
Now played quickly from Saxon Gore. Fotu Moala, who's been very much a central figure in this grand final so far, once more takes off. Releases that pass there. Now I've seen those ones certainly called as a penalty for throwing it away, and it will be done so.
Yeah, it's the right call. Referee's doing a good job. I think that's Reynolds out there, I think, there with Brandon Sanderson. Caleb Bolt's out there on the far side. They've had very strong tournaments, our referees, opening up the games and giving us great opportunity to see the skills on show.
Now Carlson brings it up towards the 7-all, very sloppy roll ball there. And then simply throwing it away was Curry. I think he knew the penalty was coming, though. There was a foot in the ruck. So Carlson will come back to the centre of the field now. Fresh set to play with. Curry, Carlson, back to Curry, getting the ground quickly. Jeros is claiming the touch, though, and the referee agrees. The Manly chant has gone up, but Maitland still in a good position here. Short pass for Lidbury, trying to get around a couple of defenders who came steaming in. No room to work with. Lidbury back to the 7. Short pass here for Curry. Lidbury once more having a look. This time down the short side. There was nothing doing, though, for Lidbury. Probably had to go out to Carlson on that left-hand side.
Tell you what, this Maitland club, it's not a coincidence. You've seen them in the boys' 16s, the 14s, the girls' 18s, 16s. It's just a great club, a strong club right across the board with a superb high-performance program. We're used to seeing Manly, Northern Beaches, we're used to seeing this, but Maitland certainly have been dominant right across the tournament. In the end goal, try, as easy as you please.
It's Xavier Walsh who collects it, and it's one-way traffic to begin things here in the 18 boys grand final. This is certainly not how we thought things would go. 7-0 after just over 7 minutes.
The number 4 there, I think it's Medved, is it? I tell you what, when he's coming anywhere near scooping, anywhere near the ruck, you want to get out of the way because he's an absolute flyer and he can step and pass as well.
So Maitland with a whole heap of work to do here. They'll bring it forward now. Building once again. That one's been knocked down, though. another set to work with now. Short pass here for Cox, and then looking a little bit wider still.
There's the missed opportunity there. Ripping it to the winger would have been a try. I think you said they put one down earlier. Maitland have had their chances. They've just got to be patient. They're good enough here. It'll come.
He goes Cox again, this time over the top. You talk about a bit of patience. I don't think we're seeing that at the moment here from the Maitland Redbacks.
No, not as yet. Not as yet, unfortunately. So, but it will come. Like I said, they've had some chances. I just mentioned, like, there was that one they put down over the line. Just then they created a great opportunity if they'd hit the winger. So this easily could be 3 tries to 1, 3 tries to 2.
Gore now, taking off, twisting, turning around. Pops the flick pass here for Fotu Moala, who nearly got around Cox. So now Maitland working away from their own end. Geez, they're coming up with all the party tricks too here, Manly. They're in a mood.
No, a bit of attitude here. I like it. A lot of energy. A lot of energy from Manly. They've come to play. I certainly didn't have them tipped earlier in the tournament. I wasn't too sure how they were going to put it all together. I knew they were going to be top 4, but I didn't expect them to be this dominant, JP.
So now Manly with a chance to continue to flex the muscle. It's been about 9.5 minutes of play, and it really has been all with the Seagulls so far. Short pass provided now for Fotu Moala. Scooped up as Medved takes off. Great speed as always from Jake Medved. Now a little pass here for Benbow. Jeros is looming. Scoops it up now on the last. Jeros sends it wide for Medved. Now a bit of fancy footwork. All tried to find the pass. Now he can't disappear there, the winger for Maitland. So unfortunately, they'll have to deal with another set. Manly restarting things. Drop down once again. Once more looking for Medved to try and squeeze through. Turned away though from Maitland. Back to the 7 they go. Jeros once more is the man to watch. Here he is with ball in hand. Hickson keeping a nice wide berth. Expect that one to come his way. Jeros, however, says, I'll do it myself. He gets around Curry. He set up one. Now he scores one himself. It is the Jeros show out there for the Sea Eagles.
It's just class, isn't it? Class with a capital C. You mentioned the number 13 there, Jeros. Chase Jeros, how good is he? You'll see the little quickie from the ground. Looked like he was going to fake for the right foot step. Bit of a hesitation in the defence and then went on the out. Sometimes the fake step's as good as the actual step itself. And that's what we saw on that occasion. Hanging off Jeros, and he made him pay.
Well, they just look a little bit overawed at the moment here, the Maitland Redbacks. I don't think they've quite settled into things whatsoever, as now Cox looks for a pass, finds it, a great ball. It's gone forward, though. I must say, having a close look as well at Kale White, I thought he actually dropped it and attempted to put it down anyway.
Yeah, missed opportunity again there, you would say, because he's in the hole. If the pass is backwards and he finishes, it's a try. So it's a case of Maitland not really taking their opportunities. Manly are taking theirs. And instead of a 2 tries all, we've got 4 tries and one-way traffic.
Once again, Fotu Moala looking dangerous. I must say, this is the best I've seen Fotu Moala play throughout this tournament. He's become the main man here for Manly in the grand final.
Yeah, Maitland were very clever in their semi-final against Newcastle. They just hung in there, they rebounded. But in the grand final here, Manly have come out full of running, and Redbacks, for the most part, have not been able to stick with them.
Last one here for Maitland. Gordon, catch and pass. Oh, once more it was building nicely. The idea's right, the execution's a little off. And now Manly down this short side to Hickson, picking up good metres. He got the first try for them. Saxon Gore pops a little pass. Now wider still they go. Fotu Moala up over halfway, still alive in the play here. So evasive. Now for Medved. Picking up a few metres, waiting for those troops to arrive on deck. Here they come now in the form of Benbow, who drops it down. Scooped up. Medved at speed. Won't get the strike dump. He'll roll it on the 7 though. Last one here for Manly. A static start to deal with, but Geros only needs half an inch. He will take a mile, but they'll send it wider still. And on this occasion, they can't add to their score so far.
Settling in, the first 10 minutes has gone by in a blink. Like normally this is the time we talk about looking at the strategy, the coaches trying to tinker with a few things, trying to get dominance in the game, but at 4 tries, is it a mountain too high to climb for the Redbacks?
Well, there needs to be a massive alteration to how things are going for them. I still haven't seen anything that we saw from them in the semi-final. It looked very fluid. They had so many options. Cox has still been trying to fire a few shots, but it seems like he's not getting the support that we've seen so far throughout the tournament. It's
very uncharacteristic display so far from the Redbacks.
Taking off here is Lowe, who finds an easy option for Fotu Moala. Now, had he not lost his footing, I would have backed him in there. It's been touched apparently too from White. So there's the restart. 7 metres away. This is now a crucial set coming up here defensively for Maitland. I think if Manly score again, you can just about put a line through them. I'll go for the direct option now in the form of Cooper Elkins. He's turned away. Back to the 7. Setting up once more. Lowe waiting for it. Short pass there for Elkins. It was never meant for him though. Elkins just stuck out a mid. And there's an easy turnover, and that was a great opportunity to put almost insurmountable pressure on Maitland.
I think so. You would have to think if Manly can even get one more try, this grand final would be theirs. Redbacks, they've got to make it pay. Maybe this set here, they've got to do something, JP. The clock's ticking away, and this Manly side's looking pretty good. You might get 1 or 2, but are you able to score 4 or 5? That's where the scoreboard pressure, the clock ticking down starts to play on the minds of the Redbacks players.
Well, that's the big question then, and they need 5, of course, as now they'll head out to this right-hand side. Toby Masters getting a nice little passage down the sideline. Back to the middle they go here for Medved. Now Gore somehow got away from that first attempt. Back to Gore, looking dangerous, getting low. Curry makes the touch just in time. Back to the 7 they go now. Still a couple of plays up their sleeves. Turner to Gore, drops it down. Last one now. Medved bombing long, finding Masters. Masters can't get a handle on it.
Look at that pass from Medved. Like 3/4 of the field. This is the problem. He's so quick scooping. You're trying to cover the scoop. You come in to help your defender. You squeeze in a bit and you can rip the pass 25, 30 metres. Like, this is absolute superb skill there. The number 4 for Manly.
Now
hard
for
to
White.
stop.
Well, they need something here, the Maitland Redbacks. Roughly 9 minutes to go. Cox receives it from a short ball. It's just easy pickings here at the moment for Manly. They're not asking enough questions. But they will get another chance to do so here. So an extra set, 7 away.
It has to be now, doesn't it? You would have to think it'd have to be now. If there is going to be an against the odds comeback, it has to start here.
White back for Cox. They're up very quickly to shut him down. It was Xavier Walsh who made the touch. Cox again, sending it out to this left-hand side, looking for support, finding it in the form of Hostler. Now they'll go again. Just turned away once more. And it's got to be that man, Stanto. Cox, he's in everything.
Yeah, White's having a good game. It was a nice little slider play there. I'll come back to that later.
Cox again, this time with a lovely wide pass. Big right foot step from Carpenter, who nails the assignment, gets across the line, and where there's life, there's hope for the Redbacks.
Jake Carpenter, he's normally finishing on the outside and normally known for his silky finishes, but on that occasion, it was a wicked right foot step. Boom, back on the inside. A beautiful finish. Redbacks had to start their comeback. They got it. They're still in it. There's a bit of life left in the Redback just yet.
They must hold out here though. Elkins scoops it up now for Lowe. Drops it down on the 7. Lowe once again. Medved at the line. They just got him in time. It was Carlson who made the touch. He only just got his feet back in time as well. So I'll come back out to the 7 here, Manly. Still a couple of plays to work with. Medved for Lowe. Now the last. Picked up from Medved. Danger here for the Redbacks. Scooping through. Finding a ball on the spot is Rico Masters. They'll have a little conference here, the referees. This, well and truly, is a 50-50, and it'll favour Maitland, and it keeps the game alive.
It keeps it alive, but that'll make for some interesting replay because Medved too fast, too smart. Rico Masters getting clear in the in goal. Showing the full bag of tricks, this Manly team. Led off, of course, by Medved and, of course, Masters.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, I actually think he might have got there in time on the replay.
He got there. Good work from the referees then, right on the spot. I missed it live. It looked close, but they got it right.
Cox now quite literally passing it to himself, but unfortunately, that's not going to be a result that'll end in a try. There's now a bit of pressure applied there from Crouch as they'll head across field through Walsh. Oh, and then an incorrect roll ball, it looks like, here from Manly. So they're inviting the Maitland Redbacks into the contest. 6 to go. If they can score a try here, there's a chance.
Yeah, they'd need a bit of luck, though. Maybe a try here, maybe an intercept. They need a few things to go their way. They have left 2 or 3 tries out there, remember? Hasn't been all one-way traffic, just a scoreboard. Looks
Cox
that way.
Dropping it down once more, looking likely. He threatened to go long. Just trying to condition the defence, though. Popping a short ball there to White. There is the penalty. Manly, I find, though, will probably be quite happy to give a couple away each and every time they're down here just to burn the clock a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of game management. Game management will do them well. They've got some smarts.
Lidbury now off the right foot, turning it back here for White. Cox looking for that strike dump. Back to Cox they go. Cox napping off the right foot. Getting low. They just shut him down in time. And once more, I think it was Jeros. Geez, hasn't he had a game?
Yeah, great defence. That was pretty close too. Cox showing he's pretty sharp off the deck. He's known for his ripping long balls, but he's pretty good off the deck as well, let me tell you.
Cox short now for Lidbury, floating it over the top, taken by Hickson. This could be the grand final right here. Hickson with a full head of steam. Lidbury's chasing. They'll go all the way to the try line, but they're going to call it back. Offside is the call against Manly. There's a second penalty. Well, that could have been the grand final right then and there. But somehow, Maitland is still alive in theory.
I was just enjoying seeing Hickson in full stride. He's had a great tournament. If he's not the best winger here, he wouldn't be far off. He saved a lot of tries, James. And on that occasion, showing a clean pair of heels as well.
There is the third penalty, so someone has to go now. And it is going to be a man you don't want to see sat down if you're a Manly fan. Jeros out of the action.
So 6 on 5. And there isn't any other way to look at this. This has to end up in a try for the Redbacks.
Great chance here for Maitland. Cox scoops it up. Back to Cox. Good footwork. Then sums it up. Lidbury, just put it down, son. I don't know what he was looking for. He received the pass with nobody within 5 metres of him and still wasn't sure what to do with it. Eventually gets across. It's 9-4. They'll have at least another set with ball in hand with that numerical advantage. If they score from it, hold on to your horses.
A nice ball. Very good vision there from Cox. And in Lidbury's defence, it's not every day you get a 2-player overlap against Manly. So I was in shock as well. But so it's 4 tries to 2. It's respectable, but Manly are going to, Maitland are going to rue those 2 or 3 opportunities they lost early in the game. They're still not out of it, but definitely running out of time.
Now bouncing around here is Walsh. They've actually now got the full complement back on deck here, Manly. Low once more, sums it up. That's going to be a touch pass. They'll get the turnover. They've got to go the length of the field, though.
Yeah, good call there from Caleb, the referee. They've had a good game, haven't they? Have not put a lot wrong, or haven't put a foot wrong, the referees here. Reynolds,
Sanderson. We don't have to talk too much about them. That's always a good sign.
They have had a good game. They've opened it up. Like I said, this is more a case of Maitland maybe not showing us their best and maybe a few missed opportunities.
White now,
he's
Cox
away.
Taking off through the middle. Elkins, I think he got back the required distance. That was an all or nothing dive from him, stretching out and just got the back of the heel of Cox.
Yeah, and Maitland really needed that one. So, as I said, like you mentioned, that I think there was that drop ball. Don't want to harp on it too much, but there was a time if they hit the winger, there was a try. I think there was one called back forward. So, if you give them those 3 tries, the game's all locked up or they're in front. So, I think when they reflect back on this, they'll view it as missed opportunities, and Manly will be very impressed with their game management, the way they've controlled the ball, got up and down the field. A very professional performance from this Manly boys team.
Yeah, they'll take it out now off the back of that set restart. Saxon Gore trying to ice it now. But from here, simply, it is a case of game management. Nothing risky, just working through the set. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. It would take more than a minor miracle. Oh, beautiful play here from Fodu Moala, but the roll ball was incorrect, and they had a 2-on-none overlap on that left-hand side. That would have put the cherry on top of the cake, but the result beyond doubt. Maitland now just looking for that consolation try. Up to halfway they go. Crouched towards that mark. Gordon back out there. And unfortunately for the Redbacks, Stanto, they just took far too long to get something on the board.
I think so, and Manly just very professional, very good game management, hanging in there, getting it done. I do want to give a shout out to Saxon Gore. He was very classy last year. All throughout his juniors, he's been amazing. But in this tournament, I've seen a very mature performance from him. I'm starting to see a little bit of second phase, starting to see a little bit of game management, a bit of smarts, and that's a really good sign. So he's had a great tournament, Saxon Gore.
Well, he hasn't overplayed his hand. The entire Manly team doing the job as required. And it's a big and proud club. And they're coming from all corners now to help celebrate with the 18 boys. There come the 18 girls as well. Some of the younger players getting involved too. What an outstanding performance from Manly. 9 points to 4. 4 tries to 2. It was a dominant display. And they will lap it up and, of course, move on to the Southern Conference and Northern Conference decider. The Junior State Cup Championships in Tempe next Sunday. You don't want to miss a moment of the action. In just a moment, we'll get all the thoughts of the victorious Manly side with Jason Stanton. We'll take a quick break and then head pitch side.
I love touch football because of the good environment around here, especially it's the Junior State Cup, supporting all the little teams and stuff.
We love touch football because it's fast, we get to hang out with our friends and we love our coach. We love touch because of the community, our club, and playing with my friends. I love it. 1, 2, 3, Devils! Playing with our team, and we love the game and the whole atmosphere and our
we love. As a coach, super rewarding having you girls for almost 4 years, coming back, watching them grow. It's awesome.
I love passing on my knowledge and giving back to the club and community.
Go Tigers! Go Devils! Go Riverside!
At GYG, clean is the new healthy. But what does clean mean to us? No added preservatives, no artificial flavors, no added colors, and of course, no unacceptable additives in our food. That's why our guests feel so great after eating GYG. We're a food company. We are obsessed with every ingredient. It's our responsibility to serve you real, delicious, clean food. Who said fast food has to be bad food? At GYG, clean is the new healthy. Love ya.
It's just spare change, right? But what if you saved that spare change every time you bought a coffee? Or every time you bought something to eat? Or something to wear? And what if all that money was invested into the stock market, where it can potentially grow over time? And what if the Raise app did this for you automatically in the background of life? Round up and start investing your everyday purchases. Download the Raise app today.
Jason Stanton here, sideline for GYG with our champion, Xavier Walsh, the champion Manly team. How does it feel?
Oh, feels pretty good. We had a good tournament, which was really good, but really happy with the boys and how we played. It was good.
Now, when I played, there wasn't all these different divisions. Now, you would have won, what, 10s, 12s, 14s, 16s, 18s, the whole grade. How does it feel?
Yeah, we won a few. We did pretty well over the years. It's all from the club. The club's done really well for us. But yeah, it's pretty surreal.
Yeah, and just quickly on the Manly club, like we saw the 16s boys, the 18s girls, we saw some of the younger divisions. Seems like a real rebound year. The club's doing so well. Is there anything different, or how does it feel just to be part of such a strong club?
I think all comes down to the coaches. The coaches we have down here are really good, and they really help us out with anything, really. What we need to work on, everything pretty much.
Now, you're obviously undefeated. You did really well. One of the things that we look at tactically, like, did you have anything different with Maitland? Because they looked pretty good against Newcastle, and it just seems like you had them off balance and you sort of controlled the game really well. Anything tactically different?
Today we came out with a different defensive pattern that we hadn't used on the previous days. I think with Maitland that really helped us, just controlling them and getting us on the front foot.
I'm glad you said I don't like to give away any secrets, but I saw a couple of things different today. Definitely from Friday throughout the tournament, you definitely sort of grew through, which is exciting. Now, we're all just can't wait till next week. Yeah. Manly versus the Sharks in the state final. Do you know anything about Cronulla? Tell us about how that game's going to go.
We versed them down at Manly Day when we had one of our tournaments, and they beat us, but we didn't have all our players there. We know they're a strong side, but hopefully we can get them on the day.
And one of the things too that's pretty exciting, like we rated Maitland, but you just dominated them. We rated West last week, and Cronulla came back over the top. So, is there an individual player? You mentioned that you know a couple of players. Is there things you're going to watch or secret stuff? Come up with some tactics during the week.
I think we're going to have to maybe watch how they go, how they went against West, see what they did, and hopefully we can get a couple of defence things on them and lock them down.
Well, we can't wait till next week for the state final, and Manly, the champions for 2025. Big shout out, big congrats to Xavier Walsh and all the team there. Back to you, James.
Thank you very much, Jason Stanton. Congratulations to Xavier Walsh and the rest of the Manly 18 boys side. Of course, victorious, a lot of that team in the 16 boys for 2024. Now they can back it up with a 2025 result in the 18 boys division. What an outstanding performance from the Manly club more generally. They featured in 3 of our 4 stadium grand finals across the 14 boys, 16 boys, 18 girls, and then, of course, the 18 boys, and they were in 3 of those finals there. So a very bright future for the Manly club. A lot of these players will now be pushing for Premier League appearances moving forward. But that is a wrap here for Dubbo. Hope you enjoyed all the action brought to you by GYG Guzmani Gomez. A big thank you for them getting involved with another wonderful tournament. For all of our sponsors here as well, and of course the Dubbo City Council have done a wonderful job here to present so many beautiful fields across a very large and sprawling complex. The stadium field has looked exceptional all weekend. A massive thank you to the referees, a huge contingency getting involved and doing a great job overall. And then, of course, a big thank you to the parents getting the players down here. Your support watching at home as well. And then, of course, also for all of our volunteers and the New South Wales touch football staff who have done a great job in putting on another wonderful event. That'll do us here from Dubbo for the Junior State Cup Northern Conference for 2025. We'll see you next Sunday for the state championships at Tempe.